The shell looks a little bit different. I don't know. Maybe that's just. I don't know what this is. I don't know why the shell is different. I think it's only on this machine, but I don't know. So let's see. Did I push this? No, here. What happened? Whoa, not that. What happened here? I don't know if that's gonna work for me. I'm trying to figure out the music situation. I need music. I kind of feel like you need music on the stream, but maybe not. So let's do this. Because that's not going to work. So let's do this real quick. I am streaming from a new setup location. I'm remote. So yeah, I'm just checking it out. I don't think I've ever done a real like solo live stream. So we're gonna try it out. I don't need echo cancellation. This hopefully works. Check. There we go. Reduce mic back. Let's go ahead and do that. Stereo. Wait, what? Yeah. Stereo audio. Ooh. I don't think I need that. Good. What else do I need to do? Oh, just add my player. So I'll get music. You won't. Sorry. So hopefully I'll be engaging enough to keep you around even without the music. Sometimes I feel like the music is maybe a little crash. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Let's see if I can. There we go. Yeah, I'm out and about and just checking things out. Streaming remote. Thanks for joining. What I didn't really have any ideas of what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do like an hour at a time, and yeah, and then I'll do a little hot lap, and I'll come back and I'll keep streaming. But what I was going to get into is today. I've been doing this spring AI stuff, and I've been trying to connect it to YouTube. I think I pushed out this repository, and we're gonna go from there. Can you touch up testing raw VM image? All right, tell me what you want to do. Tell me what you don't want to do. So let's do this. Let's show how I do the testing raw VM image. Let's just do it. Let's do an example together. And then maybe we'll jump in. Hey, Code Core, I'm glad you're here. I am glad you're here. I am remote. I am downtown Kansas City, and I'm going to stream all night. So I'm going to stream until 8 in the morning. It's almost 10 here. I'm going to stream until 8 in the morning. So that's going to be a nice 10-ish hour stream. If I do it right, then that by far it'll be the longest one. And the plan is I'm going to do like an hour-long break. So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's reset and let's talk about like what's up. What's the plan? It's Sunday night. Newly crowned city or newly crowned AOC champs. All night stream or 10-ish hour stream. No game plan at the start, except take a walk every hour. Yeah, like I think that's it. I'm going to have music in my ears, which I did not turn on. Let's do that real quick. I'm going to play my little favorite stream. Whoa, what is this? Everybody's here. This is great. Yeah, we can finish our. Oh, you know what's cool is that we can do. I can talk to James and CodeCore at the same time, so I don't have to have the music super loud in my ears, so I don't have to yell. So we can finish our discussion. We can do this, and actually, we can do the GitHub Actions, all the stuff. We can do CodeCore's GitHub Actions, and we can do James. James said. So let me go back here. Let's go. Look at this. What? Everybody's here. I'm so glad that everybody's here. Michael Forrest, welcome. CodeCore is here. CodeCore and I have a conversation to pick up from. And SU James, we're going to do some GraalVM image stuff. So we got a lot of stuff. And I don't normally stream this late. I got kids, so I'm not normally up at this point. But yeah, if you've got questions, I'm going to answer. I got nothing to do. I got no kids. I think my internet is going to be just fine. I think I'm all plugged in and got everything going. Robotech, I am happy that you're here as well. It's weird to like see the same community at different times of the day. I don't know why it shouldn't be weird. Like you guys are kind of like my coworkers, right? Like this is what I do when I'm working. This is the crew that kind of shows up. So here we are after the GraalVM testing example. Can you talk about how you deploy your YouTube service project? Yes, I looked at the repo and it seems it's a microservice. It is. So on at the moment. Oh, here we go. I'm back. So let's try to do this. And I think I can do a couple of things at the same time. So CodeCore hasn't done. Can you guys hear that? You definitely can hear that, right? There's a lot of different sounds here downtown Kansas City, and it's going to just take a minute to get used to. It's a street race for sure, or just a car without anything. I think I did turn down the background stuff. So, all right, you can't hear it. Fantastic. So here's some of the topics. GraalVM image testing and deployment, and then GitHub Actions for for Go. Right, we have some of these Go images, image creation. Right, and what we want there is like versioned. That's a key. So let's start. Plus, how does Kubernetes work with regard to your setup? Do you use it as a gateway? Oh, I got a unique setup. So that's one thing. Let's do this. So let's hopefully I can keep everybody engaged. So let's do this. Let's go here. The first thing I want to do is I want to show my kubectx. kubectx, you probably can't read that. Let's do this. Why does the volume keep turning down? Give me one sec. I'm not sure what's happening there. It's weird. All right, I see James says almost a month into a networking class, so maybe it'll give me a better understanding. Okay, so let's let's do this. Let's first go here, and we're going to do kubectx. So this is showing my Kubernetes cluster, and that Kubernetes cluster has nodes. But we're going to do this. We're going to delete that. We're going to start from scratch so that if you want to deploy Kubernetes or Docker or whatever, we're going to start from scratch so you can get all the info, hopefully. And if you want to play along. So let's go to github.com Deshawn-cloud. This is where I store all of my GitOps information in Flux control. And I believe I have one for K3D-Tanzu. So these are all the different clusters that I have, or I had at some point. What we're going to do, I'm going to leave this control. I'm going to leave this information here. All that it deploys here is Knative serving. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and there's a README that says how I did K3D setup. Yeah, after the semester, goal is to purchase Raspberry Pis and play around with Kubernetes. Perfect. So yeah, this is all going to resonate. I had a little, Jeffrey Jr. has been helping me out a bunch with the Raspberry Pi setup. We're rebuilding stuff. And yeah, the DevOps, everything kind of ties. And that's one of my character flaws is I have a hard time just doing it like a demo. I just want to get things to production. Like even with CodeCore, like, hey, here we are. Here's the Docker images and it's running. But I want to get from like git commit all the way to production. And I have a hard time like slicing and dicing. So we're going to do this, except we're not going to create this cluster. We're going to delete the one that we have. K3D is already installed. Let me do this real quick through update. And this is all I'm streaming. I'm streaming over my phones. So I got the phone here, like that's my laptop. I got the phone. I could show, but yeah, I'm just downtown in an office. So let's do the brew upgrade, and so far so good. I mean, if there's issues or audio issues, like you guys always do a good job of letting me know. But I haven't been on this laptop either. Like this is a laptop that I don't use all the time. So warming it up again, getting everything back to good. And I'll show you the Kubernetes cluster. I'll do a git nodes real quick, and you'll see that this 133 days like that. You don't see that very often with me because I like to repay things, I like to rebuild stuff, like what we're going to do now. So now everything's upgraded. We're going to do K3D -help because we're going to delete a cluster. So we're going to do K3D cluster help, and it's going to be cluster delete. K3D cluster delete. I think my cluster name is K3D-Tanzu. So we're just going to do K3D cluster delete K3D-Tanzu. No, what? kubectx. No clusters found. How about K3D cluster delete -A? Oh, because it's not called K3D-Tanzu. It was just called Tanzu. I forget sometimes. So let's go. What was that? Did you guys hear like a scratching sound? Oh, maybe not. All right. Look at this. So hello, what's up? We're going to do some Java stuff. I don't normally stream at this time. We're on an adventure. Thanks, you didn't hear the extra stuff. I apologize for the 30 stuff. We're in a different location. We're remote. I don't have my normal setup, so we're figuring it out. But I think I want to edit this real quick. The nice thing about GitHub has a nice UI. I'm just going to add this. I'm going to add K3D cluster delete juice. Just notes for myself. Oops. I thought I was in Nano there. All right. So I just added, all right, keeping notes for yourself is an important thing, or that's one of the things that I like to do. So we deleted that cluster. Now, in this cluster, I want to go back here. I had, inside of Docker, I had a main node and I had 3 agent nodes. I don't really need that. The one thing I wanted to do is I want to see if I get a new K3s version. So we're just going to do a normal, simple, local Kubernetes. We're going to just change the names here. We're going to change it to Tanzu, which is still a thing. Whoops, not juice. Oh, I hope that didn't work. Deleting all clusters, good. Let's do this again, except we want to change it to Tanzu. All right, so now this is how I develop locally. This is my Kubernetes on my laptop, which is a thing. What is that in the background? I can't. Like there's some here. I didn't need that back there. That was bothering me. All right. So now we've got a cluster. And now when we look at that cluster, get nodes -o wide. Now we see I just got one node, and that's okay. I don't need more than one node unless I'm doing something interesting. And in this case, I'm not. So here we are. We've got a new Kubernetes cluster, and it says 1.27.4. Oh, I can't scroll back. Daggum. I wanted to see if that was a new one. All right, but now it's brand new. Now, what we're going to do is I want to do the bootstrap. So I'm going to run this command, and this command is going to say, "Hey, Flux control, Flux CD is my GitOps thing. I don't want to have to like do all the commands to set up my local environment because if I do this right now, K9s, there's nothing there. It's just going to be the Kubernetes, and there's not even an ingress. So to your question, James, like, hey, how am I doing the networking? Well, you're going to see. I said disable traffic. So you see that there's not even a traffic would. Yeah, traffic is a ingress. It's the container networking. I'm not sure what's the right label that I want to put on that. But I said disable traffic because with Knative serving, my preference, if I go in here to clusters and I'm looking at the one that we're working on is K3D Tanzu, I said, hey, I want Knative serving. Knative serving gives me what traffic provides. It's going to give me that ingress, that networking and routing inside of my cluster. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bootstrap. I'm going to say, hey, Flux, I want you to go and set up this cluster. So I deleted the cluster, and now I'm just going to say, hey, go set it up. And flow, GitHub personal access token. Here, I don't have to do it from here. Let's see if I can connect. I mean, this could totally screw up the stream, but it might not. I'm going to try to connect to my Tailscale VPN, and I'm going to try to connect to my juice box at home. And from there, fun, Deshaun Cloud, Flux control, git pull. I'm going to run the same command. Like just, oh, wait. So I can't do it because this one doesn't know about. Oh, I can do it like this. I can do Flux, bootstrap, GitHub, dash. I can do that. So I'm going to do this, except instead of doing kubectx-c, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to say K3D Tanzu. Oh, wait. Oh, is that going to work? Is it going to change anything locally? CubeCTX. I think it's okay. Oh, no. So it says, hey, um, I don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to log in on this other machine. So sorry, I'm going to backtrack. Bear with me. We're gonna figure this out. Like I said, I'm new. I got all my stuff. We're traveling. So we're gonna do it here. And this is gonna say, hey, you're not logged in. Get a personal access token. So this is where I should go and change my screen so I don't pass out secrets. Pink Emma might be here. So let's do this. And I'm going to remove that. Cool. And I'm just going to try to do some secrets. So bear with me. I'm glad that you're here. But I'm going to try to grab a personal access token. And I think you guys are great. But sometimes, these videos we get recorded and we don't want to give away tokens. And we all know Pink Emma. So let's go to, let's see if I can find one of those tokens. Can I just do like GitHub login? GH off. GH off login. There we go. What is your preferred protocol? SSH. Yep, there's my title for your SSH key. Log in with a web browser and copy your one-time code, big boy. Then I should go log in and I should paste my code and hopefully you can't see what's going on. And it says, hey, are you cool? Is this really you? Let's authorize. And then it says use GitHub Mobile. Oof. So we'll do all the auth. So I got multiple phones. I got that phone and this phone. Let's see if we can get logged in here. So when I've done this in the past, I had a YouTube or had an iPad, and I would put like the stream on the iPad on the side, and then I would still do my normal stuff, but with the iPad and my Mac. But I didn't bring my iPad. I'll probably remember that for the next time. Why can't I auth? Okay, maybe that's faster. Oh wait, so it's at the hour. So now I got to pause. So this is weird because I don't have music. I don't have anything for you to go. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to say like, be right back. I'll be right back. So I'm going to do a hot lap. It should just take a minute. And yeah, hopefully you'll be here when I get back. All right, be right back. All right. What happened to the music? Why did the music stop? Oh, it was just in between songs. All right. Let's see. Did I miss anything? All right. Um, let's do this. We did the device activation. We got our GitHub. So we got all of our secrets. Hopefully, let's do this. Hopefully we are able to do our thing. I'll just try that before I bring that screen back. I'll try to bootstrap. Nope, it says it wants a personal access token. Please continue to hold. And I know that I'm nothing to look at here. Fun, Deshaun, Cloud, Flux, Control. Wait. How? Where is this? GitHub user, GitHub token. Let's copy those. Now, what I should do is show you. I mean, why do I even say that? Like, let's just do it. Let me show you this. And this is kind of a sidetrack. I apologize, James and CodeCore, but I think it'll play in to what we're trying to do. I'm not gonna do it. Sorry, I'm not gonna do it. Let's keep going where we're going. Please hold. Fun. C fun. CV fun. Sean dash cloud flux control. Oh, I already had it there. Oh, bad credentials. Nano AVRC. Okay. Dir and allow. All good. Thank you. Thank you. We're doing something new. And I'm glad you're here. I really am. Now let's try to bootstrap this cluster. All right, I can share that. Hope I can share it before it's all done. Add to stage. You go away. All right, so I ran the bootstrap after having all of my credentials and stuff. I said, hey, bootstrap this, and it did it. And now let's see what happens. We should see Flux. There we go. Flux is coming in. Flux did its thing, and then it said, oh, I see that you want Knative serving. So I didn't have to do anything other than bootstrap the cluster. Clay and red. Dude, like that, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do more. So tonight is interesting. We're gonna try to do, or it's interesting for me. I'm gonna try to do a 10-ish hour stream. So yeah, if you're around, like, hang on. I'm just glad you're here. I'm new to this. Like, yeah, I'm new, and I'm having fun. So the reason tonight's going to be interesting for me is like I like streaming and I like doing this. It's practice. I want to see if I can make this a little bit better. Let's see if we can find a happy spot that'll work for both this view. It's going to be hard to do. Do I need to see the node? That's readable-ish, right? That's readable enough. So there's a weird thing happening, and I don't understand why. Like the volume on my system changes. Like the song volume changes. It's like somebody's messing with my volume. Right. So now we've got a cluster. So we deleted the cluster, we rebuilt the cluster, and because we're using GitOps and Flux, we now have Knative serving installed. And that's all that I really need. The question from James was like, hey, like, how do you get access to it? We have an interesting approach that we can do. Over here on K3D Juice, I have, wait, I don't have it. I thought that on K3D Juice, I had a tenant. So the idea here is I should have tenants. But now, since K3D Juice doesn't have it, let's add a tenant. Let's add an app to this machine and show how I do my cluster. So let's do that. Let's go here. So this done, Juice at home. We don't want to be there. Let's go to Fun, Deshaun Cloud again, and you can go and follow along with this setup. And the Flux control. Let's do a git pull. So that's locally, and that just pulled down all the stuff, all the updates that it made. But I want to open up this, and I want to show you how I manage clusters. So I want to add some microservices to this cluster. So what I want to do I have it on here? Oh, there it is. Watch this. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to say, hey, I don't want Deshaun IO. I don't want it mapped to this cluster hat. It was giving me problems, and it might not work anyways. So let's just do this. Let's say, hey, let's cut it. Let's try to remove it from cluster hat, which it might not do completely. Let's try to remove it from there, and let's put it into this cluster. New directory tenants. And let's paste there. So right now, what I think I just did was I removed the tenant from the cluster hat cluster. And well, I didn't do it yet, but I'm trying to remove it from cluster hat and put it into K3D Tanzu. That makes sense? Because I took the configs out of this cluster, which will say, hey, go delete the contents, go delete that tenant, and put it into this cluster. So let's clear it. Let's do that. Let's get add dot get. I don't know what's happening with this terminal here. It's weird to me. I don't know. I'm sure that's a feature of some sort, but it's confusing to me. So we've moved things. Let's do git commit move Deshaun IO from cluster hat cluster to K3D Tanzu. Git push. All right, so now what we hope to see is a namespace show up here for Deshaun IO. And we can do that. Yeah, we'll just wait. The Flux CD is looking, it's saying, hey, are there any changes for this cluster? And that should show up, fingers crossed. So what will go in there? Let's take a look at what do we expect to see in that cluster? Because we are down here in tenants, Deshaun IO. So I didn't do the secret stuff yet. we'll do that. We'll go forward. I said, hey, I want Cloudflare D to be my ingress. All right, so now we can see it. It's got a Cloudflare D instance. So what that's doing, let's draw this picture. In my cluster, we made K3D, K3D, Tanzu, K3S cluster, single node. Right? That's what we're working on my laptop. And in there we said, hey, we want Knative serving. Which was applied serving. That was applied by FluxCD. Sean Cloud Flux Control. So again, so you can follow along, all of that's there. And it installed it. Again, this is an ARM64 box, so there's a custom little config that you can go take a look at. One sec, I'm gonna. So now that's there. There could be a problem here, but what we hope is that inside of this tenant, I made a tenant. This is the Deshaun-IO tenant. Let's do it this way. And inside of that tenant, again, here, inside of that tenant, we said, hey, I want you to have Cloudflare D. And what Cloudflare D does is it makes it so that on my laptop, on whatever connection I'm on, over my phone, wherever I'm at, Cloudflare D reaches out to the internet. Oh, that's what it is. I am definitely hearing something rubbing. Let's go to the library, Excalibur library. I want to add the. What is that noise? I'm hearing something in my ears, and I don't know what it is. And it's really annoying. I apologize if you're not hearing it. I have no idea what it is. Could it be just the, I don't know. Something's happening with the audio on this machine, and I'm not happy. We'll figure it out. What could possibly go wrong? I lost my train of thought. Cloudflare D, I wanted to get this library. I wanted to add. I want to add my little cloud thing. Excalibur is my tool. I just like to draw. That's my way of, or one way that I like to think out loud. Where's my Library that has the clouds. Here's some clouds. But that's not the one I normally use. I mean, Kubernetes icons is pretty interesting. Well, I guess we'll just use these clouds. All right. Boop. So what's happening here? Cloudflare D, when it's deployed, it says, "Hey, dude, hey Cloudflare, this is where I'm at." And right now, this instance is configured. It's configured for this specific tunnel, Deshaun.io. I don't know that those secrets got deployed because it doesn't have a secrets folder. So I'm gonna have to hack this through, and that's okay. We'll get there. Oh my goodness! Like, why is everybody up? Like, all of my people are stopping in. I appreciate it so much. Todd Libby is in the house, and Todd Libby is one of the famous people that you'll see if you go to conferences. He's got all sorts of skills. JavaScript, TypeScript. I know he's got Java in his background, and he's been trying to uplift his Spring lately. But he's also really awesome with accessibility and like making things work for everybody. He's got some really great talks. If you ever get a chance to see him, I highly recommend it. But I'm going to do this for the people on Twitch. I'm going to try to do this. Twitch.tv, JavaGrunt. There's like a... I'm not signed in. I'm on a new system, Todd. But shout out to Todd Libby. If you get a chance, follow him on Twitch. Oh, you're doing late night gaming. See, that's also something I need to uplift my gaming. But yeah, do me a favor, do yourself a favor, and give Todd Libby a follow. He's not just a great speaker, a super smart guy, but he's also just an awesome person. All right, let's get back to where we're. I use Cloudflare D to say, hey, this is where I'm going to be at for Deshaun.io for that tunnel. So any traffic that goes to Deshaun.io should come to this cluster that we just deployed. So let's see if we can get that deployed. I'm going to change the screen settings again because I need to do some secret stuff. So bear with me. What I'm just trying to do is give the credentials to that tunnel. I want to give those credentials to this cluster. And we got plenty of time. We'll probably get back to that later. And I want to build those clusters. I don't want this extra step. When I generate my tunnel, when I put a tenant in there, I want everything to be there. So let's do this. Let's switch our view a little bit. The streaming with one screen is for the birds. Let's get this cluster info applied. And then we should be good to go. Fun, cloud, flux control. The secrets part. We'll get back to the secrets. That's an important part of GitOps and DevOps. Is like, how do you manage your secrets? So I have a tunnel secret here that I'm going to bring in, and then I'm going to apply it real quick. Oh, it's already there. Let's see if it's the same. Yep, I already had it. So all that I need to do is apply that secret. Give me a second. I'm going to do customize build /env Deshaun-io-tunnel pipe env subst pipe kubectl apply -f, and this is for the birds. So do as I say, not as I do. I put those secrets here. I want to put those secrets inside of the Kubernetes cluster with SOPs. That's what we should be doing. We'll come back to that later. So now I should have a Kubernetes cluster that has some ingress using Cloudflare D. Let's see. Let's verify that, right? Do a thing and then verify it, and not the TDD way. I wish I could do it over here. Can I change this? Can I do it here? Can I go layout? Oh, look at this. Ooh. Look at that. Oh, okay. The laptop or the little phone might help things go a little better. So we're here. We're going to verify that we have our cluster ingress. But what I'm going to do from experience, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this guy and have it restart. So I'm just going to hit Control K up here, Control K. I'm using K9s. I'm going to hit Control K because I want it to come back up and I want it to know that it has its secrets. So we can take a look. I'm just hitting Enter and I should be able to see the logs and it says, hey, it looks like we're connected. So what my cluster has done, let's fix this. Your version is outdated. We recommend upgrading to 2024.1.5. Let's see how easy that is. We're over here. We're in Deshaun.io. It's got its own cluster. And there's a version here. We got the recommendation that says, hey, you're on an old version. Let's go to 2024.1.5. Now, we're doing this kind of manual, kind of piecemeal. My good friend Lee is on my team, and he is a Kubernetes guru in every sense of the word. He, at some point, is going to come and take our little GitOps config, our GitOps setup, and he's going to help us even more, automate it even more, so that a change like this, a Cloudflare D version change, I should be able to just do that once and have it applied on all of my clusters. But right now, I'm not doing that. So know that we'll get there. Git status. I just made one change. It says we're good. But wait, I made a change here. Git add. Now git status. Hello. I don't like this terminal, whatever it is. Git status. Wait, what? Your branch is up to date. I said git add. Why is it not showing me my git? I don't like this terminal. Let's do it this. I apologize for that. Git status. This is what I want to see. I want to see this. How come this didn't show this? Who knows? But I'm done with this. I don't know what I did, how I broke my terminal on this machine, but we're gonna do it out here. So git status. Show me the stuff. Git add. Git status. Git commit. We update Cloudflare version 2. Git push. That's it. So all I do is a git commit, and then that change should show up in our cluster. So let's take a sec. This has been running for 2 minutes and 44 seconds. So we should see a new Cloudflare D come in that has our new version. And that cycle time will be in here. Oh, there's our customization. The sync. So it's checking every minute, every 5 minutes. It's checking. Wait, no, it's a service account. Metadata spec, service account, interval, 5 minutes. Yeah, it's checking this repository every 5 minutes. So it shouldn't be more than, there it is. It's already there. So now let's go back and look. And it says, hey, we're good. We're running. And we're connected. So we've opened up this two-way street. We've opened up a two-way street to the internet. Todd Libby says, have you tried Warp? I have not tried Warp. I will. I'm going to put that on my list. I'm going to go up here and I'm going to say to do, try, warp, terminal app. All right, so thank you for that. I will try that. So we now have a two-way street. Let's go back to our cluster. Did it deploy anything? I see that I've got an intro. So that is deployed. That's a service that's deployed, but it's up. This says it's up and running and it's been up for 15 minutes. I feel like this should be scaled to 0. And it's not. Why? Let's go take a look. GitHub.com, Deshawn-IO is the GitHub org that matches the tenant. And that's just one of my patterns. Because a lot of times, your company, your Fortune 500, your enterprise, or not even Fortune 500, like your startup, you're going to have different applications, different business units that are going to be deployed, and you've got an internal GitHub enterprise or a GitLab. You don't have everything in a public repo. You've got some internal repository somewhere. So this is how I trying to map to what you're going to be doing. And this is a tenant. So right now, this tenant has some Flux configs. This is how we decide what goes to production. And in here, I said, hey, deploy this. And it says initial scale is 1, max scale is 1, min scale is 1. So it's not scaled to 0, and that's okay. Why did I do that? I think I did that because of, I did it 2 weeks ago when I was doing the cluster hat stuff, which is okay. So let's see if this works. Let's just go to intro.deshawn.io, and it's working. So our cluster's up. This is good. So for James, how do I do setup? Here's the example. So the question was like, hey, Kubernetes set up the gateway. We started a new gateway. We destroyed our cluster. We stood up a new cluster. What is happening with my audio? I am so frustrated here. Like, it's doing the stuff, but like my volume is changing. You know what? Is it this auto mic? Did I get excited? Maybe that's what it's happening. I'm gonna go here and go back to my settings. I apologize. So it sounds good to you, but in my head, I've got audio on my end, or I got just the music in my head, and the volume is going up and down. So I'm gonna do this. I don't know if that's doing it. And I'm gonna do this too, because the volume changing is in my head is wacky. All right, so we're back. Hey, but thank you. Like, audio is always the hardest part, and being remote, it makes it, continues to make it interesting. So thanks. So, James, did all of that part make sense? We started from nothing. We deleted our cluster. We rebuilt our cluster as a single node cluster. I used Flux, which you can copy here. All of the instructions, everything you need to do this is here. So you can literally copy my Knative serving if you're on ARM64. This is the one that references the ARM64 one, but there's another one if you've got x86. These are the things that I put on the menu. So another DevOps topic is like, what are the things that I'm going to support on my platform? And everything in here are the things that I support. So I've got an ARM64 version for Cluster Hat. I've got an ARM64 version. I got a regular x86 version. But I support KPAC and Contour and Fluent, and I don't even think I need this anymore because I get my Contour with my Knative serving. But these are the things that are on the menu so far. And here we go. And now, because everything is GitOps, we actually verified and deployed our application along with it. So this is on my laptop. If you go to intro.deshawn.io, so this is public because here I said, even though it's on my laptop, the thing that I do for my clusters is I use this Cloudflare D to go up to the internet. So I'm at a location. I'm doing this over my phone's Wi-Fi. And I said, hey, this cluster, which I should put my little mobile phone in here. I'm connected over a mobile phone, right? Bad internet connection. And so there's no port forwarding, there's no nothing. I set this up, it goes out to the internet and comes back down. So you have access to it. So you can hit intro.deshawn.io and you should get something similar. So here, all of that's set up. Now we keep on going. So again, James, this is to you. Was there any questions? Does that all make sense? So if it does, we'll go on. So CodeCore, this is going to be similar. Like I can use Cloudflare D. You've probably got different routing set up, but on Docker, I can use Cloudflare D on Docker. Okay, so you said sort of. Let's dig in. You're in your networking class. Let's dig in and let's ask questions. Which parts don't make sense? I set up a cluster. I set up Knative serving, which is going to handle my internal routing, my internal traffic. But in order to get into my cluster, I needed to have some ingress into the cluster. I didn't have that set up with just Knative serving. So Cloudflare D acts as that ingress. I said, hey, and the way that works is it called out and created a two-way street, a bidirectional connection, so that I didn't have to open any ports or do any firewall magic. Cloudflare D is handling that for me by making an outbound call and setting up a two-way encrypted tunnel. And I don't know what protocol that's being used, but conceptually, this is what's going on. So I don't need to know the IP address of my computer, and then there's the audio is going down in my head. That's so weird. And then inside of that tenant, I also have my microservices. Right, so here was the intro -web, which followed my naming conventions. And when this exact same setup, what we've got deployed right here, this amount of infrastructure will fit on a single Raspberry Pi. So, as James says, I understand what Knative serving is doing. Excellent. But not the Cloudflare D part. But not the Cloudflare D part, or not the, which part? My confusion was the Cloudflare ingress. Okay. All right. Hey, CodeCore. Yeah, I'll be around. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. We'll get those GitHub actions, and I'll probably be getting into that in a little bit as well. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon. All right, so the confusion is the Cloudflare ingress. So you've got a Kubernetes cluster, for example, take care CodeCore, and you want to bring in traffic. So my clusters, I care about being on the edge and being in different places. I'm not in the cloud. I don't have cloud money. Remember, I don't have cloud money, right? I don't do it there. Hello. I want to go in here and say, I don't have cloud money. I have Raspberry Pi money. Right? So the things that I'm deploying, the things that I do, I'm deploying a lot of it to Raspberry Pi. It's small infrastructure that I can put anywhere. I could leave out in the middle of downtown Kansas City as long as it's got power and a connection. So I could do this over my phone with my backpack, and I could just be anywhere, which is kind of cool. So let me think of another way of explaining this. If I took out Cloudflare, I'll say that. If I took out the Cloudflare D, there's no way for you to get to my cluster. So there's another step here. Inside of Cloudflare, that's my DNS provider that I use. Inside of Cloud, and that's who provides this service. Inside of Cloudflare, I said anything, or actually I did this. I said intro.deshawn.io. I said that goes to Cloudflare D. So when you ask for intro.deshawn.io, I've got that set up at my DNS provider. And my DNS provider, it says, hey, look for a tunnel called Deshawn-io. If there's no tunnel called Deshawn-io, it doesn't know where to send that traffic. But when we stood up my cluster and we added Cloudflare D with that Deshawn-io tunnel, we gave it the configuration to say, hey, when you stand up, call up to Cloudflare and create that tunnel. And it's an encrypted tunnel. So all the traffic that's going over this is encrypted. And there's going to be some latency there. You're not going directly to my laptop, but that's okay. I'll take that latency for the flexibility of being anywhere, being connected to any phone. I could literally switch. I could switch from that phone. I could switch to this phone, and we'll be actually. The stream should probably be just fine, but I'm gonna plug this one in, and my network. I'm on a Mac and connect to my iPhone. Did it connect? But the idea is I should be able to connect to anything, be connected anywhere, and get that connection. Because I'm using Cloudflare D. I don't have to know the IP address that I'm connected to, etc. Hopefully that helps. But let's keep going, because one of the other questions you had was like, how am I deploying these services? How do I deploy? Let's take a look at that. So I'm not going to deploy the YouTube service to my laptop, but that gives me an idea of like the dev prod. I don't have a real good pipeline. I don't have like, let's go back to this. Dev stage. Prod. I don't have that in this current iteration. I don't have that. That seems like a pretty standard, typical way of doing things. Hey, Todd Libby. Always a pleasure, my friend. Great. Time to get some sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna stay up late and try to do one of these all-night streams, and we'll see where it goes. But thank you so much for stopping in. Again, everybody, Todd Libby, check him out. I've got this crazy stuff going on in my ears, but check him out. And Todd, yes, we'll see you soon. So let's go back here. Okay, so I think my confusion is the function of Knative serving. If it's acting as the gateway router, why is it sitting on top of Cloudflare? It's actually sitting kind of behind Cloudflare. It's doing the routing for the services inside of my cluster. Man, I'm getting what's like a microphone rub, is what it sounds like. And, am I logged in on multiple things here? Uh, which annoying. I don't know what's going on. I might have to restart this, which would hurt my feelings. But let's move on. All right. So good, good, good. So this is good. So that clarification of there is ma- two massive raccoons that just walked in front of this window. I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna unplug this mic. How about now? Is that better? It happens, right? It happens. Thanks for letting me know. Hopefully that's better. I'll wait for a response. Hopefully that's better. I tried to unplug and plug in. All right. I'm having audio issues. New stream, new location. We're figuring it out. What I was trying to say was like, hey, hopefully this is making a little bit more sense. And because I'm planning on streaming for 9 more hours, let's make sure that any confusion that you have along the way, let's ask the question and we'll stop. I've got no rush. I've got no deadline or timelines. But thanks. Awesome. So yes, glad we're good. We're working together now. So we're gonna go on. I'm gonna switch modes from Deshaun.io. That was kind of our demo. This is how I do development on my laptop. I should also, this is something that I might be able to do later. I want to do the build pack development. I like to do build packs. Oh, buddy. Well, you inspired me. Duct Tape DevOps is here. Again, I'm streaming remote. Right now I'm downtown Kansas City, and I'm keeping an eye on a property. So I'm doing what's called the fire watch. So every hour, which I should do here in a little bit, every hour I'm going to go and do a loop around the property and make sure that there's no fires. And that's my job. So all night I'm going to do that. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to stream. So when I was asked to do it, I was like, yeah, that's a good opportunity for me to do a nice long 10-ish hour stream. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to stream until 8 a.m. Central Time. It's 11 a.m. Central now. I've been streaming for just a little bit over an hour. I actually slept through the game. I had a sleepover last night. I had 14 fifth grade boys at my house, and they did not listen, and they were up until like 3:30, and we go to church in the morning. The parents came, started picking kids up at 7:30, so I didn't get a lot of sleep. And then after church, we had family over for the football game. I had enough energy in me to cook and eat, and then I lay down. So I lay down, come over and do this, and yeah, hopefully we'll make it. So I'm gonna do a long stream. It is late. This is definitely not my normal, but what's cool is a lot of my community shows up and jumps in. So I might need to think about streaming at different times of the day, because I'm not missing out on folks, and maybe I can stream to some new folks. But it's Sunday night. It's crazy that I've had so many people stop in and say hi. So here, I'm glad you're here. I didn't watch the football. I slept through. I'm glad that Kansas City won. Pick up some different time zones and some different questions. Yeah. So I'm talking about Kubernetes. We deleted a cluster. What was the thing I wanted to do? I made the base builder so that I could deploy a Docker container to my Kubernetes cluster. But just like I do this with Cloudflare V, in my IDE, I want to be working on something, and what I would like to do is let's do it like this. I would like to have what I'm working on automatically sent to my cluster. So I can have access to all the other things that are in the cluster. Oh, hey, thank you for the heads up on the BRB banner. But actually, that's a good reminder. I'm going to go do my hot lap here, and I will come right back. So let's take a break there. Let's go do our hot lap. And I'm controlling my screens. I got my little phone here. So I'm gonna go do a lap, make sure there's no fires, and I'll be back. So yeah, please hold. I hope to see you back. I'll do that. Take an aspirin. And I will be right back. This. And then. Boom. All right, so thank you. Thank you for reminding me about, oh, hey, yeah, like, and James, you know how to get a hold of me. Like, if we need to book time and work through stuff, let me know. But otherwise, yeah, watch the show. I'd appreciate that. And thanks for stopping in. I do appreciate you. Thank you for telling me about that. I'm going to go and do that. Remind me, where was it? How to turn it off. Boop. All right, that's done. And let's keep going. So we're here. What happened to my music? Audio problems. Let me get my music going. And the music's just for me. So hopefully, you're not hearing the music, but audio is the hardest thing for me. Andy Talks. Dude, you're awesome. I'm going to do I'm doing a long stream. I'm doing a 10-ish hour stream today. And I don't have an agenda. I'm just, plugging along. What I've done so far is, let me switch my layout here. I'm remote. I am doing Firewatch for a property in downtown Kansas City. So every hour I got to go and walk around the property, make sure there's nothing on fire, because it's freezing and one of their sprinklers, the fire sprinkler system, is broke, which happens. So on some of the buildings, that's broke, broke, and when that happens, you've got to have somebody on site that walks around and checks the property every hour. That's the law. So that's what I'm doing. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to stream. So I got here at 8, and I'll leave at 8 in the morning, and I'm going to stream for most of that time. So that's what I'm doing. But I look at it this way. It's not bad work. I'm getting paid to do it. And I'm streaming. So yeah. So I got that going for me. Well, yeah, and yeah, let's go. So this is what I'm doing. So we're gonna stream and we're gonna plug along. What I've done so far is I deleted a cluster. I stood up a cluster. Yeah, like when it was brought to me, Kansas City gets winters, but not everybody's like as prepared. And sometimes when the weather like gets crazy, stuff happens. So it's just like, we're in a situation where there's a lot of places in the area, in the metro, that need this, and there's not a lot of people that are willing to, stay up through the night. So, but when it was presented to me, that's the first thing I thought is like, oh, I do a 15-minute walk, and then I can come back and stream. Like, that doesn't sound so bad. Again, I'm trying to practice. I'm trying to get better at this whole streaming thing. So it seemed like a good opportunity, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Work this week is going to be tough because Andy Tux knows. Andy Tux joined when I had the sleepover last night. We did a little 2-minute stream to show him what I do, and Andy Tux was there, and that was wonderful. The kids were amazed that you showed up. I was like, I'm not a guy that has 100,000 followers. So that you just showed up and that they were able to say hi and you said hi. That was fun for them for sure. So thank you for that. I appreciate you. All right, let's go. Beginning of the stream, we deleted our cluster. We stood it back up. I used Flux CD. So I kind of just like walked through here. I walked through moving a tenant from one cluster over to the other. I moved this Deshaun IO tenant. We validated that it's working and it's accessing, but one of the other things I was working on, or what I planned on working on, was I stood up this YouTube service. Now, do I have all the credentials? I don't know if this is going to work, but let's see. I don't like what I've done. Let me see if I can figure this out, because this terminal is not cool to me. Terminal, audio bell, closed session, mouse reporting, paste, override, shell integration, highlight, run. I don't understand what's going on with my terminal here. All right, yeah. Something about my terminal is acting different. But hey, what is this? What is this office hours that you're gonna do? First of all, I love office hours. You're gonna do the office hours on your stream? Tell me more. And then if I was set up better, I'd give you the shout out. Tell me more about your office hours if you have a sec. I love the office hours concept. Let's take a peek at that. Let me show. This is the idea is like, and I do this. I do office hours. YouTube. I do office hours with Dan Vega, Spring Source Dev, and we do office hours. We'll do it on. We're going to do office hours on Monday at noon Central. So I'm going to have time to get a little nap before that. Common Spring developer mistakes. You want to know what one of those is? Doing a 10-hour stream and then trying to do some Spring dev on no sleep. That's a common Spring developer mistake, is trying to do development without sleep. But we do this show, and the idea is like, hey, Dan and I know some stuff. Like, we know roadmap, and we can tell stories about what's going on. But then we bring it to our community, on that weekly show. And then ideally, the people that have time to go to our show, they're passing the word along. They're sharing the cool demos and the roadmaps and the tips. They're sharing that with their people. And then hopefully we can get some of those stories and feedback back. Yeah. Like, I love it. Give bits, ask questions. If you like the answers, donate a beer. Yeah. That's awesome. I'll hop on and try to help. Yeah, like it's cool. Right? It's kind of like, it's like a duct tape DevOps stream. Duct tape just does the 24/7 stuff. But yeah. But when you put the office hours label on it, I think that it encourages question asking. So like if I was my default for office hours, like the office hours agenda, like this, and this is a default for whatever kind of office hours you're doing. One of the things I like to do is I want to tell the story, tell relevant stories. Like what are the things that I should be aware of? And then just like recap and make sure, and then if anybody has questions on that, like what are the cool things? What are the cool new cheat codes? What are the things to avoid? Then I do the roadmap, like calendar.spring.io. Like what's coming? What should I be aware of? What's coming down the pipe? We can look backwards too, but like what's coming down the pipe for whatever we're dealing with. And then I'm always ready for a demo. Usually I'll have a demo like in my head planned, but I also like to have canned demos. I also like to have like a set, and my canned demo. I always like to have a set of demos that we can always jump into. We can always show their demos that are going to provide value. They might start another conversation fun, Deshaun, open, rewrite, upgrade, right? Spring 3.2 is the latest and greatest. I've got this demo set up so that I can just jump into it whenever, whether I'm on stream or not. Again, this is just my mindset, and I have this one. It's set on autopilot, so I don't no hands. I can do this upgrade. I know how long it takes. I know where the conversation can go, and I can just do it. So I don't need to go through this right now. We can do it later. But that idea of having those canned demos is part of, I guess, my practice for open or for office hours, is just have some demos ready. And it doesn't have to, you don't have to make new demos. Have the demos that you want to practice, have the demos that are valuable to you, the demos that you want to go deep on. I'm going to jump back to here. Right, this whole thing is about that. The things that you have deep expertise on, have those demos, right? Have those demos. Have the things that you want to do. You know, hey, Duct Tape DevOps, when we're trying to build a community, these are my tips, right? Like, when I come into your stream, I'm not thinking about production. Right? Anytime when I'm hanging out with you, I'm not thinking about production. But like, in order to have a community, in order to give value back to the community, I think that for an office hour setting, those news stories are important. Again, just my opinion, that's an important part, and you got to get it back. You got to get those stories back from your audience. Like, what did they do with it? And I'm always looking for the people that roll high on charisma. Those are the people that are going to do the sharing, right? Those are the people that are going to get the feedback and bring it back. So that's what I do. This is a fun little slide deck that I do a lot. But yeah, and we want to get them engaged with each other. So Andy Tucks, meet Duct Tape DevOps. You guys are both brilliant, smart people. You both rolled high in charisma. So let's go back and look. Yep, we want questions, right? And it's hard to like encourage questions on a stream, especially when it's a big public thing like this. Like, if you work at, E Corp, Evil Corp, if you work, you probably don't want to bring your questions. Here's the thing that I dealt with. I didn't want to bring my specific tiny little question that I was embarrassed. I was afraid to ask a question for fear somebody might see me asking that question, and they might say that you should know the answer to that. I know the answer to that, and I'm just a junior developer. You should know the answer to that. So that is not imposter syndrome. It's just like it was just an embarrassment. I didn't want to expose myself. I'm confident in my skills, but I also didn't want to like air dirty laundry. So like, a public office hours is one thing, and you're gonna build community, you're gonna meet, but there's also a different type. So the private office hours is what I do, like here. Like, hey, you want to schedule time with me? Anybody can go and grab my calendar, and they can schedule like one-on-one time, so that you can ask the question and you can have a safe place and not worry about judgment or like, oh, you should know the answer to that. So there's like the public setting where somebody might ask a question that other people are going to benefit from. And then there's also hey, I don't want to air this out and have it recorded and have other people do stuff. So how do you encourage those questions? One of the ways, I think, is just by labeling it office hours. And it is always funny when people come in and say, hey, can I ask a question? Yes, you can ask questions. I like how some streamers put that in their like about. They put it in there like, hey, ask questions, backseating allowed or not allowed or whatever. I like how people do that. But yeah, your stream is definitely office hours. So Andy Tuck says, I'm starting a whole series on how to host your cat's blog on Cheap Hardware. I saw that. Planning to give it all away, including the domain, mycatsblog.net, at the end of it. That's awesome. So you know that I do all of this stuff is all about Raspberry Pis. That's what the kids are doing. Do I have any pictures? My infrastructure, my clusters are Raspberry Pis at home. Raspberry Pis, lay potatoes. I got Pi 5s. I got cluster hats. I got Pi 4s. I got Pi 3s, and I got Pi 02s. And that's where things are hosted. So this setup right here that I went through of running Kubernetes on with Knative serving, I'm using Cloudflare D to do the ingress, so I can host it on my laptop or wherever I'm at. And right now we're connected over my phone. So yeah, that I love it. I love where you're going. Duct Tape DevOps says, I think I've been building that, but having them accessible and ready for new visitors is something I'll work towards. The demos, yeah, like I'll go back to this. Actually, I'm gonna draw a different picture. Like, and I talk about this a lot in software. This is the picture that I draw. Like, there's a comfort zone. This is in the middle. Comfort zone. You should know what your comfort zone is. Like, you should have the things that you're excited about doing. And that matches here. Like, what do you want to go deep in? And I think I even say it like find your stuff that you want to level up. Practice your demos. Because there's knowing, there's understanding, and then there's being able to teach. And that's what the demo part is. So I like to know where my strengths are. I like to have my demos that I can go deep on that I've done a bunch of times. But this isn't where growth happens. It's like when you get outside of your comfort zone. The best growth happens right on that line. But there's like just like everything, there's like you got to be careful. This is where burnout happens. Right? Like if you go too far, yeah, burnout. So know where that is. Know where the growth is happening. And the metaphor that's in my head is I like to have one foot firmly planted here. And what we're doing and what everybody's doing, right? Like, you have to have the broad extreme, or I believe that this is a good approach. I want to have one foot firmly planted on the things that I go deep on, but then I want to reach out. I want to tap my toe into some of these other things like AI, like LLMs. So by practicing my demos, by practicing those things, I can stay firm and keep those skills. But then I can also have that personal growth, which I think is important for a career. Again, just my perspective, but I think that personal growth is important. It makes me feel secure in my job or in my career journey. Not necessarily in this job. I don't feel safe in this job. But yeah, you guys should follow each other. You're both, of my favorites. Sharing and learning, and this is the kind of circle that we do. So yeah, Anytux, ditto, share, do the things. Anytux said, I worked through most of my imposter syndrome over the past few months. I know where I'm at and where I can help. Just waiting for the right opportunity to be more useful. Absolutely. It's a weird thing. So thank you for sharing that. One of the things that I haven't been able to share, like we've had conversations, but I haven't, like with this acquisition, VMware got acquired by Broadcom, and some of my team got let go. And yeah, there's just other stuff that's happened. I don't feel like comfortable, but there's no other job I'd rather be in right now. So I'm just going to write it out. I really enjoy what I do. I get the opportunity to do this. But I don't have any like sense of what Broadcom wants. I don't have any sense of, here's bottom line. Like, I don't understand why they let one of my teammates go that's been around for longer, or any of my teammates when they've all been around. I'm like the second least tenured. And I don't understand why they made their decisions. So that alone it makes me nervous. Now, it makes me nervous about this job, my current job that's bringing me a salary. I'm not nervous about my skills, right? I know where I'm at. I know where my expertise lies, and I practice. But that idea of like finding a spot where I can feel like I do, like where I can connect with the community and I can see light bulb moments and I can build communities inside of companies and around these technologies that I love to use every day. I don't know what that opportunity looks like anywhere besides Broadcom. So I'm just gonna write it out and hope that I can figure out what they're looking for and what they want. But that is a constant thing. I feel like I'm starting over. So even though I still am, in my same job and I'm still getting paid and I still report to the same manager and still have most of the same team, I feel like I'm starting over. I feel like it's a new job and I've got to do everything I can to keep it. So hopefully, that's just a lot. Sticking with cheap Intel mini PCs off Amazon. So I had purchased some Atomic Pies, which is like a Kickstarter campaign. They didn't go very far, but I purchased them on Amazon. They're like $35, and I just started, like, they'd been in a box for 2 years, and I just started putting them together. So yeah, they're Intel. Hey, so the slide deck, this is, it's salesy. I used to be on the sales side, but it maps, a lot of things map to whether you're inside of a company, and the slide deck doesn't map, but the conversations and the talk track maps for me, like I can deliver it. But yeah, it's here. It's on my GitHub, github.com, Sean. Juiced Solution Architect. And I'd be happy to go through that anytime. But fun, I use Reveal.js, so I can bounce between my slides. It's a 2-dimensional slide deck. So I can tell a story, watch this, I can tell a story just by going across the top. I do my intro, I do my warmer, I do my reframe, like, hey, what is this? I do my rational drowning, again, salesy, this is from Challenger Sale. I do the emotional impact, this is my story. And then I do the new way. Like this is, and the new way, this is all about getting to a community. And then there's a solution. The solution is office hours. So I can tell a story just by doing the 100 level across the top, or I can go deeper. If I've got more time, I can go deep. And I can say, hey, there's a lot here. Like, what are the hard parts? And I can have these, I've done it so many times, I can have these different conversations, and I frame my talks in a similar pattern all the way. So this is an example of how I frame my talks. I do the warmer, I do my intro, I do the warmer, like, hey, like say something that's gonna resonate, get people like, yep, I agree. And then I do the reframe, like I wanna say something similar, but I'm just gonna say it in a way that people have not maybe heard of, or make them go like, oh, okay, I never thought of it that way. And then I do the rational drowning, like the facts, the things that people need to know, and that they know there's already pressure. Like, you gotta know all these things. Indisputable. Like, these are use cases that you need to know or you need to be aware of, etc. And there's more, blah, blah, blah. And then I connect it with me personally. where does my story connect with all that stuff that I just told you? Here's my story, how things worked for me. And then I say, here's the new way. Again, I've done it so many times that I actually, it's just in my head. So when I am thinking on my feet, or I'm having a conversation with somebody about something new and I don't have a slide deck to reference, in my head, I'm thinking about this. How do I want to tell this story? Because I've done it so many times. So it's a different paradigm for telling a story, right? You have your different approaches for a speech, like the what now and why or whatever. You have the before, current, and future. You have those different ways of framing a presentation, like what's the problem, what's the solution, tell them what you told them, or tell them what you're gonna tell them, and then tell them what you told them. You have these different patterns for setting up a presentation. No matter whether I'm selling something or not, I'm always presenting it in this challenger sale approach. The warmer, the reframe, the rational grounding, the emotional impact, the new way, and then the solution. And then here it is. This is what we're trying to do. That's the way I do my presentations. So yeah, feel free to fork it. Feel free, and I'd love for feedback. This deck, I was for a while I thought I was going to write a book about technical sales stuff, and this is just, it's a talk track that goes along with all the things I've learned along the way from selling, and then of course it translates into what I do now on the marketing side. So I teach. That's my gift. Andy Tuck says, I teach, that's my gift. I want to make sure folks walk away learning something new, right? We talk about a 10x developer. Nobody's developing things 10 times faster. A 10x developer is somebody that teaches and levels up the rest of your team. A 10x developer is one of these people that rolled high in charisma and then is leveling people up and getting feedback and taking it back upstream. That's in my head. When I say 10x developer, I'm speaking about somebody like you, right? That can teach and that goes deep and that understands and knows how to bring the stories and communicate. That's what makes a 10x developer. Because you are providing that much value to the company. It's not about, I can code things 10 times faster. No. It's about that's what value you're providing. So yeah, buddy, let's go. So Duct Tape DevOps says, that's actually a great way to explain where I've gone this year, from DevOps into AI to get breadth. Yeah, now I'm getting back to DevOps. Keep that firm foot planted, right? Right. Yes. I remember that whole thing. Yep. And I'm glad that I got to even be a part of the conversation, and now that, in case you haven't heard, Cloud Foundry is a thing, and it's hot, and people want it because they've decided that all of that value that we said that Cloud Foundry had, back in 2020, it still has it, and there's still companies doing amazing things and deploying 40,000 apps, and a foundation is being ran by 2 or 3 people and they're supporting 1,100 developers. That's still a thing, right? We haven't been bragging about it, so people are like, that's gone. No. It never went away. And now the market for Cloud Foundry admin stuff, So stay tuned. In case you hadn't heard, Cloud Foundry is a thing, and it's getting popular again. It's not getting popular again. It never left. But now you're going to start hearing more about it because there's been demand from Cloud Foundry ecosystem, and it's awesome. So stay tuned for more on that. Andy Tux said, Duct Tape DevOps, I spent 3 hours Thursday night helping someone with a LLM problem that they were dealing with. Holler, that's awesome. Got free drinks next time I go to that guy's bar. Absolutely. That's people helping people, building the network, right? It's not always about, hey, did I get paid? You get paid. There's favors in the favor bank is what I get a lot of these one-liner quotes from my father-in-law. You got a favor in the favor bank. Andy Tux, I'm severely underemployed right now. Yeah, working on that, filling most of that gap with streaming. Yeah, absolutely. Like, do it. Don't let the role that you're in determine the path that you're on. Same. I mainly stream working on my startup products between consultancy. Yeah. Dr. Develop says, that's got a lot of what I tried to explain before spelled out. So I'd love to throw my spin on a version of it. I think I put, actually, let me just do it. What I normally like to do is this. See, fun, Sean, like, I don't have a, like back to this picture. Like, I don't have like, oh, you can't do my talk. You can't, take that. I don't have that. So what I like to do is, does I have it here? GitHub clone, repo, Sean, Juiced, solution, architect. Oh, this repo clone. What I normally like to do is this. Is there a settings? I normally add like the license. I'm gonna do that right now because I don't want you to feel any hesitation. Did I do it on my, come on, sorry. Another fun talk is my children will never deploy active passive. Another talk, another repo that's out there that's in the same, it's a talk that I give all the time. But I'm pretty sure this one has the MIT license. There we go. CP license to Juiced Solution Architect. Get status, this cat license. Yeah, copyright, MIT license. Yep, but you can use it. That's the open one. So get status, get add, get commit, add MIT license, push. So those talk repos, that has a GitHub action assigned to it, and then that GitHub action will automatically deploy the slides as I make them. It'll deploy the slides to my GitHub Pages domain, which is deshaun.com. So now the repo has, go use it. I want you to use it. I want you to share it. That's where I get value. I love the feeling of somebody else saying words or being influenced by me up on stage. I love that feeling way more than being up on stage. Way more than presenting this. I would love to see you present something like this with your spin on it. Oh, that would bring me a lot of joy. If you watch Twitch as much as we do, you might believe that. You might believe that. I mean, I tried to go the NeoVim route because I like doing things from my phone. I've been doing things from my phone since the 90s. So I get it. I can't. So, Andy Tux, I'm still waiting for something to pop. Super not happy with how I was treated by folks in my last CF role. Felt I burned some bridges that needed to be burned, but not mad about it. Like, I want you to know, you've still got bridges. You still got bridges. I think GitHub Pages is tomorrow's project. Fantastic. That's a good one. Oh, I try to present all the time. I want people to get excited. Yeah, that's what Juice. Oh, so that's what Juice is. Wait, did I even put it in here? Wait, how do I not have the? Oh, it's on the my story. Juice. Here it is. Juice. Join us in creating excitement. Join us. That's what juice is. That's where that came from. And office hours is definitely my favorite time of the week. Duct Tape DevOps says, if you're not streaming on LinkedIn yet, it's been a great way to find old peers looking to hire. I will agree with that. I will say there's kind of like this. I didn't choose to stream this to LinkedIn, but like during the business day, I have a little bit more structure, a little bit more plan because I do stream to LinkedIn. But I have been told multiple times that streaming to LinkedIn is a good idea from the kind of people that all three of us in this conversation want to be streaming to. So yeah, take a look. I use StreamYard. I love how you guys have your stream is a lot more engaging and you got a lot of cool stuff plugged in. I want to get there, but I have a hard time using a bunch of other tools. I want to build all those tools. I don't want to use Stream Elements. I don't want to use Streamer.bot. I want to build all those things because that's where I am in the stack. Hey, Han. Spock, again, you are, I know when I think of you, I think of Spock, right? You've had Spock testing questions before, right? Do you have a question? I don't have like, Spock is not in my back pocket, but let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So Spock is a testing framework. Spock testing framework. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is, yeah, no. Wait. Spock. No, let's take a look. Spock framework. Enterprise ready specification framework. Han says, is it worth integrating? I saw someone using it and they say it's good. I've definitely used it in the past. I've used it on projects. I've taken it, to production. I'm probably not using it as deep as whoever you saw. I just want validation. I want confidence when I'm going to production. And there's a lot of ways to get that. So by default, my current default is I'm using Rest Assured, and I'll tell you why. And this is a good transition. Angie says, I dig Streamer.bot because it lets me do my stuff easily without having to worry about the APIs. Yet, I'll replace it eventually. Yep, want to make it pretty first. I get it. Dr. DevOps says, in my opinion, especially coming from your side, worry more about getting comfortable and getting the right people than an ideal setup to build a good foundation. Yep. The rest will come with time. My stream changes iteratively. Absolutely. So thank you for that. That was good feedback. I want to address this, is this a good approach? I'm going to show you my default and you tell me what you think here. So let's switch gears and let's talk about testing. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go, I think I have it here in the project that I was looking at. Let's try. I don't have any tests in this project. So do as I say, not as I do. Duct Tape DevOps says, AnyTuck Streamer.bot is a great stopgap. Yeah. I'm not putting in the stopgaps. I'm just like, oh, I don't have that yet. It's on my list. It's on my to-dos. So here, I didn't do any of the tests if there are any. I didn't build these tests. So let's go to a project that I can talk about and show my example. It's fun. We're in this project called Java Grunt is what we're going to dig into. And I have another repository, GitHub repo clone com.javagrunt.service.youtube. I think this one has it. Oops, I forgot. Java grunt-com. Different org. So let's go into there. Com service YouTube. Dir and allow. When I go into this repository, so that's, why do I have to do it again? So it said it couldn't find the things, which isn't good. But that's okay. Let me show you what that did. Cat dot. Actually, let me change my layout. Make sure there's no secrets in that file. I mean, it was in my my public GitHub. So yeah. So in my public GitHub, I have an envrc file that says, hey, when you come into this project, go out and grab these username and passwords so that ideally, I'm not trying to put credentials and secrets. I don't want them on my disk. So this way there's no secrets on my disk. And I have to type in my long key in order to get access to those. So the other thing is, if like AnyTalks or Duct Tape DevOps and I are working on the same project, as long as in their account, in their Bitwarden or their whatever they do, as long as we use the same names, we can use the same envrc file. So that we just agree to say, hey, let's just use Bitwarden to keep our secrets. They don't have to be the shared secrets, but we can put the secrets at the same name inside of that repository. And then we can share this envrc file. So we know these are the secrets I need in order to run this project. So let me do one thing, bw sync, to hopefully, and then I'm gonna do this dir and allow again, and hopefully it'll find those secrets. And this is a machine, it didn't find it, I don't know why. Okay, well, no worries. The main thing I wanted to show is if I do mvnw test, there are definitely tests in this project. It's gonna go and grab all its stuff again. I don't use this machine, or haven't used this machine in a while. So I'm getting reused to it. I don't want to have my one laptop. If I'm doing GitOps right and I'm doing things right, I should be able to float across machines, and I should have all of my configs and stuff accessible. I don't want to need anything more than my secret and my GitOps. I want to have everything that I need in order to stand up a new computer. I want to have everything I need in a GitHub repository somewhere. All my secrets are in a secret store or multiple secret stores somewhere, and that's all I should need. So if I go to a new computer, which I've done recently, I go to a new computer, it should be, hey, give me my computer, give me my stuff, give me my brew stuff, and here's access to all my credentials so I can use all the stuff that I've installed. So here, we ran 4 tests, and they all passed. The reason I use Rest Assured is for this. Let's see what I missed. Oh, here we go. Self-inflicted pain points drive dev streams. Yes, Duct Tape DevOps, this is real. AnyTalks says, indeed, moved almost everything I run off of Stream Elements lately. And maybe I got that from you. I don't want to use Stream Elements. Streamer.bot is next, once I start writing proper APIs to things. So again, the whole doing the hosting and all that kind of stuff, I kind of have the same idea for my stream. What would be nice, just like you can host your cat's blog on a Raspberry Pi. Everything I need to stream, I should be able to have on on a low infrastructure. I shouldn't have to pay for 10 services or have a bunch of things. I just want it running, and I should be able to run it locally. So I want these lightweight services, ducted DevOps, like the LLMs. I don't want to use cloud services to do any of the LLM stuff. So my approach is going to be, I want everything to be able to run on a Raspberry Pi. So yeah, just get rid of all the other stuff, and let's see if, that's my goal. But I'm going to iterate on it, right? Increment. Wrote this on Thursday. So I don't think, hold on. Oh, yes, I saw that. Controlling your LEDs from the stream. Like I used to have all that. It wasn't as good as yours. And now I've refinished. So I used to have, I don't know if you remember, my office was unfinished, and I had like, it was unfinished, bottom line. But I had like random LEDs strung up, and now I finished it. So now I don't have places to put the LEDs as much as I did before. But yeah, all of that kind of stuff is cool. I love that. That's one of the things I like about Security Live stream, security_live. One of his channel points things is a light show. He's got all the different lights, so I can hit the button, I can give my points. And during the middle of the stream, you have a light show, like when we celebrate or when something cool happens. I want that. So yeah, I have a .env set up specifically for that. Yes, .env, durenv, similar approaches. DevOps says, I'm afraid my bot is going to end up AD Nginx. Currently it's Python, but extremely thin, so don't really need Python. Oh, right on. Hey, I'm gonna show you the way, and I feel like I'm catching up to you, so that I can get into more of the LLM bot creation stuff. I'm just trying to get this YouTube thing fixed, and I'm going to show you the testing thing in just a sec. Nginx is super lightweight. I'm not afraid of it. You shouldn't be. It handles far more than my Cat's Block will ever take. Absolutely. So I don't have Nginx. I'm using Cloudflare-D. I'm using a single instance of Cloudflare-D, but you can think of it just like the reverse proxy anyways. I had to struggle through a few Nginx migrations. May be more fun. Greenfield, yeah. Absolutely. All right, so we're here. So now, in here, I showed that my tests ran. Let me show you my tests, and this is why I like Rest Assured. I like this little pattern. So I have a class called my abstract app tests, where it says, hey, I use test containers to set it up, so I don't have to install anything. You should be able to get clone run. We want that get clone run life. And this is to quote Josh Long. Get clone run life. Right, like you should be able to go and clone this repository. So this is for on. Right. I'm scrolling back, trying to look. Yes, Han. You should be able to go here and github.com, javagrunt.com, and go to that YouTube service. So these are all services that I've built on stream. The YouTube service. You should be able to go and clone this, and then there should be a quick start, and you should be able to do this. So just get clone, and it'll stand up the Postgres. What else is it doing? Postgres and Redis, I believe. Oh, it's Zipkin. No, just Postgres. Why didn't it do Zipkin? Oh, here it is. Yeah, Postgres and Zipkin. So it'll install those things for you if you've got Docker, because that's test containers are using Docker, and you should be able to go. Now the cool thing is, that's one cool thing. The other cool thing is, I build native images, which I don't talk that much about. Java does bytecode. Java's been around for a long time. Java runs on top of the JVM. Java, bytecode, Java. Hello. Java virtual machine, JVM. This is, from day one, this is the way that Java was done. The idea was that you can compile your Java code to bytecode, and then that bytecode can run on any Java virtual machine. So you didn't have to worry about Big Endian, Little Endian, which architecture are you doing. You wrote Java, and it could run wherever there was a JVM. And that was amazing, right? I was promised that Java would be running on my toaster and on my fridge. And that JVM would translate the bytecode into your operating system. I draw this picture the same way all the time. With Hotspot, I believe it was Hotspot, Java 1.4, Java 4. It said, hey, you're using this bit of code a lot. I see this bytecode gets called a lot. Let me optimize it all the way down to the operating system. So it didn't need to do the extra translation from the JVM. The JVM said, oh, I see this. Let me optimize this bit. When I call these bits, let me optimize it. And instead, let me just call this operating system native code to improve performance. Java's been doing this for a long time, since Java 1.4, which has been out for a long time. Now, the GraalVM team over at Oracle, they said, well, why not just do it all? Why not just optimize all of that code down to the operating system? And that gives us a native image. And that native image looks like this, right? It's just, yeah, it takes away the JVM. It just gives you, if I was on a Windows machine, you just get a .exe. From their bytecode, you get a .exe. You get a native executable. And that's what the native images are like. So I'm going to draw the container because that's where it really matters to me, right? Where I have my application, my bytecode. Let me do it like this. Oh, hello. Then for my images, this is the way that we've been doing Java for a long time. When we containerized it, you had to send a JVM with it on top of your base layer, your operating system. Let's say like a Alpine Slim. Like this, right? This is what you used to deploy. And then that bytecode, that jar file got deployed and it would be run on that JVM that would run on Alpine Slim. Well, this works. Actually, great time to transition. I'm gonna show these native images. I'm gonna show a demo and I'll show you why I do native images. And this is gonna take about 5 minutes and then I'll go. CD. Here's what I'm gonna take a pause right here. I'm gonna go do my hot lap. I'm gonna do my Firewatch. And I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna do a demo of why I do native images. And then when you know why I do native images, you'll understand why I like Rest Assured as my default test framework. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. And yeah, leaving you with a cliffhanger. Let me go to my banners and it'll just be a couple minutes while I go and make sure there are no fires. So yeah, talk amongst yourselves. Native images, like what's that all about? I'll be right back. Here, this. Cliffhangers over. Let's go. So let's talk. We were talking about native images. There's no fires. That's good. So I'm back. And let's do this here. Let's see what I miss. Oh, yep. All right. So I left us with a cliffhanger. This is a mean trick at 1 a.m. So I thought you were at Eastern time zone. I apologize for that. But every hour I got to do a little hot lap. So make me want to learn when I should be going to sleep. Go to sleep, right? I talked about that earlier, like common mistakes. Like we always have time to learn, but sometimes your brain can't absorb things the way it needs to. And the cool thing is this is going to be recorded. And if you've got questions, if you watch the recording, what I'll do at the end is I'm going to do the AI piece that goes and breaks into chapters so you can see what I talked about, and it'll be there. So if you want to go back and look, my question to you, both of you actually, is one of the things I'm going to do here. Let's go look at this. One of the things I'm going to do today is I'm going to do this Spring AI RAG example. I'm going to take my transcripts. I'm going to put my transcripts of all of these streams into my vector database so that you can just ask questions about the streams, about the shows, about the stuff. You can ask questions like, hey, when did I talk about this? Where did I talk about this? Have I talked about this? So yeah, we'll get to that. We'll come back. But Duct Tape DevOps, I'm thinking that I'm going to take my transcripts and put them into my file system, just the straight text transcripts. And then the only thing that'll be in the database, it won't be the full transcripts where you'll be able to quote and do all that. It'll be in my vector database. It'll just be the vectors of those so that I can ask questions. I can use it as my RAG. So yeah, Andy Tuck says, I'll be on at a bit more palatable hour tomorrow, and we can talk about whatever, man. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you both for being here. It's been great. You're helping the time go by. This is way past my bedtime. I'm probably going, Andy Tuck says, I'm probably going to need to crash out anyhow. I have to be up in 6 hours. So I give you guys full permission to crash out. I appreciate you both for being here. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad you guys are following each other now. When we meet each other in person at the same conference, we'll all get to sit together and tell stories, and it'll be even more fun than we're having tonight. So thank you for being here. Duct Tape DevOps says, I will swing by if I can. I typically run long streams, so I tend to miss people, but definitely will pop in next time I get a chance. Yeah, now that we're all there. And the VOD will exist. Yeah, so Han, I'm streaming on, right now, YouTube and Kick and Twitch. So yes, the VOD will exist. And like I said, I'm gonna take this transcript and I'm gonna put it into an AI engine so that if you've got questions, you come back, you should be able to ask questions of my VODs. Like, hey, like if I'm giving advice from saying like, hey, here's the right way to do, why would I use this test framework? I'm gonna say rest assured, rest assured, rest assured. I prefer rest assured because I can use the rest assured tests against my unit tests. I can use the exact same rest assured tests against my native image. And I'll show you that pattern in just a sec. So which repo did you want me to link? Was it the Juice SA one? Oh, yeah, use RAG to teach RAG, of course, yeah. This repo, this one, I assume is the one that you're talking about. This is the one that Craig Walls presented. Craig Walls is an amazing presenter. Like, I love his books. He works on the Spring team. I'm a fan of his work. He does a lot of cool stuff. Oh, also, he does a lot of cool stuff with like voice controlled stuff. So it kind of fits into the TTS stuff. He does a lot of like Amazon Echo development. He's got a lot of cool stuff around that. So again, he would definitely sit at the same table with us at lunch. And he's an incredible presenter. I learned like, I know Spring. I don't need to listen to his book in order to learn Spring. I'm not learning a lot, but the way that he presents it is a great reminder and it's a great level set. So his audiobook, Spring in Action, 6th edition, I believe. I literally listened to his audiobook just because I like listening to it. And it's not him that's doing the speaking on it, but the person that's reading it, I still hear Craig and his style. So yeah, like this is his repo. Let me put it into the chat. You'll see him hopefully soon on a Spring Office Hours episode. And there that is. So yeah, so that's what I'll be getting into. I got plenty more time here. So yeah, I can't see what you have the best emotes, and I can't see. I've got the one that I use, the wave. But yeah, use rag to do rag. Yeah. So Han, yeah. If you're going to stick around, like we'll get into some of that, but I'm going to show you a little bit more. Wonder if he was at Project Voice last year. Sounds like he fits that. Maybe. If you're not following him, follow his GitHub. He's awesome. Let me see what else we got here. I put the repo, and that's it. So let's go in. Why? Like, what's this native image stuff? I'm going to do this demo because I like to do demos. I like to have demos that I'm ready to prepare. So Han, this might resonate with you. Java comes out with a new version every 6 months. Spring Boot also comes out with a new version every 6 months, but not at the same time. We're going to clone a Spring Boot 2.6 application. Spring Boot 2.6 is end of life. Like, it's not going to get updates. I'm using Java 8. And I joke, we don't like to do Java 8. Oh, something else is running. Please hold, I gotta stop it. Oh boy, JPS, which is like list the Java processes that are running. Let's do this, kill-9 53032. JPS, is there anything else that might be running? What is this? Am I running anything locally? Folks, the YouTube web is not running. So I think this is just my IDEs. And this is not running. Okay, so let's try that again. Let's try our demo again. This demo is also publicly available. GitHub.com, Sean. Open and rewrite Spring Boot upgrade. So you can go and do this. Oh, there's pull requests. Oh my goodness, I gotta go and review these PRs. 3 days ago, last week. Oh boy, I gotta go. There's a certain joy that I get when somebody merges my PR. There's a different kind of joy when somebody creates a PR for something that you've done and put out into the public. Oh, so we're gonna come back to this. But this is the repo that we're doing. This is the demo that we're doing right now. I should have some more details here, but this is the demo that we're doing now. And it's got a little setup script. It's made so that anybody can use it. So we're gonna start with Java 8. And I got my little talk track, jokes, don't use Java 8. We're gonna clone this Spring Boot 2.6 application because you can't build a new one from the initializer. So I had this clone that you can use. And we're just going to start it up. So we're doing the stream, we're doing all this stuff. It starts up, and then it validates. It's up and running. That's all the app does. It's just like show it's up. But look at this. It took 370.3 megabytes to run. So you can only fit one of those on a 512 megabyte Raspberry Pi. And that's not okay. We're talking about doing things in small spaces and taking things to production. I'm going to upgrade to Spring Boot 3.2. I'm running this Maven open rewrite recipe. So the Maven open rewrite plugin using this upgrade Spring Boot 3.2 recipe. That's another to do. This recipe knows how to upgrade it from Spring Boot 2.6, which is end of life, to 2.7, from 2.7 to 3.0, from 3.0 to 3.1, from 3.1 to 3.2, and it's going to upgrade it to the latest version of Spring Boot 3.2.2. So now it's done. You can see it did all the upgrades. And now because it's on Spring Boot 3, I can switch to Java 21, the latest version of Java. And now it's going to run faster. So let's start it up. I believe it'll run faster. It's a demo. Of course it's going to work, right? So now it's 3.2.2. It's up and running. fantastic. For some reason, it's clicking through, but now it's only 216 megs. So I can run 2 of these on a 512 megabyte Raspberry Pi. That's better. I mean, small things, small infrastructure. But now I'm going to do this native image because we're on Spring Boot 3 and because we're using Java 21, which required, I can do this native image processing, the AOT processing. So back to my pictures. Ahead of time processing. So instead of doing this, which was, it was 300 megs and then it was 217, I'm going to go do all of it and generate a native image. So instead of this application and the JVM here, what I'm going to have is, I'm just going to have my native image, statically linked native image, AOT. Right? This is a new cool feature that we got with Spring Boot 3. We had it before Spring Boot 3. We had it with the Spring-Native. And that's, we got a lot of learnings from that. But now we have this as a part of the Spring framework, as a part of Spring Boot. We can generate these native images, and when I deliver it to production, I don't have to deliver JVM. When I deliver it to production, all I need is my OS. Let's put this over here. Why not? Oh, yep, allow it. So my native image started up, and that was my firewall. So I did the AOT processing. I started up the native image, and it still runs. But now it's only 82.5 megabytes. This is why I do native images. Because at 82.5, I can do 5 or 6 of these applications. So look at that difference. Startup time originally with Java 8, it took 370 megs. Then upgrading to Spring Boot 3.2 and Java 21, 1.16. So it started up faster. In the cloud, you're paying per millisecond. I'm not paying per millisecond on my Raspberry Pis, but I can fit 2 of these applications on a single 512 megabyte Raspberry Pi. That was a 42% memory savings just then. But then taking the extra time that I took, right, there was a calculation. It took about a minute. Taking that extra time to do the ahead of time processing using GraalVM, I can have that same application, the exact same application, healthy, running in 82.5 megabytes. So the container image that I'm taking to that Kubernetes cluster that's going to live in, maybe a single node Raspberry Pi, it's only 82.5 megabytes. I didn't have to deliver the JVM. So the image that I deliver is also smaller, and it performs better in a lot of cases. It's definitely starting up faster, but it's going to perform better for a lot of workloads as well. So this is why I do native images. And now let's go back. Because I do native images, I like rest assured, because look at my tests. I want to say, hey, run this test, should return iterable list YouTube videos. Like, go hit this endpoint, validate it, do the thing. These are my abstract app tests. When I'm doing it locally, extend the abstract app tests, generate, grab a random port, but use that port as part of my abstract so I know which port to call, and run the tests. And I showed that, I demoed that. Let's just review. Here, I did that, my 4 tests ran. Now watch this. I'm going to say /mvnw verify. Run my integration test. That I'm attaching to the verify phase to do my integration test. I don't want to do this every time. My verify phase, I'll take a look. So while that's running in the background, I'll show you what it's doing. My native image integration test is extending that same abstract app test. I want to run the exact same tests that I ran in my unit test. I want to run those exact same tests against my native image. So what do you mean? I mean, I'm going to go in here. I'm going to use test containers. I'm going to build that native image here, build a container, a native image container. I'm going to do the AOT processing, and I'm going to output an OCI image. Not with the JVM, but the statically linked native image. So I'm going to do all the AOT processing, put it into an OCI container, and then I'm going to use that native image that I create. These are all the steps that I use to create it, and it's got all of my naming conventions included in there. Use that image down here, use that image, start it up, expose it, connect to all the same Postgres, the same test containers, start it up before all, and then run the exact same tests. So that I have all the confidence in the world that when I go to production with a statically linked native image, the OCI image that I'm taking to production, I have all the confidence in the world that the tests are passing and my code is going to be good. That's why I like Rest Assured. So let's go back. That was my spiel. This native image test, that's going to take a minute. Let's look at that chat. So, yes, I got PRs. Go to bed. I also get unreasonably excited about big PRs. So what happens to JDK and JRE? Oh, good question. What happens is when we use the Graal VM to do the AOT processing, this is what they said. Why not all the bytecode? When we do the AOT processing, it takes all of the bytecode that it analyzes all the branches that it has, and it only grabs the code that you're actually using in production. So if I added 100 dependencies to my POM file, if I do it this way, all of those POM file, all those dependencies are gonna get put into that exploded jar and they're gonna run on the JVM. They might not get used or pulled in, but they're gonna be there. They're gonna be part of that container. When I do the AOT processing, it takes only the code that it's using. If you're not using a branch of code, it just throws it away. It doesn't need it. And then it optimizes it. So it's not just like the code they're using, it optimizes it, but it does the same thing for everything in all of your dependencies too. If you're not using this part of that dependency, it throws it away. So you get the statically linked native optimized binary, but it also grabs just the bits that it needs from the JVM. Now there's a trade-off here. You don't get all the dynamic features of the JVM. I can't do dynamic class loading and all that kind of stuff. It's a closed garden, it's a closed wall. So what you do at ahead of time processing is what you're gonna get out of here. You don't get the dynamic features of the JVM, so it's one of those trade-offs. But for you and I that are doing development on my Raspberry Pi, or I'm taking it to production on my Raspberry Pi, that's okay. Or if we're on the same development team, you can have this tiny little native image running on your laptop. You can't change a bunch of stuff and do the dynamic class loading or change your data sources and anything like that. I compiled it against Postgres. That's the only thing I'm gonna be able to use this against is Postgres. I also compiled it on Darwin and ARM64. So this static image that I just built in this test, I can only use on Mac on ARM64, going with Apple Silicon. So there's some trade-offs here. But it also just grabs the bits, even from like Tomcat. It grabs the parts that it needs from the JVM, from Tomcat, and the stuff that you're using in your app, and it combines it into a single statically linked native image. If it was on Windows, it'd be a .exe file. And that .exe file is the only thing that you need. It has all the things that it needs from the JVM, the garbage collection, the virtual threads. It has all the things it needs from your app. It has all of the things that it needs from the connection driver that you're using. It only grabs the stuff that it needs and then it puts it into a nice little statically linked native image for you to use. So good question. Hopefully that makes sense. So let's go take a look. So now look, the exact same 4 tests ran against that statically linked native image, against the actual OCI image that I'm gonna take to my Kubernetes cluster. I have that confidence. That's why I like Rest Assured, because I can do this pattern with Rest Assured, and I can't do it with Mock, like the Mock MVC, Mockito is what I'm thinking. I can't do it with Mockito. I don't know if I can do it with Spock. I haven't tried. Maybe I should loop back. But this is why I default to Rest Assured. Testing is important. Do your testing. Test containers is important. Test containers gives us that git clone run lifestyle. It also allows me to do some of this cool integration testing. I tested the image using the test containers just like I did locally. So I didn't have to stand up a lot of infrastructure. I grabbed the test containers, I stood up the test containers, and I used the exact same configuration to test my application unit tests as I did for my integration tests. So did that make sense on what happened to the JDK JRE piece? I feel like the word branch is confusing there. Oh, on my code branches. Okay, let me. When we talk about a code branch, when I'm going into code, like, hey, this is a method. In here, inside of this while loop, that becomes a branch of code. It's going to do its thing on a branch, and then it's going to return back to the main line of code. So here we added a variable, we added something here. Down here on the if this is true, then I go into a new branch and I do this thing. And then I return back to the main. So that's where the branch is like, hey, if I never hit this, it throws it away. If this is never true and it never does that while loop, it just throws it away. It doesn't do it. It doesn't do that branch of code. It doesn't include that. Just like we've been doing for a long time. If it says like, hey, you're doing this a lot, it sees it. Oh, I see that you're doing this a lot. The JVM says, I see you're doing this a lot. Let me pull that bit down. By doing it ahead of time, the AOT processing says, the way that you're configured right now, again, at build time, the way that you're configured, I'm going to take that configuration and I'm going to optimize for that configuration. So, but thank you for that. I don't know how else. I've been saying that for so long, and I think the app developers understand the branch concept inside of the code, but I should clarify that I'm not talking about a branch, a GitHub branch. I'm talking about a branch of the application code. Thank you. Think you said it doesn't pull the unused branches of code, right? So it does. It will, if I wasn't using this, or if I had another, if I added a command, let's say I added, Spring AI, or anything, some other. If I added that to my POM, GraalVM knows that I'm not using that, right? I didn't pull in any of the class of that, so it's not going to put that into my statically linked binary. In this actuator, the only thing I've got set up is the health and the info, but there's tons of other actuators. Like, let's go over here. There's tons of other classes, and inside those classes, there's tons of if, this, else branches inside of each method, inside of each class. If I'm not using them, it throws it away. Thank you for asking that. I need to phrase that so that I don't confuse people. Hopefully I clarified it there. I know, hope you mean open container. Yes, that's what I mean when I say OCI. But when I hear OCI, I have Oracle Cloud. I do that too. But yes, OCI image, Open Container Initiative. Yes, that's what I was referring to. So that's what this did. It built a OCI image. Instead of saying Docker image, it's an OCI image, the new container image. And it built it, and it ran that container image, and it validated that container image. So a scope is a synchronous branch. Where did I say scope? Yeah, I took compilers, and yeah, you have this, like, you understand the concept of like a stack inside of the operating system. Hey, I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to pop this thing off. I'm going to pop this code out of memory. I'm going to analyze this thing, and then I'm going to put it back. But yeah, I need to clarify that. Let's come up with a better word. But what about the scope part? Did I say scope? Hopefully, let's see if I clarified. But you get it now. Okay, good. In school, we used scope for for and while loops to explain that things are out of scope. Oh yeah. Good scope. Yeah, I get that. That's also overloaded. Yeah, you have these patterns and these words that can mean different things, but that was a good question, and I need to clarify when I say that, or I need to at least ask, like, hey, does that make sense? And maybe when I talk about the AOT processing, maybe that'd be a good idea to like pivot, and while because that takes a long time, right? It took to do the build image. Where did it do it? It usually has like a time. It usually spits out like it took this long. But I guess it's hidden from us here. Oh, there you go, 3, yeah. Like when I'm doing the AOT processing, that's a good time where I could pivot and I could say, hey, it's looking at all the code. If there was like a property, hey, right here, like if this property is set, it's going to do this and it's only going to do this. That's the only bit that's going to go into the native image. Otherwise, yeah, it just throws this out. It doesn't need that if else. It's going to throw it away because at build time, this was the architecture that it was using. And if I can't take it to another platform, that's the change. I don't have the dynamic ability to change things. So this output, this native image, it's only going to be able to run on Darwin and x80 or ARM64. When I do it in the container though, the way I'm building that image, I'm using the Spring Boot build image. Let me show that right here. Spring Boot build image. I'm running the POM, so I'm building an image. Its base image is a Linux image. So it's still running on ARM64. So the OCI image that I get out of this process, it's ARM64, but the container is for Linux. So that container can run on anything ARM64. So I got rid of the operating system constraint by building it inside of Linux and into a container that allows me to run it, yeah, anywhere. And that's the way that I'm deploying. So those are my steps. That was a nice little spin. Han, did that make sense? Let's see, are we at, how does a branch compare to a thread? So single thread can do the whole like poke, pop, get stuff, pull stuff off the stack and put stuff onto the stack. So it can still be single threaded. This could still be single threaded, but just that concept of like, hey, I'm going into a different, if this thing happens, I'm gonna go call that other method or that other class. If this class is in the class path, I'm gonna go call that other class. If it's not, then it throws it away. I don't need to do those checks because at build time, this is the state of the world, so I don't need to do those things. That's the idea. So that you get it. But yeah, I need to clarify that, what that means. And and maybe it's a conversation because of the different audiences that I normally present to. But thank you for that. So Han says, yeah, like its analysis it analyzes only use code and output native image, but certain features like dynamic won't work. Perfect, yes. So I can't do the dynamic class loading. Yeah, I can't change properties, etc. But it's a trade-off. So in my head, in the way that I go to production, I like to take these native images to production because my production is Raspberry Pis. So I have smaller images that perform better, they're smaller, and I've just optimized the JVM for my platform. I've optimized my code, I've optimized my supply chain, knowing that I'm going to land on Raspberry Pis. I want to have native images. So I'm helping you out. Here's what dynamic means, yeah, like hot swapping. Yep. Like with the JVM, with a class running, like if I even started this class, let's show what that class does. Right, remember git clone run. All we have to do, nbnw spring dash boot test run. I'm using test containers. I've got Docker running, so it's going to stand up a Postgres, it's going to stand up Zipkin, and it's running. Fantastic. The JVM provides JMX. I can go in and I can make changes to the JVM. I can change memory settings. I can change a bunch of stuff now that this is running, right? I've got something running now on localhost 8080. I can see this up and running. I don't know if I have everything running. I should have info, right? Wait, why don't I have info? Oh, because, hold on. Because I didn't build the image. Yeah. I wish I could get the info when I'm running locally. Anyways, when I take things to production, I only have the health and the info, so that's the only things that it does. But a normal JVM, I can attach things, I can change logging, I can change permissions with the JVM. So yeah, dynamic, I can change the way that it's running, I can change its characteristics. That's what I mean by the dynamic features of the JVM. Good stuff, good questions. So that was that little tangent started as a question about Spock and is it good? I kind of look at that question similar. Kelsey Hightower kind of like, he framed it the way that I think about it. And he's great with words, right? Kelsey. If you don't know who that is, I highly recommend it. He's an amazing presenter. He's super smart. He was a distinguished former. He's now retired. Uh-oh. And I'm going to do that in quotes, retired. He doesn't need a job. But one of the things he said is like, I'll paraphrase. Most languages can do most things you want to do. To switch languages. Use the language that you are most productive, comfortable with. Like, I don't remember exactly how he said it, so I put the paraphrase there. But that idea is like, there's not a this one's better than that or this and that. Like, most of the things you can do, if you're productive, you can go to production with it, then use that. So if you've already got a test framework that you like, that you're using, you're comfortable with, that you're already using in production, right? This idea, that we talked about earlier is like, what's on the menu? Like, how many things do you want to support? I try to document, like, as far as infrastructure goes, these are the things that I support. It would be neat, actually, there's a way, for like the language patterns, the test framework, that's something I'd put into Backstage, but I would document it. In my org, I would document that we support Spock, or we as a team, as an org, we support Rest Assured. This is our supported path forward. I would put that into a internal developer platform, and I will put that into a internal developer platform. But if you've got a test framework that you're using already, stick with it. That's my advice. Don't switch just because you saw some cool feature demo. And I know that's kind of like my job, is to like get people to switch because I'm showing them a cool feature demo. But yeah, don't switch. If you don't have one in place, then yeah, if you liked what you saw with Spock, use it. If you like what you saw with my demo, maybe take a look at Rest Assured. I've got a bunch of repositories, and we've been hanging out. Like, if you've got questions on Rest Assured, that's something that I can support. I can help you more. But if you've got a relationship with a person that you learned Spock from, then yeah, like, you got options. But to say like one's better than the other, sometimes there's use cases that are better. Like, I know why I choose Rest Assured. I know why I switched from Mockito to Rest Assured, and I just showed it to you. So up until about a year ago, when Spring Boot 3.0, I started doing Spring Boot 3.0. But yeah, maybe it was 2 years ago now. But yeah, up until then, I was using Mockito as my default. I switched because of this pattern, and now I use this pattern going forward. But I wouldn't go back to Mockito. There's nothing that I did in Mockito that I can't do today in Rest Assured, right? Even the things like my self-documenting. So one of the other cool things that I like about my choice, my stack, is I like to have code documented. And I'm gonna go to the one that I know. I think I have it, image-service. Oh, it's not there, blast. Oh wait, I got another one. javagrunt.com, YouTube listener. Please be there. Yes. Self-documented. So let's go to that. Let's go to that project, because this is another thing that I did with Mockito and Spring REST docs. So I'm going to stop this application from running. Hello, computer. And I don't have music in my ear. That's why I feel like my vibe is off a little bit. All right, I'm sorry that I can't share my music with you. I'm extremely remote. I'm downtown Kansas City with just my laptop and a phone, and I don't have my full setup, so I can't share my music with you. I apologize for that, because my chitter chatter is not as appealing when it doesn't have the music. I like having the music in the background, so I'm not hearing my own voice. But let's go here, and I want to show that other cool thing that I like to do with my test frameworks. And that's going to be in the listener, CCOM, JavaGrunt, listener. I have these patterns for how I deploy things. The naming, that listeners, it's telling me what it's doing. It's a listener. It's something that's going to go and do like a webhook or attach to some pub sub or other, right? I don't need to do this necessarily. So what I've done here, and what I like to do when I'm documenting APIs, is I like to use Spring REST docs. And I used to do this with Mockito, and I had a bunch of repositories that had the Mockito examples. So it took a little bit to like convert over to Rest Assured. But the same way that I'm doing this, I have my abstract app tests. I've got my native immigration or my native image integration tests. I named them differently, but inside of this app test, I use Spring REST docs. So I said, hey, extend this with REST documentation extension. When I do a test, should echo the hub challenge. When I do a test, this hello, I say, given the spec, when you hit the port and you hit this address, these things should happen. But this is my test. And I'm saying, document that test into a snippet called hello. But then what I do is that snippet, this is the exact test, that snippet gets turned into my documentation. So I've got this harness here that says, hey, for that hello operation, just document it with the HTTP request and a response body. So if you call this method, which I got to change the base URL, if you call this against my API, this is what you should get. I'm running my tests, right? It doesn't show that in my index. It doesn't show that in my doc. It generates that snippet. It generates that snippet when it does the test. It generates a hello snippet when it executes the test. What does that look like? It actually generated others, generated snippets. I got one for health, I got one for hello, I got one for info. So all these tests that I do, there's listen, there's info, they all have a snippet. And that snippet, I've got a curl snippet, HTTP snippet. It shows like, hey, this is the stuff I want you to put into your doc so that my tests always match my docs always match my tests. How many times have you gone to an API and seen that what they document as the way that their API works doesn't really match the way their API works. Spring REST docs eliminates that. My tests get ran on the way to production. My documentation gets ran based on my tests. The output for my test, and my test pass, my documentation matches my test. That's what goes to production. So that my documentation always matches the code that's running in production. That's why I like Spring REST docs. And I can do that pattern with either Mockito or Rest Assured. And actually, let's go take a look. Let's go see if we can do that with Spock. I believe that we can. Spring REST. Let's go to spring.io. And let's go to that project. Let's view all projects. I think it's in the Spring Boot. Spring REST docs. And let's go to learn, and let's go look at the docs. The documentation is so good. So let's see, documenting your API. I believe they've got the web test client, mock MVC, and Rest Assured. So, but I think there might be, can I? For some reason, I think that there is a way to do it with Spock. But this is, if I couldn't do it, this is one reason why I'm probably not using Spock, is because I can't use Spring REST docs. I'm using ASCII Doctor. You could also use Markdown. So I don't, let me look. Spring REST docs, Spock. I think it was possible at one point. Here, look at this. Here's an example from 4 years ago. I believe it was possible at one point. So cool. That's there. So it definitely was possible, or maybe it's still possible. Oh, let's see. Is there a? Let's go to the samples. Usually there's like a I think there's like a Spring sample, Spring REST, Spock. Testing with Spring. I want Spring REST docs. Spring Boot Spock. So it's definitely a thing. It's definitely, Spock is definitely supported inside of Spring. And I've definitely, I feel, I'm not 100% certain, but I feel like I've used it in the past. So yeah, that's why I'm leaning into Rest Assured, is because I like Spring REST docs. So cool. Hopefully that resonated. Yes, Kelsey advises startups semi-retired. Thanks for all of the knowledge. Time to sleep on it. Yeah, go sleep on it. Or do what I do with you. Like, I'll definitely like put your stream on and just listen, and I'll set it right by the bed and do that. I've done that. Is that awkward? Did I say that? I do that with Dan Vega. I do that with Josh. Like sometimes it's just like that idea of like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you go to bed, you're thinking about something, you go to bed, and then you're thinking about why you sleep, and magically when you wake up, you've got a solution. So yeah, awesome. So let's go a little bit. Let's do some stuff. So those good questions. That was a good tangent. Oh, and look at that. We're coming up on another break here where I should go and do stuff. I need to document this. I think I just do the, one sec. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just documenting myself here. Uh, uh, yeah, we're gonna go do this. I'm gonna go and do my hot lap. And when I do my hot lap, I'm gonna come back and we're gonna get into this YouTube service because we're gonna start to do the AI piece. We're gonna start to attach and take we're gonna take the transcript for now, and we're gonna analyze it using Spring AI. We're gonna like pull out a summary and a description. We're gonna do some basic stuff first, and then hopefully we can get into this really cool RAG sample. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go do a Firewatch check. That's what I'm doing here. So let's change our view. Boop. And then let's put a little banner here because I'm gonna go do a little walk around the neighborhood, walk around the property, make sure that there's no fires. And when we get back, we'll get into this. Let me get out this project. We're done on listener. Let me close that one actually. Hello. Let me close the listener. I think I can close this one for now. And let's go over here and let's just start this up and see if we've got our properties, and then we'll go walk. Web, YouTube. Do I need something? I feel like I do. Yeah, you can't see my screen anyways. I'm gonna go and get some secrets. We'll start this up and then we'll get back. We'll jump right into that. And as always, if you've got questions about anything, I'm just a developer and I'm gonna stream here for another 7 or so hours. I talk about Java, Spring, Raspberry Pi, Kubernetes, all those things. And right now, I'm grabbing some secrets for when I come back. This idea, one of the concepts for me is I feel like I shouldn't have to have my developer box in order to get development done. I should be in a place where I've got all the stuff I need in a GitHub repo. I've got my secrets in a place where I can go, and I should be able to do work on any box. Mac, Linux, Windows, I should be able to do work on any box. So where are the secrets for this? Why are there no secrets here? Oh, because it's calling an open API, so I don't need secrets. Okay, so I'm gonna go do a walk, and I'll be back shortly. Hi. Let's get back into it. Let's add some stuff to the stage. Let's switch our layout a little bit. Ooh. This, and let's present our entire screen. All right, well, I think we're set. So now we're going to dig in. So what should we do? Should we work on the PRs? Let's do the PRs. And then I know I said I was going to go back to the YouTube web. We'll do that. We can do the PRs later. We'll be looking for something to do as we get further in. So here we are, MVNW. Let's stand up this app locally, this YouTube Analysis Assistant. And let's see what happens. It should open up our browser window. Why didn't it? Maybe it opened up over here. It did not. Why didn't it open up a browser window? We talked about Spock. What is this? Here's our YouTube service. We can keep going. We did the demo. We did the upgrade demo. Let's go back to our comments. We didn't talk about the calendar, but we don't need to. We don't need to do this. We're not talking about the YouTube service anymore. We don't need that. So why did it not start up my browser? What happened? Let's try this. Let's turn off Tailscale, which is, just speaking from experience, has caused problems in the past. Let's try this again. Hello, computer. I'm hitting Control C and nothing's happening. Hello. All right, there. That stopped. Cool. Let's close this. We can leave our Kubernetes window open. Let's try that again. MVNW. What we expect is it's going to start up my Vaadin app, and it should open up a browser. There we go. Development mode. It says we're good. I'm logged in. Oh, I gotta log in. Validating license. Active subscription. Fantastic. Close this window. This application running demo. Yeah, we don't need to see that. So here, fingers crossed, this should show a list of my YouTube videos. Good. So that connected back to my Raspberry Pis back at production. And this is what we're going to do. So now that we've got these YouTube videos, we've got a list of them. If it says hashtag JavaGrunt, it's a JavaGrunt show. And I want it to do a summary. I want it to do this. I want it to generate a thumbnail. I want it to give me a summary, give me a title, give me a summary, and I want the AI to do it. So all I'm giving it is the JavaGrunt title, and I'm feeding it the transcript. And I want it to come back and give me the SEO and all that good stuff. So that's what we're gonna dig into next. That's what we're gonna dig into. So I've got this as an example. We did this with Josh, github.com, YouTube, Adams. We started working on this. Let's take a look here. I might have this project here. I might have the Adam. I might have it here. I don't. So on this machine, let's go and grab some of this stuff. Let's grab this repository. I'm gonna make your YouTube Adams. This is how I organize my stuff. I make that YouTube Adams so that I know that's the org that it's in. And then I'm gonna do git that repo. It has, I don't need to do all that. You just go take a look. Trust. So what we did, we had some sample audio. Well, we were doing the transcription and everything. Yep, I have tests. Okay. So I'm thinking I could pull this stuff apart, but I think I'm gonna make it work first. And on this video, so maybe I split here because we want to use the new version of Spring AI. So maybe I jump over and instead of looking at this project, maybe I look at this one. This is the one that he, I believe, has the images in. We're gonna go to Craig Wall's demo, prompts and output parsers. This might be the good one. Let's go see what we got. He did an image example. He's got configs. Chat client prompt template. open API key, tell me a joke about. So there's his prompt template. So that's not, so he demonstrated a image generation. So let's think, and let's put some code together. Nah, we're gonna close this one. I want to use Spring AI. I don't want to use the REST client. So what should we do here? What I would like to do is I'd like to have a button that says like regenerate. I think. Let's see if we can add that. I'm using Vaadin. So in this view, in this videos view, in this create card, where I'm creating each one of these, I have all the elements. It pulls the video information from a database that gets populated by YouTube. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to add a link. So add these icons, add the shares, comments. So I have a horizontal layout card. I put an image there. Then I do a horizontal layout header, which is probably this part, this title and date. In the horizontal header, I put in the name and the date. And then the description is also in the header. And then I do a horizontal layout actions. So I have image, then the header, then the actions. So if I wanted to put a button, I probably want to put the button inside of my actions part. That makes sense, right? So let's do that. Let's add actions, add like icon, likes, comment icon, comments, share icon, shares. Share icon, shares. So let's go and look at a bottom. I think I already have an example. If I go to the stream, I have a button. I have a button on the stream. I'm looking for the send button. Let's see. I don't know the Vaadin off the top of my head, but I don't want to get into CSS. I like Vaadin because I can use Java to build my UI. There's the tabs unattached. What? I have my channels. Collaboration message input. Input set width full. Collaboration message. the header, add the tabs. So on the header, we have the channels. Set message handler. All right, message manager. This user info. I'm reading, I just want to find out an easy way of adding that button. I want to add a button and a link. It's got to have a target, right? Sending client details. Let me do this. Instead of reading the documentation, let's jump in here. It's got these things. Why didn't those come up, first of all? I don't remember what I wanted to use the stream for. But what I would like, I want a button. Doesn't look like that. We definitely got to cache our results. I just want a button somewhere. Let's see if there's another hello world. Actually, that may be the one. I feel like I have an example of that already. GitHub.com. Oops. And I know that I've done this before. We got a UI. And inside of that UI, I've got a view. I've got a hello world view. Let's take a look at what's going on in there. I got a click listener. So on that button, which is just a new button, say hello. All right, that's that button. So I want a new button that says regenerate. Let's see if we can get that to happen. Let's see if we can get that to happen. Oh, I got it, but I want to make one for each card. And not my stream, my videos view. I'm definitely going to need the bottom flow component button, right? Button regenerate equals new button regenerate, right? So Should I do a detail page? Maybe I do a detail page on each of them. Because then I can edit and just do the regenerate there. So I could put all of the information into a form that I want to edit. I should just have a detail, and I shouldn't make a regenerate button. Thinking this through. Yeah, I should make it automatic. So this should be happening on the listener. I'm going to put the regenerate button. I'm going to do just like I said. I have a regenerate button. Actions. Let's just do that. Let's see what that is. It's probably going to be a big button. I know how to fix this. I believe. Unless I totally broke it. Was it too many redirects? Yeah. Let's go to no. Where's the session? These. Hello. Let's get rid of that. All right. Let's close our DevTools. Actually, I can just leave that. All right, and then I'm jumping over my videos. I don't want this to be like a user interface that goes and you got to click it. I want the AI to do the AI thing. But maybe I put that only if there's a hashtag Java grunt. Yep. So I can do this because it's Java. If not the description, the name, video get title, if video.get title dot starts with pound Java grunt, then show this. I don't think I need to do that. I think I just need to do this. I do that, and then if it starts a Java grunt and the video starts a Java grunt, then I can redo it. That means, hey, it didn't get generated. Let's redo it. Let's see what that works. So this is going to be messing with the UI. Is going to take a long time. This is going to be a nice slow process. But what we're doing is we're going to update this UI so that we can regenerate or generate. Actually, it should be generate. Yeah, generate. I'll rename it. We'll generate the stuff. And if I want to go back and redo stuff, I can always do it manually. Only the ones that have Java grunt should have those buttons. Fantastic. So now what happens? Now when I click that regenerate, I gotta pass some info. Let's add an AI. New. Controller. Let's go take a look at Craig's examples. All right, he just had a controller. He did a REST controller. Let's just blatantly steal, and then we'll modify. Actually, let's do it this way. So we're going to put a prompt template together. Ours is an AI controller. Oh, I bet you we need the chat client is from Spring AI, so I gotta have Spring AI. Let's go grab Spring AI. Spring AI, Open AI Spring Boot Starter. Yep, let's do that. And then we need the Spring AI version. He put it as a property. Where's my properties? Here we go. I believe it got released, so we should have a real property. Let's do this. We're doing. Let's go look at the calendar. I believe. Nope. It didn't make it out. So we're going to use the snapshot still, which is fine. I mean, what could go wrong? Harpreet, hello. I'm so glad that you're here. Like, welcome. I am, I'm remote. I'm doing a long stream. I am, yeah, away from my office, out in the world, and I'm glad to see you. It's been weird, like, because I'm not streaming at my normal time. Oh, you're hearing laptop fan noise. Oh, that's the office noise here. Let me see if I can fix that. Please hold. Let's see if we can fix that, make it a little bit better layout. I'm gonna try. Again, I'm not in my normal place, so I'm gonna try to fix this. Thank you for the feedback. I'm glad that you're here. I'm gonna go to my settings and I'm gonna try to. Oh, it's using the wrong mic. I'll bet you that helps. Let's echo cancellation. Maybe? I shouldn't need to do that. But I can reduce the mic background noise. Yeah, that should do it. Did I save? Please hold. Boop. How does that sound? Hopefully that's a little bit better on regarding the background noise. I appreciate the feedback. The audio is the tough thing for me to get right. I'm streaming on my laptop, but it's a laptop that I haven't used in a while, and I don't have multiple screens, so I've got my phones sitting next to me, and we're streaming from my phones in my laptop and not in my office. So yeah, we're trying out a remote stream, and I'm actually going to be streaming for a long time. And you joined right in time. I'm getting into this Spring AI piece, so we'll see how it goes. But I got to take a break every hour, and I got to go walk around. But I'll take a 5-minute break every hour. So keep me honest. Actually, I should do this. I should say set an alarm for 1:55. All right. All right. So let's switch our layout again. Let's switch our layout back. And yeah, so thank you for joining from India. And it's a pleasure. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of your work. I hear that you're a contributor to Spring. Like, how great does that feel? I was looking at Spring AI. I'm looking at Craig Wall's repositories. I'm copying some of the stuff that he did. I saw him demo it last week, so I'm going to follow suit. But because I'm using this snapshot, I need to add this repository. There we go. Wait, what's it saying? The list of remote repository. Oh, is that supposed to be inside of my? No, outside of my build, inside of my project. What, do I have other repositories? Oh, I do. No. What's it complaining about? Repositories, one of plugin repositories is expected. What? 322. What am I missing? Dependency. Repositories. I think we're okay. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Like, what could possibly go wrong? All right, so I definitely broke. Oh, there's a duplicate. Where? inside the profile. All right, we're up here. Here it is. Here it is. I'm in a Vaadin project, and I need to add the snapshot repository. Let's do this, and then we'll take out the duplicate lines. All right. Oop, I didn't want to do that. All right, so that's there. I can move this over one. Visualizer++ project. Did that change anything? Nope, it's already there. All right, so we're set. My stuff is organized. And what happened here? Even fail safe plugin not found. I'm pretty sure that's there, right? You do your indexing. Harpreet, how are you doing today? So it's Monday, right? And did we fix the audio? Is it first question? Is it Monday? Second question, is the audio better? Let's try this. MVNW clean. All right, so looks like things are working. I got stuff where I need it. So now I have an AI controller, and I should have my chat clients. I can bring in a value, not a Lombok value. All right, let's keep going. Let's see what we got. I'm not doing a joke. I'm going to do a generate. So let's go back to my view. I'm going to change the name of it because the idea is when the videos come in, I've got a listener. So as I make a new video, just like I did here, I make a new video. I didn't address the grab the transcript thing. So I might have to go on a little tangent here. I don't want to store a transcript. I don't want to store the transcript in the database. I kind of just wanted to store it in the file system. But if I'm doing this, cloud native way, there's no file system, right? I'm just thinking. So here, I'll clarify like, hey, I'm Deshaun. Our team won on Sunday. I'm going to do a stream here. I'm going to stream until 8 a.m. my time. It's 1:41. I don't have a game plan. I'm messing with YouTube. We had some good questions earlier, good conversations with Andy Tux and Duct Tape DevOps. Yeah, we talked about some cool conversations. And now I'm getting back to this YouTube integration. And I really didn't think it through. Like in my head, I got like, oh yeah, I just got to do this box and this box, but I didn't really do the thinking through. And it's way late for me. Like this is way past my bedtime. So I might get a little, off track. So keep me honest. Like just bring me back in if I need to be brought back in, and we'll figure it out together. I don't want to do this. So I was thinking about like what do I want to show? What don't I want to show? I don't want to like create a new UI for YouTube. What should be happening? Let's think this through. Pause. What should happen is, this is my start, YouTube. So when a YouTube video is created, we signed up, we did this on stream, right? We have the YouTube listener or calls webhook. And that's here at the YouTube listener. And that's in my GitHub repo. And what this is doing is it's sending the information about the video. So just like it did here, it sent, the only thing I did for this stream, the only thing that YouTube knows about the stream is that it's called Java Grunt and it started, at this time. So it's got no other information. But at the end of the stream, so this is what comes into the database. I can't really take an action on it right now because it's still live. But at the end of the stream, I got to figure out a trigger for the end of the stream. I think I get another event at the end of the stream. We'll have to double back on that. But I've got a bunch of these videos. If the video starts with Java Grunt, let's go back here. My listener needs to, it writes it. It doesn't need to do anything. I've got multiple conversations here. Look at this. Doc Lock 17, howdy, like welcome in. I am mentally not in a great place. Oh, what? There's a raid. I don't have all the stuff. This is so cool. I don't get raided. And I have to ask, so I apologize. I don't have all the things hooked up and I don't have Twitch. I'm streaming remote, but wow. I don't know who the raid is from. I can't tell, but what I can say is like, I know, how did your stream go? How was it? What were you working on? I'll tell you what I'm doing is I'm wearing, I am doing Spring AI. I'm not in my normal spot. I'm not streaming at my normal time. It's way past my bedtime. But you stream, you understand. The idea is at the end of my stream, I didn't pass in any information. I don't know what I'm going to do. You're doing JavaScript and Python. That's cool. Let me go do this. I can do this on stream, right? I can go to twitch.tv/doclock17. I am a big fan. I like watching coders. So watch this. I'm going to hit follow. Wait, oh, I got to log in. Hello. Wait. Where do I got to log in. I apologize. I don't have my setup. So this like one screen thing. Oh, I got to do all the stuff. I'm going to follow you, but I got to do all the stuff. I like watching live coding. And I took this role so that I could, or this job that I'm doing right now, so I could do live coding. I'm doing a fire watch. So I basically, there's this property, there's sprinklers out. I got to go and walk around the property every hour to make sure that there's no fires. And because of that, I was like, oh, hey, 8 to 8, 12 hours of that doesn't sound like a great idea. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to bookmark. Because of that, I thought like, hey, I have this great opportunity that I can go and I can do a long stream from remote. So I'm in Kansas City, Missouri, where the Chiefs won their football game today. And that was the whole idea. I wanted to do this, help out the property, help out a friend, and I'm streaming. And on the stream, all I said was, hey, here's the title. It says it's Java Grunt. And yeah, I'm building all of this stuff on my stream. At the end of the stream, this is what I'm thinking through. At the end of the stream, where's that trigger? I think that YouTube will give me a trigger at the end of the stream as well. At the end of the stream, I wanted to do this other thing that I've already proved out. Create a cool, inviting title for this video, summarize the video, give me a description of the video, and then give me a cool image. How did I say it? Generate a vibrant image that goes along with the description of that you generated, so that in my YouTube channel, I can have these cool, bot created images. But I don't have to think about it. I can just come and stream on whichever way that I go. The AI will summarize it and update it. So I've got the summarizing and all that kind of stuff done, but I don't have it automatically updating back to YouTube yet. And I'm hoping that I can make some progress in that. So I can do all these steps manually. I've got a bunch of these starter projects that I've done manually. I work on the Spring team. I'm a Spring developer advocate, and there's a project called Spring AI that I'm integrating. So that's what I'm doing. I'm here. This is the list of my YouTube videos. And if it starts with hashtag JavaGrunt, I want to be able to go, hey, I messed up something. It didn't generate. Go generate that stuff. But in this case, right, I'm still live streaming here. I don't want to generate while I'm live streaming. So I got to figure out hey, where do the buttons go? When do they go? I'm using Vaadin, which is a Java framework for creating front ends, but I get to do all my front end work in Java. So it's pretty cool. So that's where I'm at. That's what I'm working on. I've been streaming here for a couple of hours, and this is the first time I don't normally do long streams. I normally stream at 8:30 a.m. Central. And yeah, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. That doesn't really happen at 8:30 a.m. Central, or I usually finish 10:30 a.m. Central. People aren't really raiding then. So yeah, I'm glad that you stopped in. Thank you for that release, because I was a little stressed out. But yeah, coding in JavaScript and Python is awesome. And I like to watch and listen. Like the people that come onto my stream, they're like my coworkers. So yeah, even at 10 o'clock at night, some of the same community people showed up and dropped in and say hi. And that feels good. Then I can we pick up on the conversations that we've had, and it's awesome. So I've got this community, and it's what I like to do because I normally work from home. I like to have streamers that are doing cool stuff just on in the background, like a way of feeling connected, or I can think out loud, or I can ask somebody a question. And also the patterns, the way that you develop, I'm interested in that. So very cool. And I will check out the about, but I bookmarked it. I'm going to do it because I don't have all my credentials and stuff to log in. I'm on a new computer. So I am building this right now. So if you're interested in hanging out, I'm not super engaging. It's way past my bedtime, so I can feel it. But yeah, hey, thank you for that. Sounds like a cool project. Taking automation to the next level. Yep. For my streams, I say that I don't have an agenda. And I don't have a timeline to get to production. So distract me, ask me questions. I've been doing this for a long time. I started building websites. I started my own company in 1996, hosting websites and building websites. And yeah, and here I am. So I've been doing it ever since. And I love my job. I'm nervous about my job, but I love my job. Like I said, I'm a Spring developer advocate over at Broadcom. So I work really closely with the Spring team. And I travel all over the world. But you can find out all about me here. Cool thing is I try to make myself available so you can have my calendar. I know it's hard to ask questions on the stream, but if you want, yeah, you can grab time and it's linked to my calendar and we can just chat about whatever. But I'm just making myself available. That's the main reason I like to stream, is make myself available. And if you want to get a little bit more of the background, there's all the links are here. Is there a LinkedIn in there? Maybe my LinkedIn isn't in there. But all my stuff, There's an about. You can kind of, sometimes I speak at the big conferences. I do travel all over the world, and I like it. But I think I'm in this role. I'm a Spring Developer advocate, not because of my great presenting skills. Uh, I do get excited. I love what I do. I'm passionate about what I do. But I think I landed this role just because of the experiences that I have. And sometimes I can explain them in a way that makes sense. So yeah, thank you so much for dropping in. I really appreciate you. I will definitely follow. And yeah, hey, stick around. We'll see what's happening. I know that it's a different time zone, so I got people from all over the world. Harpreet, who's over in India, he was here a little bit earlier. Somebody that normally catches me a little bit later in the morning. Uh, yeah, he's here. So it's cool to like, yeah, connect people in different time zones and streamers and different audiences at different times as well. So let's keep on going. I don't remember where I was. I was talking about my generate button. I don't want to be able to regenerate a stream while it's still going. Hey, there's Harpreet. Said, sorry, I got away. No more background noise, thank you. And number one, awesome. So we're now connecting into Spring AI. So I added the Spring AI controller. I wanted to change the name of my button because it shouldn't be a regenerate button. Because if it's got the hashtag Java Grunt, that if it starts with hashtag Java Grunt, it's not a regenerate. It means it was never generated. Because once it's generated, it'll have a different title. So I don't want to regenerate. I want to just generate. So I'm changing the label of that. Generate. And that's all I need to do. And then here, I'm going to make this, I added a controller. So the link, when I click on the generate button, I want to send some information to this controller. I want to say, so generate, should I just do for ID? By ID? It's not a joke response. I don't, oh, there's my alarm. So I'm doing Firewatch. What that means is every hour I got to do a lap around the property. It only takes about 5 minutes. I'm not going to do it just yet, but that was my reminder. And it's a nice way to kind of break things up. But that's how I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm going to be here for a total of 12 hours. Their sprinkler system broke, and the laws here say that you've got to have somebody on site that's walking around to make sure that there's no fires. And that's what I'm doing. And when I first heard about it, like, it's not great money, but I am getting paid to be here. The idea, like when I first heard about it, was like, oh yeah, that'll give me an opportunity to be in a different place. I wasn't sure if I was going to have internet or connectivity or if I was going to even have a desk or anything. And it was an opportunity. It's the first time it's an opportunity to do one of these long streams. No kids. I've got a lot of kids. There's no kids. There's no other distractions. I'm doing it I'm very outside of my comfort zone. We talked about comfort zone a little bit earlier. Because growth happens outside your comfort zone. So this is what I'm doing. I'm doing a longer stream in a different area. I'm flexing different muscles, using different equipment, trying to stream in a different situation. So I don't have all my easy buttons that I normally have, and that's what I'm doing. So I got to do my log here, and I'm gonna leave here at 1:59. I'm gonna leave it at 3 minutes, and I'm gonna do a 5-minute lap, 5 or 6 minutes. So I'm gonna change this layout. And I'm going to put on a little banner. So I hate to leave after I just got the raid, but I got to do this 5-minute thing just to make sure that everything is good. But I promise, if you stick around when I come back, I promise I'm going to continue working on the Spring AI stuff. So yeah, that's where we are. I am going to go do my hot lap. And when I come back, we'll be doing Spring AI. We're integrating the latest version of Spring AI, and we're going to build a prompt we're going to pass in some transcripts. I don't know how I'm going to store the transcripts, but I got to pull them down and we'll go from there. So let's see. Hopefully I'll see you when I'm back. And I thank you so much for the raid. And yeah, stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right, so that didn't take long. I promise. I've been doing this for a couple hours. So I knew it wasn't going to take that long. And we're back. Let me get plugged back in. Hopefully the audio is good. I'm back. So I can change. Let's go back to the comments. Let's get my layout back. Let's show what we're working on. And let's keep going. All right. So I said that I knew what I wanted to work on, but again, my agenda doesn't matter. If there's questions, if there's someplace that we need to go, let me know. So let me peek at this chat. Hey, we're good. We're good. Heartbeat is back. I appreciate you so much for sticking around. How about generate ID? I'm going to go ahead and take that. Generate. Yeah, and then I think I do ID. And I'm going to do either way, right? I don't have to pass anything. So the IDs, let me show you what my IDs look like. Because I don't think, actually I don't store the ID in here. What's the fast way for me to show that data? I know, it's like this. I go to, this is all public. It's all like, I try to do things in the open. So for those of you that are wanting to follow along, this is so cool. /Java grunt. I'm just happy that you are here. I'm a little giddy. So this is all stuff that I've developed on stream. I'm a Java guy. I've been doing Java. So the first thing that we did in this iteration was the listener. Oh, yeah, that too. Like Java Grunt, javagrunt.com. So all this stuff is hosted on my Raspberry Pis. I say I don't have cloud money, I have Raspberry Pi money. There's a video here on javagrunt.com that it tells a little story. Like it's old, but it's all still relevant. And yeah, and we did all these things. The first thing we did was the listener. I did a Pulsar example, but I want to take everything to production. And the way that I can show that ID is I have a Spring Cloud gateway. Everything goes to javagrunt.com, and then all the different services are off of that gateway. So these patterns, I do a lot of I think it's API, YouTube videos. Again, I change it. So here, this is an example of an ID. I can have colons in a URL, and I can have dashes, right? Yeah. Oh, because those IDs are all going to be, from the YouTube's link. So I think we're okay. So yeah. So that generate ID should work. Thank you for that tip. Hey, thank you for sticking around. Sham, I'm glad you're here. Master Snoods, do what you need to do. It's awesome. You keep the work going no matter where you're at. I've done the same. So normally I stream 8:30 to 10:30 in the morning. I have a job that I've got to do as a developer advocate. But one of the things that I try to do, I believe in, is I got lucky. I had people, before there was a lot of live coders and streams and stuff, there was people, and Josh Long, who's on my team, like he's one of the people that was always giving, he's putting out YouTube videos and going to conferences, but also he answered my questions. He answered my questions on GitHub. He responded to my my pings on Twitter, LinkedIn and stuff like that. He answered me, and it made me feel like I had an extended team. Again, before the streaming stuff, it got even more important to me to be able to connect during the pandemic. Even before the pandemic, I was watching more Twitch, live coding, than I was regular TV, and I still do. Because I'm sitting at my desk most of the time. But my streams are to share what I'm doing, share a cheat code. I always talk about the Alt Tab, this thing, to go between things. You didn't read that in a book. You saw somebody else do it, And you're like, wait, how did you do that? So that's what I try to do. Like some of the things that I'm doing here, I'm hoping that there'll be a tidbit that you'll be like, oh yeah, that's cool. And yeah, and it'll be valuable. That's it. So I'm just trying to make myself available, share some of the stuff that I've learned. Let's do a quick little recap. I do want to get this stuff done. So I've got an hour. I have to go and do another round. So let's try to knock something out in an hour. Let me review what I do. Um, I'm taking things to the cloud, but when I say cloud, I mean to my Raspberry Pis. So I say here, I don't have Cloud Money. I've got Raspberry Pi. So I got a bunch of Raspberry Pis at my house, and I set them up in a Kubernetes cluster. I'll talk about things like Flux CD, but I also all of my infrastructure stuff is also public. So this is just like to level set a little bit because we're all new. We're all new friends. So I use Flux CD to handle my infrastructure. What I did at the beginning of the stream was I deleted this K3D Tanzu cluster. So it's the cluster that runs on my laptop. And it had been running for 133 days, and I didn't like that. It had been running too long. So now you can see kubectl get nodes -o wide. You can see that, hey, it's only been running for 4 hours and 13 minutes because we did it during the stream. So that's my Kubernetes cluster, and I created that cluster. Actually, I should have it here, right? History pipe grep K3D. I deleted all the clusters, and then I said, hey, whoops, I grabbed the wrong name. Then I created this cluster. And I said, don't give me traffic. So K3D is a wrapper around K3S that allows me to deploy a Kubernetes cluster to my running Docker desktop, or whatever desktop it is, or whatever Docker it is. But I use Docker desktop. It's great. So here's my stuff. After I stood up my local Kubernetes cluster, the next step that I did was I stood up, or I said, hey, go bootstrap this cluster. So in this Flux control repository, again, this is all public. You can take it for a spin. And people that are in my normal community, like Jonas, they've taken this repository, and we should be able to see a fork, maybe? Oh, no fork. So he just copied the pattern. But in here, I said, hey, the only thing I want is Knative serving. There's some platform engineering concepts in here. The infrastructure that I support, the things that I support on Kubernetes are these. This is the list. This is what's on the menu. If at some point down the road, if you've got today, I'll only be supporting Spring workloads. But if you've got something, Spring, you've got a repository, and you would like to play on my cloud, my Deshaun cloud, if you will, all that you'll have to do is you'll have to follow some constraints. I'll give you some guidance, and that'll all be delivered via Backstage and internal developer portal. But the idea is you should just be able to go to a GitHub repo, github.com. Let's use the Java Grunt, right? javagrunt.com. All that you need to let me know is how to deploy it. And I'm using Flux as the contract, but you can see here that I said, hey, deploy this Spring Cloud task. That's what it's using, but deploy this thing. Actually, let me go here. You have a customization YAML. And in there you say, hey, I want these 4 YAML files deployed. And in those YAML files, our language we're using is Flux. And we're saying, hey, Knative. So I can scale things down and I can scale things up. I like to scale to 0 because I'm running on Raspberry Pis. I like to use native images. So all this is kind of the background. I'm deploying to Kubernetes. I have this concept of a tenant. So earlier we showed, actually, I can show that still. On my Kubernetes cluster, I bootstrapped it. So the commands to bootstrap it are here after I stood it up. I put it in the README. I said, hey, go bootstrap it. Flux bootstrap, which says, hey, I want this cluster to be controlled via GitOps. So after I deleted the old cluster, created a new one, all I did was run this command, go bootstrap it. I had to do one extra step because I created a tunnel. I wanted you to be able to access my laptop. So in order to do that, there's a tunnel that's part of the tenant. I deployed Dachshund.io tenant, which is very similar to the Java Grunt tenant, except Java Grunt's running back home on the Raspberry Pis. Dachshund.io, this tenant, Dachshund.io, has Cloudflare deinstalled. It's got its customization. It's got OpenZipkin. That tenant got deployed to this machine that I'm streaming from. So I go K9s, whoops, K9s. On this machine, you can see that there's a namespace called Dachshund-io, and there's actually a service there called intro-web. So that got deployed because of this. GitHub.com, it's a different tenant than Dachshund or than the JavaGrunt.com. The idea is you should be able to just give me a repository, give me a GitHub repository, a GitHub org, and give me a Flux repository that tells me what you want to deploy. Then you can have a lot of control over what gets deployed. So think of your enterprise. How do you decide who has the control? Where's the lines? This is where the lines are. Inside of the tenant, you're in control. Inside of the cluster, I'm in control. I can move things around. Your workload, your tenant might land on K3D Towns. It might land here on this laptop. The ARM64 cluster, that's my production, quote unquote, cluster. But I can move things around. So I can keep you up by moving things around on the infrastructure. You shouldn't matter. You shouldn't care. All you say is, hey, I want this web service deployed, and we can go take a look. Intro.dachshund.io. And that number tells you how long I've been in this role. 769 days. So you can go to intro.dachshund.io, and you're actually hitting my laptop. Now do I have logs? Do I have like access logs running? Oh, I'm embarrassed. This is what I'm embarrassed about. It says 3.1.4. I'm embarrassed. I hit 0 to tail those logs, and there's nothing coming out of there. But this is embarrassing because Spring Boot 3.2.2 has been out for like 10 days, like over a week. So there's no reason that I should be deploying Spring Boot 3.1.4. So let me show you what we do. This is the last thing, and then we'll go back to the Spring AI. I'm going to just show you this process. CD in my life, I'm doing fun stuff. So I'm going to go here. Dachshund-io is the tenant. My pattern is these are the different GitHub or GitLab orgs where the work is. So let's go into Dachshund.io, and there is an intro. Let's go into that web intro. Let's do a git pull. And I'm going to look at the chat. Hey, we're doing stuff. Hey, see you when you get back. We're good. Meanwhile, I will go back and watch Missing stream at 1.7 speed. Awesome. So a 10-hour stream, right? That's a lot to get through. What the other part of this Spring AI, this is the example. We're going to get into this RAG example. What in my head, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these transcripts from the videos. We're going to take those transcripts and we're going to put them into a vector database, which that's what this demo does. We're going to put those into a vector database so that when you come to maybe a something that looks like this, some interface, you let's go. Sorry, start. Let me finish that thought. Start.vod.com. You could come to some chat interface and you could say, hey, what did Dachshund talk about today? Boop. And it'll ask the AI, and the AI will have all of my transcripts, and it'll feed that information back to you. That's the direction that we're going. So yeah, stay tuned. Meanwhile, go back and watch the missing streams. Yes, way cool. I myself am a full stack infra and software engineer. You definitely seem really talented. Glad we rated you. I'm glad that you rated me. The full stack infra stuff, that's my jam. So I think you can see that from the Flux stuff. I do a lot of I have a lot of Terraform background. I like the idea of being able to stand up infrastructure and tear it down, but also as a developer, the thing that I've said multiple times already is I'm on a new laptop. It shouldn't be that I can only be productive on that one juice box that I have at home that I set it normally. I should have all of my tools available. I should have something like this in GitHub. Just like software-defined infrastructure. I should have not that. I should have like what is it? I have like a Mac. The Mac Dev Setup, right? Like, hey, here's all the brew projects that I do. Like, I should have that. It should be in GitHub somewhere, so that if I get a new machine or this one, falls off the earth, I should be able to go and get up and running. That's it. So the same concept for my infrastructure. I stand up these Raspberry Pis, I tear them down. I want to have everything inside of Git. So we demonstrated that earlier in the stream. I should be able to just delete my infrastructure, stand it back up. I bootstrap the cluster. Hey, here's the stuff that I want deployed. It didn't have a tenant. I put a tenant in. I'm working on Deshaun.io right now. So here we are. So now I'm going to switch to Java Grunt. And this is one of my things is like, I don't really have like a dev stage prod. I have like dev and prod. And most of, and you can see it, you could figure out by looking at this repository, you could figure out where JavaGrunt JavaGrunt-com is deployed. You could figure out which cluster because it's all public. You go here, it's in this cluster. There's JavaGrunt.com. And you're like, what, secrets? Let secrets. I deploy the secrets using SOPs. So as much as I can put out in the public, I'm doing. I like everything as code, not just infrastructure. All my software, I want everything GitOps. I don't want to stress. So I'm slowly moving my secrets into a format that I can, keep those in a spot as well. But in the meantime, I do some interesting things. I have one interesting pattern. Let me show that example. So we're done with Deshaun.io. Maybe you went and took a look at it. But here, actually, I don't have it here. I'll show the example for my secrets. Secrets is an important piece, right? You can't put all of your secrets into your GitHub. Don't put your secrets into GitHub. Your secrets should be in a secret store. So let's show what I've done. GitHub.com, JavaGrunt.com. That's my tenant. Inside that tenant, I've got these different things, and there's a good example here. There's this envrc. This is the pattern that I've adopted. In this envrc, all of my secrets, it'll populate my environment variables, but you've got to log into my secret store. I use Bitwarden so that no matter which laptop I'm on, there's no like file that has my secrets on it. In order to, let's show this, in order to get my secrets, in order to get access to my secrets, you got to log in and you got to have my long key. So when you come into that directory, it says I didn't find it. But when you come into that directory, you've got to put in my long key in order to get my secrets. So my secrets aren't stored anywhere. The only secret is the long key that I've got to do. I was recently using comps to deploy clusters in a client space. Awesome. Yes. Are you employed as a infra engineer or a software engineer? That's a good question. My job, my history. Let's do a quick thing. It's not because I'm a good presenter. That's not why I'm here. It's because of my history. I've done some interesting things. So you can find me like LinkedIn, Deshaun. That's me. That's my profile. But let's go down to my experience, and I'll do a quick little recap. Back way before this starts, In 1996, I started OpenJack, my own company. I was hosting stuff, and that's all. Actually, it's all over here in this video. In JavaGrown.com, there's a video that you can go and click and watch. But I did that. Marketing company, boutique web development company where I focus on e-commerce early, boutique consulting, working for a bunch of customers, doing a bunch of stuff, whatever's needed, right? That's what you do as a consultant. Same at another marketing company. And then this was like they sold mainframes, but then they also had this software development arm, and I was doing consulting there. This was a web to print company. I did some really interesting things there. But this is also the point in my career where I felt like other people were advancing more than I was. And for some reason, I felt like I was working really, really hard and not getting recognition, and I was having a hard time. I didn't like tooting my own horn. But I kept on telling myself, well, maybe I'll go get a master's, and that'll give me more respect, and that will allow me to move up in my career. So I started going to school at this point. I went and got my MBA. And then here, again, just more consulting. And I didn't put a lot of details here because I didn't really need to. It was in the security space. I did some cool things. Then I went over here as a technical architect, right, dictating design choices. I was building websites, building award-winning websites. And it was a fun team. But from there, I went to Garmin. And I loved working on this. I focused on removing bottlenecks and roadblocks from our development and deployment process. I designed and implemented many of the patterns and principles of the development process. I did a lot of cool stuff on a website that connected millions of devices to millions of people daily. I was the lead responsible for sending gigabytes of data from those millions of devices to hundreds of partners daily. Most recently, this was like as I was leaving, I automated the deployment of 1,300 nodes, virtual machines, across 10 different environments, implemented alternative open source solutions for things like Splunk, for things like AppDynamics, with zero licensing. So, the companies in contract negotiations with these large enterprise software companies, and I was like, I can't afford that. They're not giving me that. It wasn't in my job description. So let me go and use these open source tools. Let me get 95% of the features that yours does, and I'm just going to forget about it. They told me thank you because I did that in public. I was on the Twitters and on the LinkedIn, and I had all the love and help from that extended team, and it helped them with their negotiations. But I did this for multiple tools used during development and production monitoring, provided full coverage to the rapidly growing environment while the non-trivial license agreements could be renewed. Again, yeah, that's cool. I said that in there. Increased the frequency of deployments, improved the velocity and quality of the deployments, created a repeatable deployment process that saved the companies hundreds of man-hours monthly. I learned more in those 5 years than the previous 15 years. I was able to contribute to a product that I used every day. I worked in a dream job for an amazing company with teammates in at least 5 different countries on the best team I'd ever been a part of. And I believed that 100%, but I haven't gone back and edited it. I believed that when I left. Then I went and I was a VP of engineering at a startup. And there, I did some cool things. I took some products to production. It turned into a joint venture, and we did those cool things again, even faster, and it was awesome. I worked with people that I really enjoyed working with, and we did a lot of things fast and the right way. We got to do best practices because we had a small engineering team. From there, I went to Pivotal, where I fell in love with Spring Boot while I was at Garmin. I got introduced to Cloud Foundry while I was at Garmin. Here, I couldn't afford Cloud Foundry, and I didn't know VMware, vSphere, as well as I should have in order to do the open source Cloud Foundry. So I implemented Apache Mesos and DCOS, which is now, I think, defunct. But we went to production on DCOS, and then we turned around and went to production on Cloud Foundry, and that's where I fell in love, again, with Cloud Foundry. So then when I was done with that second product, I reached out to Pivotal and I said, hey, I'd like a job. I also I called Garmin back and said, hey, I would like to maybe come back and do things. But Pivotal gave me a really good offer that was hard to turn down, and they were going to allow me to work with Garmin because Garmin was one of their customers. From there, Pivotal got acquired. 2020 was crazy hard. I was depressed, so I figured I needed to make a move. I went over to Redis. Redis was a blast. I was a partner solution architect. I worked with the folks over at Azure. A lot of the things I did during this time was Terraform, building demos, and helping customers, which is weird. I literally, most of the customer engagements that I had was like, we have a 4 millisecond latency and we'd like to get it down to 2, or we have a 2 millisecond latency, we'd like to get it down to 1. That's what I did, but using Azure's infrastructure, Azure Cache for Redis Enterprise, that's what I did there. So a lot of full stack development, working with Global 2000 companies all over the world. But then things got crazy again, and I was, at this point, I was really just trying to save my marriage, and Josh Long was, trying to pull me over. So there's just like a timing opportunity to come back. And when I worked here, one of the biggest compliments I got is people were like, "Hey, aren't you on the Spring team?" And I said, "No, but thank you." And now I'm actually a Spring developer advocate here. Well, it was VMware, and then VMware got acquired by Broadcom in November. I'm still nervous. A bunch of my team, or not a bunch, but some of my team got cut. So I'm still in the same role on the same team, reporting to the same manager, but I'm still a little bit nervous about my job. So hopefully that was a quick little recap of what I do and how I'm here. And again, it's not my presentation skills that I think have landed me here or kept me here. It's the interesting experience that I have, and where my passion lies is getting people to that next step. I get a lot of excitement out of the aha moments, the light bulb moments. So that's what I try to do. All right, now let's get back to the Spring AI. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. This is how good enterprises are set up. Crazy you got this running personally. Yeah. So I take all of the things that I see from companies around the world, and I'm just trying to do it from like the open source side. There's definitely tools I could go and buy to do a lot of this cool stuff, but the tools don't fix everything. And it's a good idea to have an understanding. A lot of what I get to see is companies where they've got like 3 different tools to do the same thing. There's a lot of overlap. So understanding where those lines are is an important part. But I want to do things. I want to be able to come to you and your company. If I'm going to help you out, I got to understand where you are. I got to understand your pain points in order to help you. I got to have that empathy. And that's a big lesson. So what I'm doing is doing it from scratch. I had all the different clusters, and I had a bunch of software deployed in my home lab, but I said, let's start over, right? Like, let's throw away version 1 and let's start building version 2. We're just iterating on it. But this is what's on the menu. Not there. There's this infrastructure directory. This is what's on the menu. These are the things that I'm going to support, that I've got plans for, that I'm ready to support. And this is what we're doing. So now I think we got a good background as when did you start being more outward spoken? That's a good question. So let me do this. I have these like conversations that I jump into a lot, and I jumped into this one earlier already. But like what we do, like we're all doing this, right? We're all like drinking from the fire hose. There's so much to learn. This is a sales kind of focused thing, but like, where's the right place to go and learn stuff? Your job, your patterns, what you're doing, there's kind of a unique blend, right? There's 20 different ways of doing things. The stuff that I'm doing right now, like lab every day, github.com, lab every day. See this YouTube analysis assistant? This is my friend Duan. This is where I got the whole idea. He was doing things in Python, similar thing, but he did his in Python. That's his strength. So he did his thing in Python, and I'm just redoing it. For one, I want to have it. And for two, my strength is in Spring. I'm trying to show how to do the cool things in Spring as my job. But most languages can do most things you want to do. This is like a Kelsey Hightower like summary. Like there's no need to switch language. Use the language that you're most comfortable with. Just like on the infrastructure, I make that same kind of point. Like there's tons of ways of delivering things to Kubernetes or to VMs. But this is the way, these are the tools that I'm going to use. So it might not be the exact same tools that you're using, but as you're looking for a path, you're looking for the content to consume, you're looking to learn, those little differences are they're going to expose themselves. Do you want to learn a little bit, or do you want to have some of that connective tissue as you're learning? But sales guys. So I can go down this thing a bunch. But when did I become more outward focused? You already know my story, but I tell this. My leap from VP of engineering over to the sales side was a leap. It was a leap of faith. In my career journey, I had been going like this. I'm gonna get to the next rung or the next job. I'm 48 years old. I've never been promoted. The only way that I got promoted was by leaving. I had to move out in order to move up. My goal for this job, I'm gonna get a tad bit emotional. My goal for this job is, when I came to this job, I just wanted to, because I'm so passionate about what I do, and this team, and this company, and this framework, and these people, I wanted to stay in this role long enough to be promoted. I want to do things in this role. I like this. I like that we're having this conversation. I want to do these things. I want to share these things in this role. I can't think of another role, right? We just got acquired in November. And there's a lot of people in formerly VMware, going through the acquisition. There's a lot of people that are like, I don't want to work for Broadcom. I want to go and do something else. When you get acquired, I'm starting over. Like all the work that I did while we were VMware Tanzu, all of that work means nothing to Broadcom, right? It means nothing. I am effectively starting over. So while everybody's like, hey, what should we do? And I didn't know that I was going to get an offer, right? The smart move would have been to have a plan B, plan C. But my plan B was literally, if I get fired, I'm going to take some time off, and then I'm going to watch the spring team. I'm going to watch for jobs opening up on the spring team, and I'm going to find another team to go work at that's around this same stuff. But when I left MedZero, VP of engineering, and it's funny because I'm downtown Kansas City, and the building is right over there that I used to work at. When I left there, it was a big leap. I'd never been in sales. I didn't know what I was doing. It was a leap, but it was a leap where instead of going from one to the next, like, hey, I feel like I've mastered this level of this ladder that I'm climbing, this career journey. Instead of just looking for the next one, that position, I felt like I kind of like jumped, or maybe it's even a different ladder. I felt like I kind of jumped and I took a risk, but it's a risk that I saw many other people do. I saw a ton of people like go and take a job that they had no qualifications, no experience for, but they went for it. And that's what I did. I went for it. And it ended up working out really well. But that sales job, that transition was the biggest change. But it was at Garmin where I realized that the things that I'm learning, the things that I'm strong in, if I wanted to get better, if I wanted to grow, I had to not just know it, I had to understand it. And in order to understand it, I had to teach it. That's the way that I learn. If I can understand something deep enough to where I can teach it, then I feel like I understand it, right? So that's where I started doing it. Was at Garmin, and that's through like meetups and user groups and inside of my team, trying to teach and level people up. So that's where that started. And then it just continued. So my journey is like this kind of stuff, the community and the teaching and sharing. This is what I do. Personal growth happens outside of your comfort zone. Personal growth is stickier with teamwork. So like the stuff that we're doing, like Harpreet, who's on here, I think that was actually a Harpreet question. No, Harpreet, who's on here. He was just in a stream and we ran into an issue. And actually it was Glenn was on there and we found out, hey, there's some first time committer issues. But Harpreet went and grabbed this first time committer issue and did it. But on the stream, we went through the process of opening an issue on a Spring Boot project. Was it Spring Cloud Task? GitHub.com. Harpreet, if you're here, remind me. GitHub.com. Spring Cloud Task. How would I do that? I think it was here. Let's see if we can find Harpreet. Look at this. So I don't know if it was this one or if it was another one. But anyways, I went through and I made an issue, and then Harpreet, like maybe it was during the stream or right after stream, he went and did it, and I just get excited about that kind of stuff. And when there's that like teamwork and we're all doing it together, it's stickier, it's more enjoyable, it's more meaningful, and I remember it better. Like I remember that process better, but it makes it enjoyable. Yeah, right. I'm saying the same things. So why I like the streaming and the community building is we can do more when we do it together. So these are my guidance is like practice your demos or whatever it is. If you want to get better, I also coach kids. I've been coaching since I was 9th grade, coaching at the YMCA or whatever. But a lot of that coaching, teaching translates from 5th grade boys to execs and CEOs. A lot of the same thing happens. A lot of the same directions happen. But for you, what you're doing, it doesn't have to be a demo. You don't have to demo something, but find the things that you want to go deep in and level up on those. And I like to look at my team. What does my team need? I'm going to go deep on that. Like, don't go deep on something that your coworker has already gone deep on. Like, you can learn from them, but in order for you to move forward in your career, find something on your team where you can go deep on and you can be the expert on for your team. You're helping out your team, but it's got to be important to you. You've got to find like your favorite thing. And this is my like career guidance thing. T-shape. Like you can go, 100 level, 200 level in a lot of things, but have your things. Your comfort zone should be where your deep expertise is at. Right? But the personal growth is going to happen when you get outside of your comfort zone, like I'm doing with Spring AI. The project is brand new. We're going to get uncomfortable and we're going to go learn some stuff right now. Man, I ate that hour up and I didn't do anything with Spring AI. Let's stop. We'll take more questions later. Let's scoot. Solid, thanks. Yes, I've rewritten Node libraries for Java. One of the guys that worked for me at MedZero, he just got done after like a year or so rewriting a company's entire e-commerce and ordering system that was written in PHP. He rewrote it in Spring Boot. So yeah, this is fun stuff. But that's where his strength was, right? So we're doing stuff. Let's get back into the Spring AI. I promised that we were going to do this. So let's go back here. We're building. We don't need to look at Flux Control right now. Let's go back to our web. And we have our controller. We're going to do this. Do I need it to respond? I don't think I do. I can just say like, go do this thing. Generate stuff. So it's going to have this request parameter. No, it's going to have a path parameter. Right? Isn't that what it's called? path variable. I can just give it the same name and that should work. So I don't need this. What we're going to do, the idea here is, let me clean up some stuff. I jumped around a little bit because it's way past my bedtime. So we looked at Duan's where it started, and we're just kind of like picking up and moving. I like to write my own stuff, and because I'm a Spring Developer advocate, I'm writing it in Spring. All these talks and these things are public. I try to do everything out in the open. This is where I demonstrated this is what we want to get to. That's running on my laptop. Here's the Deshaun.io. I'm just cleaning up. We looked at the ID. That's good. So what we want to do here, not here. Yep, I'd love a follow on youtube.com/Deshaun. Here's our videos. Let's see, is this running? No, let's go make it run. Let's go make it run. Not this YouTube service. Java Grunt. My pattern is, hey, there's the domain. And then what type of a container is this? Well, let's go. So like, there's a listener, something that's going to be a webhook listener or attached to a pub sub or something like that. I had this workflow idea. Where it's like a Spring integration or a BPM. I didn't dig down there. But a service, just like, hey, it's an endpoint. This is a gateway service. It's going to do all the routing. This is a Spring Cloud task. It's something that's going to stand up, do a thing, and shut down. So yeah, I got those patterns, but this is a web container, so it's got a front end. So that's what we're doing. That's the pattern. It's already up. So let's start it up. /mvnw so we can take a look. And I broke something. So in the AI controller, can't find the symbol joke response. What did I do? Oh, it should be cleaned up now. It's re-indexing. Oh, nope, I didn't. So bean output parser joke response. Oh, because I copied this from our example here. This one. Here's a joke. It's just a record. I don't need to make a new class for that, I don't think. I think I can just put it here. But it's not going to be a joke response. It's going to be a YouTube video response. And in that, so what we're going to get back from AI, we're going to create this template. So we've got a prompt template. Let's go grab that. And I think that's a property here. So I'm gonna have to take a look. So this is what we're gonna ask the AI for. We're gonna say, hey, so in his example, he said, tell me a joke about blank. And then he passed in a format. So maybe that's the format that he wants the response back in. So let's grab this. Let's grab our prompt template. And we're gonna put that in source main resources. Oh, there's our application properties. While we're in here, let's take a look. So I'm saying I can pass in a port, but the default is 8080. I've got these are actually all defaults from Vaadin. And I created the project over here at start.vaadin.io. I showed that a second ago, or start.vaadin.com. This is where I created it, and I go and I hit the export project, and I got a working application with the UI, and I can go in and I can add these views. It's got a bunch of options. And yeah, just build a UI and they bootstrap it for you, which is super nice. So these are the kind of defaults that I got. I added this API base. So the API, what I've done so far is on this shell that I got from start.bond.com, I went into the video section and I added something. I added this video object that I'm going to use to transfer data, that DTO type object. And then I added a client here, services client, this YouTube service. This is the service that's going to call back to get the information from the back end. And that back end we showed here, right? So I wrote a client that's going to go back and fetch that information. So instead of connecting to a database, I'm connecting to that YouTube service as the back end. So that's what I've done. That's where this front end is at right now. And now, one of the other things that I did was I added that little button. Close this. Let's start it up. Did I fix my compilation errors? I didn't give it a subject. He said, tell me a joke about subject and then format. So ours isn't going to have a subject. Ours is going to have an ID. No, we're not going to ask it about an ID. We're going to give it a completely different prompt. So we're going to just do that to fill in. So this says, cannot return value from a method. We don't need to return it. So we're just going to comment that out for now. And we're going to make sure that our application runs still. And then we'll start, we're at this point where I should probably start checking things in. So we'll do little bits. We'll do small incremental steps. So all we're doing now is Vaadin. Again, it's Java that's building our front end. So there's Java code. The OpenAI chat client. I bet you needs a property. It needs my OpenAPI key. So let's show how we do that. In my project, I don't have a .envrc file. So we're going to do this. I don't want to give you my OpenAPI key. There's no .envrc, so I'm going to add .envrc. And I'm going to say export open, what was his OpenAPI key. OpenAPI key equals, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to call Bitwarden, and I think I have this example already because I use it a lot, right? So go to github.com, YouTube Atoms. I can store this envrc file with these properties, and I can show you how I get it. The OpenAPI key is here. OpenAI API key. I bet you that's what his was as well. Here, OpenAI API key. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, what you know is that my OpenAPI key is called YouTube Assistant OpenAI API key in my secret store. And that's okay. You know what it's called in my secret store. So I'm going to hit Control X, boop, boop. And it says, hey, do you want to allow this? Yeah, I want to allow this. Deriv allow. So now in this terminal, now, because I typed in my long credential, I've got an OpenAPI key in this session. So just in this terminal, just in this session, MBNW. So on the disk is that says, hey, in your store, there it is, but you don't know my username, and you don't know my long password, my long key. Did I do something wrong? Oh, I didn't put it in the property. So it's in my session, but now I've got to bring it into the property, and I can just grab Craig's line because it's the exact same thing. Boop, boop. I use the same property name, and we can add that here. All right, so now I've got the property that'll pull this in from my environment variable. Hello. Let's try it again. So, and it's just in this terminal. So I didn't do that credential unless you type in my long key. You don't have access to that OpenAI API key. Oh, what did I do now? It says error creating bean with name OpenAI chat client defined in this class. Failed to instantiate factory OpenAI chat client through exception. OpenAI. Oh, what did I do? OpenAI key must be set. Did I not do something right? OpenAI API key. OpenAI API key. So this is where I ask for help. Like, I believe that we're in. I think we're doing this right. I'm in the right terminal. I have it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure that it's in my session that's got the right value. So I'm going to just change the layout real quick and make sure while I validate my key. Oh, and then there's my alarm. Daggum. Here's my alarm to go out and do my walk. But let me take a quick peek at. I'm going to do the echo dollar open AI underscore API underscore key. And it's empty. So that was the problem. So let me do this BW sync and see if I can get that value. Dir allow. Let me see if I can get that OpenAI API key value. It's empty, so maybe it's in the wrong spot. So please hold. I'm going to get that key. I'm going to go do a hot lap around the property. I'm doing this Firewatch, and then we're going to come back and hopefully we have a key. So I'm putting all my keys up on the password on the screen now. But I will take the extra time in order to protect my secrets because I've been streaming for a long time, not great at it, but I've definitely put tokens and secrets out on the stream many times in the past. So you also got to be comfortable rotating your secrets. So let me go see if I can find this key. Oh yeah, I had it as a different name. That's why. It was named different. So we didn't name or I changed the name, I guess. So let me fix that real quick. So in my secret store, that key was named something different. Let's see if we can get it now. But the other thing is like when I'm bouncing back and forth between my machines, now I get, there we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, because I just showed the token in the terminal, I'm going to close that terminal and I'm going to re-log in now that I know that it works. On JavaRunt.com, to com, JavaRunt web, YouTube, and then it's going to ask me for my secret. All right, and now I've got the secret, and now I can do this, and I can show you that, hey, we actually did something with Spring AI. We are actually going to connect. So I've typed in my long secret, and now our application should start up. Fingers crossed. And it looks like we're making progress. Okay, so now our Open AI API key is in our environment variable. It's proper. I didn't have to copy anything onto my disk. If I do this same process, I'm going to commit this envrc file into my repo. So when I'm on another machine, all I've got to do is know my long key, know my login and my long key, and I can get my secrets. So here's what it looks like. We changed our generate, and I'm going to go do a hot lap. So now I got a generate button that we're going to call and we're going to adjust. So now I'm going to go do a hot lap, and I will be right back. And we'll pick up from here. We've connected. We've got a Spring AI client, and now we're going to pass some information to it. We got to figure out our prompt and what we want to get back. What did I just do? I wanted to change my layout to this. There we go. And I'm going to hit my banner, and I'm going to say, I'm going to be right back. So please don't leave. We're doing Spring AI, and we're finally making progress. And I'm way overdone, tired-wise. But we're going to pick up where we left off. So stay tuned. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm remote, so I'm using new tools. I'm using new devices. I don't have all my cheat codes. I don't have my easy buttons. But we're back. I did my hot lap. Let me do my. Okay. And what we did was in this demo, in this example, we set up an open API. So one of the cool things that Spring AI does is I can use Spring AI. So I always hello Spring. I guess Spring Data gives me that ability to use it gives me the abstractions so I can connect to MySQL or Oracle or Postgres or Redis or whatever. Spring Data gives me an abstraction over data stores. Abstractions or consistent, right? Um, Spring AI, consistent abstractions over LLMs or so one of the options, one of the things we get currently is I can choose. Let's go to Spring. I believe. Well, I don't think it's been updated yet, which is kind of sad. We should. Let's do it this way: GitHub Spring projects / Spring -AI. So we've got some options. Oh, and we got some stuff. So here we got some notes, moving prompt and messages and metadata packages to subpackages. New functionality is text to image. That's an important thing, client. Classes are Open AI Image Client and Stability AI Image Client. So we've got some models that are packaged into the project. Oh, let me do this. Set alarm for 3:55. Okay. So here's our update. A new portable options design pattern. We wanted to provide as much portability in the chat client as possible across different chat-based AI models. There's a common set of generation options, and then those that are specific to a model provider. Right. So yeah, a sort of duck typing approach is used. Model options in the model package is a marker interface indicating implementations of this class. We'll provide the options for a model. Okay. So we got some updates here, but we can plug into these different models out of the box with Spring AI. And right now we're using OpenAI. So what we also see is this OpenAI image client that's going to be super valuable to us. So now that we've got a client, let's keep on going. And maybe now's a good time to write some tests, like source. Let's make a new directory source, test, Java and resources. Yeah. So let's do it here. Let's do a new package to match up. com.java.grunt.web.ai is the package. And I want an AI controller test. New Java class AI controller test. Cool. I want to write a test. So let's go and do something similar to what we've done in the past. I don't know all the stuff off the top of my head. Oh, the fonts are too small. here. Now, why? Okay, let's fix that real quick. Settings. Thank you for sharing that, Heartbeat. Like, I am so. All right. Things that. Let's try this. I think 18 is the value that we like to use. How is that? Bumped it up. Let me know if I need to bump it up more. I think that's the one that we normally use on the stream. So I'm going to go and look at another example here. That ran, it's running, everything's good, but we're going to add some tests so that we don't have to do a bunch of manual testing. We want to just add some tests and validate things. So let's go to, I think the listener, CD.com Java listener, I think it's got the cool test framework in it. So let's just do this idea because I'm going to copy and paste a bunch of stuff. Much better. Perfect. Thank you, Harpreet. I'm glad you're here. Ever since you first came in, I felt like you've been in the stream. So, yes, and if I hope that you're doing other stuff and you're being productive. But in my head, you're sitting there and you're watching, and we're working together, working through stuff. So, I talked about this on the stream. I've got these interesting patterns. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to create an abstract app test. Yeah. I'm not going to do that yet. I won't do the abstract yet. But I'm going to just copy some of this stuff. Yes and yes. I'm going to copy both of those. Actually, I don't need test containers just yet because we're calling third-party APIs. So I don't need test containers just yet. I am going to do the REST docs. So let's do that. Let's just grab that property. I need the dependency for Spring REST docs. Let me find that. Hello, REST docs, rest assured. I'm going to grab that dependency because I'm using Spring Boot. I'm going to get a dependency. I'm going to get the dependency version that I should get. I'm going to look. It's org Spring Framework REST docs. And it's going in my test org Spring Framework REST docs. That's where I'm going to put it. So now I've got REST docs, and I'll tell you what that's going to do. We're going to build some tests. Much better. I was 7 minutes behind when you were talking about Spring Cloud Task PR. Right on. So, what was the project that you created, Peter? Was it Spring Batch? It was Spring Batch, wasn't it? That you did the PR and got merged. There was it was a first timers only issue, and you did it. I think it was Spring Batch. It was either Spring Batch or Spring Cloud Task, because it was Glenn that was giving us the high fives, and you are now a Spring contributor because it's open source. So we're here, but remind me, I'm pretty sure it was Spring Cloud Batch. I'm running a test here. We added that. Let's go back and look what else we need. It would be awesome if I knew these things. I know that I'm using SLF4J because I already got Lombok, and this is one of my favorite features of Lombok. Is this SLF4J? So I just get a log. I get a logger. with that annotation. That's the one thing that I miss. And I should have my own SLF4J annotation, but do I need to get port? And I don't need to do that just yet. I'm not gonna. There's no service container that I need to stand up, but we can add the spec. This is for REST docs. I'll explain what that's going to do in just a moment. I like my app documentation to match what's actually deployed. Spring REST docs helps me do that. So what I do is I generate my documentation based on my tests. Let me get my spec here. And then what else do I need to do? So this is my request specification that we're building. Hey, here we're going to go. This is how Rest Assured is set up. I did the before each. Is there anything else I need? Not at the moment. So let's do our first test. I'm just going to copy this and change the values. So when I call, given this spec, when I call, let's say, generate, the URL in the documentation, the URL that this is going to live at is javagarant.com/youtube-web. So even though I'm testing against localhost 8080, when we print our documentation, we want to use this. I need to do port, get port. I can do that. This is extra. It's for another part that I'm not going to dig into at the moment. Actually, I'm not even going to do it. I'm going to take that part out. We'll come back. I don't think I need that. So when we call this service and we call /generate/ let's give it a YouTube ID, which we can just grab one. When I call, right, didn't I have that up somewhere? javagarant.com YouTube service public. Fantastic. YouTube. Sorry. API YouTube videos. Let's grab this first one. Oh, no, I want to grab one where we can generate an ID. Don't I have an extension for JSON here? Maybe not. I'm going to grab this ID right here. Oh, but the ID is actually the whole thing. Zoop, zoop, zoop. See? Generate, that's the ID. When I call this, then assert that status code is 200, and that's it. For now. So I should be able to run it. There's nothing else I need to do. Like, let's just make sure I can hit that endpoint. Box, sure. It says connection refused. What connection is refused? Oh, it doesn't have my key. It doesn't have the environment. What's wrong? Did I have a dot? So this way. Dot slash, not in here. www test. Let's run that test and let's see if we can actually call it endpoint. Am I in the right place? Oh, did I do a path mapping? I don't think I did. Wait, so let's see what happened. It says, hey, connection refused. What? Oh, I do need the port. 8080. Sure. But in my controller, did I do a, I didn't say that it was a REST controller. And I didn't say where it's going to be based off of. I got to make sure I don't clobber any of the other URLs. So let's make this. I think I can do it like this. Request mapping at request mapping. So I'm going to hang all of these endpoints off of slash, for now, OpenAI. So this actual endpoint is going to be slash OpenAI slash generate slash ID. Okay. So much better. Harpreet, Han was on earlier asking about Spock. So specification in test looks similar to the Spock testing framework specification that I use in Grails application. And I think Spock tests are more readable and groovy. So I already went through this, why I like Rest Assured. And I'll show that real quick. And you might have seen it in here. I've got my abstract tests. So I have my test. Hey, there's my specification. Hey, when you call this endpoint, do this thing. When I run my unit tests, I'm going to do it here. I'm just going to control C, blah, 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 dot slash MVNW test. When I run my unit tests, it's going to go, it's going to do all the tests. It's running test containers. It's good. But I like native images. Oh, that's embarrassing. I like to build native images. And native images, not everything is ready to be a native image. The AOT processing, sometimes it needs hints. If you're using reflection or proxies, you need hints. So it ran 6 tests. But here, because that's here at the Java virtual machine, I extend those abstract app tests. This is what's getting ran when I do MVN test. But when I go to production, after I'm done doing my stuff locally, I want to make sure that the native image works. So I actually build an image as a part of my integration test. I build an image. I build a Docker container, an OCI image. I build it. I stand it up. I connect all the stuff. But then I run the exact same tests. It's extending abstract app tests. It runs, it builds a container. It stands up that container down here. It does the start that container. And then it runs the exact same tests against my running container as a part of my integration test. That's why I like Rest Assured. The other part is Rest Assured allows me to do that. First of all, I can do my integration tests are the exact same thing as my unit test. But the other thing is Rest Assured can be used with REST docs. So when I do those tests, I'm over here. When I do these tests, I am going to, here, I am generating a snippet. That snippet is going to be used. So let's put these extra steps in here. I'm just going to copy this whole thing. Copy ASCII-doc index ADOC. So now I have an ASCII-doc folder. And I've got this ASCII-doc. So this isn't our listener service. This is our YouTube web. I'm just going to YouTube Web. It lists YouTube videos and shows thumbnails, title, description, etc. So what we're going to do is it also generate using Spring AI. So respond to this first note. We have one example, which is generate. Let me just take this out. Generate title, description, thumbnail. The operation, we called it generate. I like HTTP. So what we're going to do is, this is my documentation, except that doesn't really tell you a whole lot. We're going to run a test on this. We're going to run this test. Should generate response. Yeah. We're going to run this test. When we pass in this YouTube video ID from this, the ID that's referenced in our database, when we pass this in, the outcome here, the response, is going to be injected into our test or into our docs. So let's try this again. Is there anything else I need to do? We extended it. We got our log. Let's run that test and let's see what happens. Clear. Where are we at? /nv and w test. Harpreet says, it's always great to learn something new from you. I will look into Rest Assured. Fantastic. All right, something failed. Connection refused. What? Let's see. Let's go back here. We said, let's just figure out where we're wrong here. I can do this, local Spring Boot test, and then local port. So let's keep going. Let's make this a Spring Boot test on a random port. And then let's also capture that port so we can use it later. What is this? Because we're using a random port, we got to know where we're going. So let's use that port here. What else am I doing? When this, do a get of this. Oh, I had the wrong URL. It should be /OpenAI, right? The mapping is OpenAI, and then it's /generate/ID. OpenAI /generate/ID. Let's try that. So I am way past my bedtime. So I'm going to apologize in advance. Okay. Oh, because it started it up and it said, oh, I'm on port 0. Okay, that's fine. What happened? Invalid character slash for host in host IPv4. What? This is where, wait a minute. This should only be in the doc scheme. Host. Oh, I didn't know how to do this. So I just want to do this. I need to put that context in there. All right, that's okay. It does that by default. All right, our test ran. Our test worked. So we hit the endpoint, but we still didn't call anything. But we have a test now. So our controller works, and we have code. It generated a snippet for us here. So we named it generate because that's the endpoint that we're using. But I want you to see what it did. It said, when you call this java.com/this blah, 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 you're going to get a response. Response body. Oh, when it called it, it got this. Was the output. Why? Why did it get that as the output? Oh, because there's, so Vaadin has taken over the route. Okay, so I got another idea. We're going to move this. And for good reason, right? Vaadin has taken over the route. If I do this here, then I'm going to have to do all the database connection. I got to call back to the service. Anyways, let's move this AI controller. Let's move that into our YouTube service. So let's do it this way. This can be done. Let's do it this way. Com service YouTube. Oh, I do need those. I'm trying to see endure and allow. Oh, I have to do it a couple of times. All right, so I got my information, and let's do this. Let's start up this project. So instead of doing that, we're going to add this. I already have a YouTube controller. We're going to do a different endpoint. We're going to say at get mapping. This value equals this open AI controller. We're just going to move things around. We're refactoring as we go. Refactoring as we go. So let's go get that controller. Oh, and we're going to have to pull all those dependencies over as well. I'm going to do this. And I'm just going to say OpenAI controller. And I have to upgrade my POM file because I don't want Spring AI in the web. I'm going to let all that happen on the back end. I'm going to delete these guys. Just kidding. I was in this project. That's why it ended up there. Let's take, did I do the documentation over here? No, I didn't. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to make sure that we document our stuff. Cut. Bring that over here. Paste. Done. So here's where our docs are, except this isn't YouTube Web, this is YouTube Service. It's got more stuff. We'll get back. Here, we've also got to get the AI libraries. So let's go grab those. So our POM, our stuff, this guy might be on hold for a little bit. Let's go grab our POM file. Go to grab our Spring AI version. These are the only things that we needed to go from where we were to adding Spring AI, which is pretty slick. Add a Spring AI version. And then we added a dependency. This might already be there. Let's see. Service. Yep, that's already there. And then, yep, I don't need this. Let's grab this guy, this dependency, Spring AI dependency. And it's going to grab the version, but then we also have to have the right repositories available. So we've got to add this. Repository. So this project doesn't have repositories, so we're going to put it right before our build. Boop. I can do this. Boop. Repositories. Okay. So now the Spring service or the YouTube service should have all the dependencies it needs to connect to Spring AI. We got to get our properties over. So let's do that real quick. Remember, we updated our properties. Oops. I don't think I need this one. This I can undo. But we added some properties. Let's add those. Let's do it like this. X. Go back over to our service. Put those properties because we need those over here. Oh, they're formatted different. So we have spring.ai. Oops. AI. Open AI. Dot API dash, whoops. API dash key. And then here it's dollar open AI API key. So that takes care of that one. And then up here, our app specific stuff. App template equals. Except ours isn't going to say, tell me a joke about. Ours is going to say, something different. We can say, tell me a joke for now. I'm going to leave that just the way it is. I'm going to put it in quotes. It's an enamel. All right. Please tell me that wasn't the alarm already. So sometimes I get these beeps of, like, my team shouldn't be bugging me right now. Here, it's always great. Copying content from one project to another in IntelliJ is tedious. I do use Notepad++. Yeah, sometimes it can be tricky. So we're here. We have our properties. Let's grab our test. Cut from there over to here. Paste. And I don't need to do that. I can take that test. I can take this test and just put it into my abstract type test. So we're adding one test. Should generate response. Oh, I didn't do the get port. And this can go away. So let's take a look in our web. Is there anything? I don't want to do that. Actually, I don't want to do it here. Let's go take a look in our web project. What's remaining? What else have we changed? Git status. We had changed the videos view and the AI. We deleted the AI controller test. Oh, and we have the AI controller. So that's weird. What did we change in the videos view? We just added the generate button. All right, so we're good on this side, I believe. We have .envrc. Oh, I should probably copy that over. Move .envrc to Java. Wait, was there an envrc over here already? And there was. So I'm gonna just copy some lines out of that. .envrc. There's my API key. Control X. And now my envrc, my environment, will now have all the things that I need. And over here, I gotta type in my long key a couple of times. So this pattern, for me, it's even more important on like a work computer, right? Like you don't want to leave stuff sitting on the work computer. So protecting your secrets. Don't leave your secrets on your devices. Rotate your secrets. Rotate your keys often. So we're here. So now I've got a service that has a test. And I've got a new controller that's going to open up at /OpenAI. This says it might not have been initialized because we didn't do that right. So we're going to pull in the prompt. We have a chat client. So now our test should run, but now we're in a new project. And when we generate our docs, I already did that. So on the filter document, this stuff all goes away. I just need a boom, boom. All right, so when I do this, when I call that endpoint, it should work. I think I can run this without doing anything. This test, I believe, should pass. It did not. What did it say? Oh, it's because I don't have the environment variables, so I couldn't create the chat client. But if I do it over here, UW test, it's going to run all the tests. But it should have everything that it needs to run all the tests, and it should go pretty fast. Harpreet, what are you working on today? Like, what's popping? Okay, so this said it failed. So it should have been 200, but it was a 500 because maybe I didn't do something right. So I might open AI controller here. Generate ID. Why would it be a 500? I have this at API YouTube videos. API. Oh yeah, it's a different, I changed the endpoint. So here we're at API YouTube videos, and here we're at API/OpenAI. So let's go change our test. Instead of this, it's going to be API/OpenAI/generate. Did I change anything? Let's see if that works. Oh, I didn't. One expectation. Private Lang assertion error. What was the assertion? Call a get, and then assert it's a 200. Let's try that one more time. Spring AI is the abstraction over, we're using OpenAI right now. Later, not today, later we'll bring that model local, and we'll use Spring AI to hit a local model. What's happening? Missing variable name. Oh, subject. What? Says all template variables are not replaced. Missing variable names are subject with root cause. Oh yeah, because I did this. Wait, where did it go? Key value, okay. Because it saw both of them in that template, that's all. Easy peasy, that's an easy fix. We're debugging, so this is later today in the Spring office hours, we're gonna talk about common mistakes Spring developers make. And one of the common mistakes that Spring developers make is trying to code when you're too tired. Harpreet says, I'm thinking about moving an old project from Grails 2.3 that uses Spring Framework 4.0 to latest Spring Boot 3.2.3 over the weekend. It might take 6 months. No. It shouldn't take 6 months. Why would it take 6 months? It shouldn't take 6 months. What would I do? See, the right move is probably going from Grails over to Spring Boot. And I've done that. And it was probably around the same age, Spring Framework 4. But I'll be honest, what I would probably end up doing is keeping my tests and just re-implementing the invites. How big is that project? I guess that's a factor. How big is it? See, this is the other thing. The monolith versus microservice. Refactoring a single microservice or module as part of the monolith. Refactoring one, I can make progress and I can be done. If I'm in a monolith, the refactorings affect a lot more. There's trade-offs. I ran all my tests. My tests all work. So now I actually have working tests. And all I've done is saying, hey, I can call that endpoint. But that endpoint's still not doing anything. The endpoint's still not doing anything. So now let's do the work. When you call this and you pass an ID, you are going to get a bean output parser. And it's going to give us oh man, time flies. So that's my alarm. I got to go do a hot lap. You've got a CRM-based project started around 2009. Oh yeah. Oh, I get it. I know exactly why you grabbed Grails. And like I said, I was right. The project I was thinking about, same time frame. But if it's a CRM, it's probably pretty involved. Is it deployed? It's a monolith, I assume. That's why you're saying it would take 6 months. If you could break out that monolith into parts and just refactor like one part, the strangle of the monolith pattern, if you could do refactor one controller, one set of functionality at a time, then it wouldn't have to. Yeah, it might take 6 months, but you're getting progress the whole time. So definitely, yeah, monolith. That's probably my approach. Is like, can you conceptually think of what those microservices might look like? Yeah, it's hard to say how long it's going to take, but if you've got tests, it's going to be easier. If you're running it at scale, like if it's doing work and it's making your company money, if it's running in the cloud, then you can justify the refactor, right? If it's running in the cloud, the upgrade is going to save you a boatload of money. So yeah, I'm going to go do my hot lap. And if you are comfortable, like, what are some of the modules? What are some of the microservices? What are some of the domains, users, like contacts, tickets? What are some of those things that might be pulled off in a microservice that you could attack? That probably a good idea. The issue that we have, small dev team, 3 people, that's plenty big. I guess multiple microservice will not make sense. Why wouldn't multiple microservices make sense? If you're doing the refactor, it does make sense, right? Hey, for adding a new ticket that goes over to the monolith, but for updating your users, maybe that's over here in the microservice that you've refactored a Spring Boot app, and then you just take. Eventually, you get to the tickets, and the tickets are their own microservice. The Even though it's only 3 people on the engineering team, the reason that you're going to the microservices isn't because you got a bunch of people that are doing stuff. It's so that you can refactor them individually, scale them individually is not probably a concern, but you could refactor different parts of your application individually and still be running in production. You could even run things side by side and validate that, yeah, like, hey, send this request for get user. You could send it to your microservice and your Grails monolith at the same time. You could validate that they're both getting back the same thing. This is one approach that you could take. So I'm going to go and do my hot lap. And just think, like, give me an idea of what those, if you went down that path, what would those microservices look like? I'm going to go to a hot lap and I'll be back in 5. Let me do my banner. I'll be right back. I'm just going to leave this up there. Boop. Please hold. I'll be right back. We're back. Let's we're good here. Let's get back. Scroll, and I didn't miss anything. All right, so Spring is set. Here's our parser. We have an example of what we want to call, but I don't have a way of pulling down the transcript integrated yet. So let's do this. We're going to get there. Let's do this. I used where did I put that? We have a YouTube starter. We have a YouTube starter from Clue to Solve, github.com. Anand has a Spring YouTube Spring Cloud starter. We get the title, we get the count. That's kind of cool. Captions. All right, let's take that step. Here, let's do it this way. Let's keep on working on our test. So let's go here in our abstract test. Let's do this. Let's go get a transcript. And we'll do a transcript. Do I have one? Sitting around. I feel like I do. Thought I had one. Okay, I don't have a good transcript. I want to test this. So let's do, what's the easy, let's look. Let's maybe just do this the easy way. Let's go to github.com, lab every day is YouTube Assistant. And let's look at app. And he gets get the video transcript, fetches and transcribes the video contents for given YouTube video ID. You pass in the URL. He just says from YouTube URL. He's got a project called YouTube Loader. So there's a LangChain YouTube Loader. Add video info is true. Is there, I know there's LangChain 4J. It says it's a LangChain version of Java. But there's not a YouTube here. Oh, here's a loader. Oh, no. All right, because that's what this was. This was a YouTube loader. But there's not one for LangChain for J. Is there any other? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm thinking. Um, so here, Harpreet says that's a good suggestion. We're talking about stringing the monolith so we can do the upgrade. I guess I will divide the project into 3 major microservices: the main web app, an importer service, and a report generator for your CRM. So is that what you have? Is that kind of your main split right now? I feel like a CRM. Yeah, I guess there's if that makes sense. But yeah, then you can start tackling small bits, right? Like if you just start with the web application, Grails gives you a nice lots of stuff to do the web app. DMAC, what is up? Uh, welcome. What can I think of right now? DMAC, I'm glad you're here. Um, yeah, baby steps. What I would do, Harpreet, is I would take something small, something that doesn't get called very often, and I would say, hey, let me replicate this as a Spring Boot microservice, and then do that approach, do that side by side approach. That's what I would do. I would take off something small, and then know that you could deploy it and start tackling it that way. Like get your feet wet with one small piece. Um, so I don't have a YouTube loader, and I feel like I've done this. Did I have it? I think I had it on a branch. I think I have it on another computer. Please hold. Let's go take a look. I'm going to connect to Tailscale. This might mess up the stream. Sorry if it does. SSH to the juice box. It's on clue to solve. YouTube Spring Cloud Starter. Get status. Get pull. Oh, I made my own branch, I think. Right. CD Sean. No, I think I made my own YouTube Spring Cloud Starter. Get status. And I made changes to Anand's stuff, but there's not another computer. And looks like it's committed. So let's see. I hope I didn't delete it. So when I'm doing a fork or something, I put that in mine. Repo clone YouTube Spring Cloud Starter. Already exists. Oh. It says cannot pull with rebase. You have unstaged changes. Did I do that here? Let's see what those dates are. Oh, so the other version is the newer version. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's move this one. And then let's clone that again. So we're going to grab the fresh one out of the repository. DMOC, what we're doing is I'm trying to do some Spring AI integration with these YouTube videos that we've been working on. It says clue to solve set as the default repository. Oh, no, that's good. See YouTube Spring starter, get status. Let's jump into here and let's see what's up. So we have the status. I think that my fork, I think I can run it. I'm embarrassed by this. So let's fix that real quick. Let's do, I have an alias for my upgrade command. Spring cubed. So just upgrade. I'll have to go in and make a couple of changes. But it was at Spring Boot 3.2, like that. Like that's like forever ago. Let's get it up to the latest. And that's what that Spring cubed alias alias is for. All right, so now I should be at Spring Boot 3.2.2, which is fantastic, and we're all set. All right. We have our starters. I think I had tests in here. And this says authorized. Let's just take a look. Replace with a valid video ID. Get the video snippet. You can get default medium high standard, okay? Assert not null. Make sure we have a video. We have that. Okay. So yeah, we have some tests. So is this a video ID that I've got? Download caption test. Let's see this. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Get clone run. That's the goal. Let's see if we were nice to ourselves. Please open the following address in your browser. Let's authenticate. Choose your account. Yep, allow it. All right, so now we're up. What happened here? We hit this button. So Spring AI requires third-party libs. No, why did you end up with LangChain? I didn't end up. So this is a Python project, and I was trying to find a quick way to grab transcripts, and that's how I got to LangChain. But no, I do not need third-party libraries for Spring AI. I'm connecting to YouTube, so I was looking for a third-party library to pull down YouTube information for this AI because I want to use the transcript of the video. So let's go back and review what we're doing. We have this video content is here. I think I have one running somewhere. We have this video content. This is my videos over on YouTube. And what I want to do is if I see hashtag JavaGrunt, like a stream where it's not like a recorded video that I'm doing and I'm doing something specific. My video, what we do is we kind of go wherever. So if I put hashtag JavaGrunt at the start of the title, that means I want Spring AI to do its thing. I want the AI tool, when it's done, to do its thing. And what does that mean? It means give me a title that makes sense, like what happened on that stream. So this is going to be a 10-hour stream, so it's going to be interesting to see what that does. And then give me a summary of the stream and generate a thumbnail with vibrant colors that I can use to show like, hey, here's some stuff, right? Because like this lame thumbnail Nobody's going to want to click that to come and see what's in. And there's no description. Like, why would anybody click that to go view it? Which is surprising. It's even got 90 views. But something that has a thumbnail gets more views, right? When it's got a thumbnail that pulls people in, and it's got a title that's going to pull people in. And I'm letting Spring AI do that. I'm letting that Spring AI call OpenAI to do that. But there's more. So that's where we're at right now. That's what we're trying to connect to. Is like, hey, when I'm done with the stream, like this one, when I'm done with the stream, I want this app, I want it to automatically go and generate a thumbnail and a title and a description and stuff. So in order to do that, I'm basing everything off of the transcript, the conversations that we have. Now, one of the cool things that one of the other streamers is doing, Security Live, he's taking the chat and he's grabbing the chat as like, what would you call it? He's, there's a word. He's injecting the chat. He's fortifying the chat with additional context. What is that term? Right, because my transcript, what I'm saying in the mic, that's all that the YouTube transcript's going to. When I read your comments, when I say, hey, DMOC 76, when I say that, it'll get included into the transcript. But the better approach, or I think it's a better approach, is to take the chat logs and inject those right into the transcript so that when I vectorize, when I take the transcript and I put that transcript into a vector database, I could ask my local AI, I could say, hey, what streams did DMOC ask about LangChain? I should be able to get that information back. So that's kind of the next phase, is where I'm going to take these transcripts and maybe the chat logs, which I probably can't go get historically, but for going forward, I can take the transcript and the chat context and make that a part of my AI, where I'll be able to ask a local AI bot. I'll be able to say, hey, when I was talking about .envrc, which backends was I suggesting? Whatever it is, but we'll start to be able to ask my bot, my Spring AI based interface chatbot, questions about the content that I've pushed out, so that if you missed a stream, you could be like, hey, what was talked about yesterday? What was talked about last week? Or what was what topic had the most engagement? Based on the chat log, that I could ask that, like, hey, what was talked about the most in the chat last week? Just seeing, we're exploring and we're going from scratch, and we're going to take it to production. It's going to run on Raspberry Pis. So right now we're connected to OpenAI to do this transcript building and thumbnail generation, etc. But I don't have cloud money, so I want to bring this whole thing down, and we'll switch from OpenAI. We'll switch to another model, to be decided. We'll switch to another model, but the goal is everything's got to run on Raspberry Pi. So yeah, hopefully that was a nice little, makes sense. We've been working on this stuff for a long time, and you'll see how it's working. But yeah. Anand, who has been on the stream. Yeah, so I'm going to have this RAG. Yep. So here's the RAG example that we'll get to, where I will be taking in the transcripts as a part of this, just my video workflow. When I go and I do a show, hey, it calls, and then I can go and grab the transcript. I can grab the information, do all the generation and stuff. But yeah, one of those, that RAG example is like, let's take that transcript and let's put it into a vector store. And then let's, use that vector store to enhance, the generated conversation, the generated text. Yeah. So we're getting there, baby steps. But Craig Walls on the Spring team did a great. He's got tons of great work. But last week he presented at the Java Champions Conference, and his presentation was amazing. And he's an amazing presenter. But then he left his code. He shared his code with us. So we're going to take it for a spin. That's what we're doing right now. So I'm going to be working for another 3.5 hours. I'm going to be streaming for another 3.5 hours, and I'm overtired. This is way past my bedtime, but I'm working. So I'm doing Firewatch. So I'm at a property that I'm in Kansas City where it's freezing temperatures and the sprinkler system is broke. So when your sprinkler system breaks, as a rule of multifamily housing in the area, you have to have somebody on site that walks around the property and make sure that there's no fires. So that was presented to me as like, hey, here's the thing that you could do. It's a 12-hour shift. And I was like, oh, I have a 12-hour shift that I could sit at this property, and it's away from my house. So I'm just sitting here streaming from my phone. I've got a laptop that I don't normally use. I'm outside of my comfort zone. But every hour I've got to go and walk around the property to make sure there's nothing on fire. So it was an opportunity that was presented. I am getting paid to be here and walk around the property every hour, but the opportunity to do this was interesting, and it's way late. It's way past my bedtime. I shouldn't be up right now. But the opportunity to do a long stream and to like have something to be doing, it just seemed interesting to me. So that's why I'm here. So TMUX says it's actually a very cool feature to be able to search, because sometimes it takes time to find info that you saw somewhere but don't remember exactly where. Right. This idea, this RAG is like, there's so many ways that this stuff could go. But for me, I take a lot of notes like these Excalidraws. Like, you see me do these on stream. I have these. I've got one like from every day for the past, or from every day that I've sat down at the computer. I got a bunch of these. Wouldn't it be cool to have that vectorized and pulled in and searchable? It's Excalidraw, but those are just as it's saved in that Excalidraw format. I can parse it and I can pull that in, or I could even maybe try to figure out what I was doing from the images. So there's a lot of really interesting things that we could do, and we're just getting started. I'm glad you're here. This is not the normal time that I stream. I'm overtired, so I might get delirious and I get kind of woozy and weary jumping off. So yeah, bear with me. Not that I'm a super awesome presenter. I am going to try to get something to production. I got 3.5 hours to push some things and see if we can get something working. So I went and I grabbed this YouTube Spring Cloud Starter. I ran the test. It worked. It goes, and it says title Spring Boot Tracing Raspberry Pi. So I went and I grabbed, and it got the title information. So that's great. Did it right? I think it did. So now I should be able to get video details. Do I have to log in again? Nope. So now I got video details. And let's just jump straight, download caption test. I should be able to download this caption. String download caption. What's it going to do with the caption once it downloads it? Buffered reader. So it's going to get it. But then what? Where does it put it? I have this caption download. set download enabled input caption stream, return buffered reader, those lines, collect and then join. But then what? Well, let's see. Let's just see what happens. Get video detail test. Let's download that caption. Let's see what it does. Oh, so it's spit it out. So there's our transcript. Got timestamps. It's got the whole transcript. So, okay, so that works. So I'm going to use this Spring Boot starter that I've got locally. I should probably push this somewhere. But it's fine for now. So this is the fork of Anand's work. I'm going to use this. I'm going to build it locally. I'm going to say ./mbnw clean install. And I'm going to get a jar file that I can use as a dependency in this other project. And hopefully it has some coordinates. So it put it in clue to solve, YouTube String Cloud Starter 001 snapshot. So let's use that over here. In our YouTube service, we're going to pull in this snapshot version of this clue to solve. Let me get those coordinates again. io.clue to solve. Hello. Here. And let's pull that into our other project. Here. Dependency. Zoink. IO clue to solve, this one that we just built. There it is. So now, when I'm here, when you call and you give me an ID, we've got to do this step. Let's go look. We've got to say, look at our README. We had this AutoWire an instance in our project. Like that. We'll do something similar. So here we're going to have a, what is it called? All right, I copied it. Oops, I thought I copied it. The starter, we want one of these. Private YouTube service. Private YouTube service. Except we're not going to AutoWire it. Wait, why didn't? Because we didn't pull in the index. We didn't pull in that library. But now we need to make sure that we've got one. So let's do this. YouTube service. And then this.YouTube service equals YouTube service. Okay, so now we should have a YouTube service and we should be able to authenticate with YouTube. And I should have access to all of the content that I've created over on YouTube because of the YouTube starter. Thank you, Anand. And then we want to do one of these calls, which we already have a demo for, or we already had a test for. Over in our integration test, we said, hey, download the caption, the string, go get the caption for that ID in English. That's it. YouTube service download caption. Okay. YouTube service. Let's make this a private method. It gives us a string. Download caption. Pass in a ID. YouTube video ID. So I've got two YouTube IDs. The one that I use as the key in my database looks like this. Where did it go? It looks like one of these where it's got the YT colon video colon blah, blah, blah. But it's just that last part after the YT colon video part. That's the actual YouTube ID. So I've got two things. So I just wanted to like throw that out there, keep me honest. So I'm going to say, if I'm here, the YouTube video response, we'll see. The string format, parse that, prompt template, blah, blah, blah. Let's do it this way. First of all, let's go get the transcript. Let's make string transcript equals download caption based on that ID, pass in just that ID. So this is the ID for my database. So here. And then let's the string YouTube video ID equals ID dot substring starting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's going to be starting at 9. Oh, with that first dash. So let's validate that real quick. I brought my test over. So if I pass in this video ID, if I call this, let's do this. Let's response R equals let's log that out. Logger. So, DMOC, you and I, you know this, I hope. I am happy to help. You don't have to go back and look at a stream. What I think is for you, for anybody, grab 30 minutes on my calendar and we'll do a Zoom meeting and you can ask me questions. You don't have to go and scan through the videos because I've talked about it in a bunch of places, but I also talked about it today. I talked about this with SEU James, how I'm doing it. So today on this stream, I deleted my Kubernetes cluster on my laptop. I recreated it using K3D. I did the Flux init or Flux bootstrap. So I installed Knative serving, and then I added the tenant to it. And I talked about how that Cloudflare D tenant is set up. But you don't have to go back and watch. You'll go a lot faster. And I am happy to do it for you. I'm here at your service. I will do that for you. That's why I make myself available. So instead of having you go to try to figure it out based on the videos, you have access to the repository is github.com/Deshaun-cloud. And then in Flux control, everything is in here. So let's look at the clusters. Let's use ARM64. We can see that, hey, just deploy Knative serving. And then in the tenant, I switched to where each tenant gets their own tunnel. And that tunnel gets deployed to every cluster that they go to. So here, for like JavaGrunt, for instance, here's the config for exactly what I'm deploying to my Kubernetes cluster locally. And then also, here's the secrets that I'm injecting. Wait, but the tunnel secret isn't in there. I thought that I injected the tunnel secret with SOPs. Maybe I didn't do it in this one. I did another one. But like everything is there. So you might get forward faster, and I am happy to help work through a Cloudflare D example. And we can go from scratch. We can go from wherever you're confused. We can just pick up from right there, and you can ask questions, and we can just work through it. We could do it on my computer, or we could do it on yours, right? If we're on a Zoom, we can share screen, and we can pair on it, and we can walk you through it. But I enjoy doing that. I enjoy pairing. I enjoy working through those things. One of the things that I realize is I need to practice the way that I say things, because there's different questions that are come up with different audiences. So I need to practice. So let's do it that way instead of trying to figure out where it is. But hopefully soon we'll have this transcript and we can go back and look, and maybe we'll have it addressed, like exactly where in this episode did he talk about Cloudflare D. But also, let's do this. Let's just make a demo. Let's do in 15 minutes or less. Let me do like a quick video that shows that, because I do get a lot of questions about it. I think it's a neat little pattern, and that might be valuable, right? You're asking questions about it, but yeah, I would like to chat with you and go through it and see. Once you get it, once you've got that config, like I don't understand all the stuff, but I've got a setup that works, and I kind of copy and paste, and I've done it with both Kubernetes and with Docker. Like in my previous role, I had it set up for the same reason, right? Like right now, when you go to intro.deshaun.io, you're actually hitting my laptop. If you go to intro.deshaun.io, you're actually hitting my laptop, because it's running. That's where that tenant is configured. That's where that tunnel is configured to point to. Here on my laptop. So you see this whole cluster, we just built it 6 hours ago, and that's what we're doing. So I would be happy. It'd be my honor to be able to walk you through a Cloudflare D setup with Kubernetes or Docker or whatever. Yeah, thanks for asking. And grab some time. So where are we? I showed that I get hold of me. I forgot what I was trying to do. Again, I'm tired. I wanted to generate a response. But what I'm going to do for the moment is when you call here, I just want to mm, what's this? Mm, yeah, let's do it. We are going to log. Why don't I have my logger? Do I have SL? Do I have Lombok in this repository? I think I do. I do. I have Lombok. So I can do this. This is my favorite part of Lombok. SLF. I have a consistent way of doing my logging. Yes. Yes. Teamwork makes the dream work. Teamwork makes the dream work, right? And you've seen there's other people that are in this little community that are following that same pattern. I like running Kubernetes locally. If you've got a personal domain, you could have like a dev.dmox76.com that tunnel goes to your laptop or your juice box or whatever it is, where you can have your staging environment, but you could access it from anywhere. So like we could be on a pair and I could hit it and I could ping and I could do that kind of stuff. It's 2024. We can do that. Like Kubernetes running on your laptop it's not that big of a deal. I encourage you. And then if you're already using Spring, right? DMOC, you're a Spring user, right? I think that, but I think, see, this is a question I could ask my chat. Like, is DMOC76 a Spring user? Wouldn't it be nice if I had the chat logs and I had those conversations in there? But I would need to have the chat because there's a lot of streamers that they capture the conversations and they can go back, they're capturing the logs. So like when you chat, they have something on their screen that says, oh yeah, here's what DMOC has talked about. I don't want to have the whole thing. I want to store it as a vector database so we can do interesting things. But yeah, do you use Spring? Do you use Spring Boot? And if not, why not? I'm just kidding. No pressure, because we talked about this. That's a fun thing about. That's a weird thing, fun thing, interesting thing, is because I've been streaming for 7 hours. We covered a lot more than normal. But we talked earlier, like most languages will do what you want. Just pick the one that you're most comfortable with. Let's go to production. So I'm not gonna harp on languages or frameworks or anything like that. I want you to get to production. I want you to get unlocked. And if you're interested in doing Cloudflare D, I've got some experience with Cloudflare D, and I want to help you. I want to help you when we're doing this, like when we're doing anything. Like there's like everybody's on a journey. So regarding Cloudflare D, right now, if this is me, you're somewhere down here on this path. Like you're asking questions. I can see you over here, but I only have to be a little bit in front. It doesn't matter where I am. I just want to help you get as close to me as possible. This is this phrase like lift as we climb. And it could be lift as we climb can be completely selfish. Like I'm not saying like you have to do charity. If I'm here, if I can teach you to get up here, that is making me better. It's making me better understand things. It's making it so that I can teach more and teach better. And everybody's got a journey on anything, and there's always somebody in front of you on that journey. And sometimes they're already over the curve. You know that they're there, they're already over the curve, and they're looking at something else. They're looking at something else completely different. And you're just trying to get Cloudflare D deployed, get ingress to your Docker or your Kubernetes. There's a lot more that can be done. But I want you to remember that there's always somebody behind you as well. And this is just like in life. It's anything in life. a lot of times it's really easy to focus on, oh, I want to get there. I want to get to that next level, the next whatever. It's really easy because that's where you're looking. This phrase that I like to say to myself encourages me to look back. It encourages me to do a live stream so that I can help somebody, anybody, move up. But I'll be honest, there's a selfish component to that. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to understand things better. And this looking backwards, this lift as we climb aspect, it it helps me to go deeper on the stuff that I do know. So I'm happy to help. Let's see if we can keep going. This has been interesting. It's way past my bedtime. I don't know if I do a long stream. I don't know it'll be the same hours, but it's definitely been fun conversations. It's been fun conversations. And I know I'm a little delirious. But let me show you. Wait, it's unlisted. Hold on. I want to. Oh, it's on Twitter. Saturday night. It's Monday morning right now. Saturday night, I had a party. We had a bunch of kids. We had 14 kids spend the night at my house. And 14 fifth graders don't go to bed at a normal time. If I got one or two, I'd like, hey, you got to go to bed. I'm their coach. You got to go to bed. Those two go to bed. And then the other two on the other side of the room, then they would get giddy and they would start giggling and one kid had gas. And every time he would toot, the whole room would bust up laughing. So Saturday night, I got no sleep. I was tired. Parents started, the kids didn't really settle down until 3:30 or 4. And then the parents started coming at 7:30. So I didn't have a whole lot of sleep. And then after the parents came and picked up the kids, we went straight to church. After church, we came back and the Chiefs, we watched the football game at our house. So it's been a long weekend. I am a little delirious. But here we are. We're making progress. We're making progress. I think slowly but surely. So let's go. Where were we? I don't remember. We're going to log some stuff. We're going to make sure that we can download this. Let's do our log.info. And this. Why is my GitHub? Let's make sure we're parsing that ID properly. And then let's call the YouTube service, download caption for that YouTube video ID. And let's log that out. What was this? You expected 2 arguments. Oh, and I want it in English. Download unhandled IO exception. Is that good? No, because then that's going to throw it. Let's do this. Try. Try that, and then that's what might not have been illustrated. Okay, that's fine. Let's do it here. and return caption. Oh, there's my alarm. I need to, man, the time flies when you're having a good conversation because sometimes like a 2-hour stream seems like it takes forever when there's no engagement and I'm just kind of like stuck. But this little like breaking things up into an hour and having to go do this walk, these hours seem to just fly by. So here I catch, let's do log dot error. Get message. See what's up. But otherwise do that. Here we go. What are you talking about? Oh, that's fine. All right. So let's run that test, and then I got to go and do my thing. So we're going to go at 5. Let's run this test. And what we expect this test to do is we're going to pass in this ID. We're going to get a transcript. Actually, let's not log it here. Let's log it up here. Log.info transcript. And let's see if we can go and pull a transcript from one of these IDs. So let's go back to our test. And there, this is the ID that we're passing in. It's going to parse 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It starts at 9. We should be in good shape. I don't need this. I can do this log.info r. Oop. Let me add my logger. I must have added SLF for J later. Let's do our get. Body dot get. Wait, what? My GitHub Copilot has left me. Sure. So let's run that. Let's see what happens, and then I'm gonna go do my walk. All right. So Harpreet says, I have custom built importer service that was developed from scratch utilizing a scheduler to enhance its functionality. I'm now exploring Spring Batch. So, this is good. Harpreet, I appreciate you so much. Through this learning process, I aim to incorporate Spring Batch best practices into the existing importer service. Hold that thought. I'm going to go walk around this property, make sure there's no fires, and come back and let's talk about Spring Batch versus Spring Cloud. I'm still not deep on it, but I've got a 100 level concept of why choose one versus the other. And we talked about it here on stream. I'll tell you why I chose one over the other or where I would choose one over the other. So hold that thought. Thank you for sharing that. Spring Batch, I didn't realize that Spring Batch was so massive. It's a big deal for so many companies all over the world. So in 2024, I'm going to go deeper on it. So let's run these tests real quick, and then I'm going to go walk around. We're here, nope, in the service, and let's see if this works. MVNW test. This shouldn't take that long. Either way, I'm going to go walk. I just want to see what the outcome is. Okay. Let's see where we failed at. What? Okay, so I got. Okay, so I did something wrong. It's something with the YouTube starter where I'm not implementing it right. But let me go do a hot lap, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. right. We're back. There's no fires. 5:05. All right. I am back. Let's go. So, Spring Batch versus Spring Cloud. I have right here, like these videos. I thought that it would be cool to like have a batch process, like, oh, go grab the transcript, generate the stuff, do the things. Don't like do all of it as a batch process. That would get, hey, I could schedule it, I could do the scheduled. The thing that the batch process does is it stores the information of the batch, like Spring Batch, I'm speaking. It stores all of the information, all the different phases, like, hey, here's how long this took, here's the start time, stop time, the different steps, all of that. It stores it into a database so you can do analytics on the batch process itself. It also gives you the opportunity to like do a retry. And you can automate that retry. You can have like a dead letter queue, a dead batch queue. Spring Cloud Task does some of those things, not all. Spring Cloud Task doesn't store all the information into a database. So if you're scheduling Spring Cloud tasks, you're saying, hey, I want this one-off thing to go. Like, did it work or not? That's it. It's a one-off. So this Spring Cloud Task example that I did here, let's go to github.com, Java, grunt. I did this example on a stream, you might have been there, of Spring Cloud Task. Where's the task? Here it is. And what this does, oh, I forgot about these. What this does is it's no big deal. What I'm doing here is I'm saying, hey, go call the YouTube API and get the feed, get the RSS feed of my videos and store it into a database. It's stuff that should already be happening because I've got this listener. If I create a new video, I get a webhook call and it should be there anyways. But just in case, every hour or so, let's go take a look at when it's deployed. I say just go call it and grab, it'll only grab like the last whatever, 10 or 20 or whatever. Go call that feed and pull that data in. If it's already there, no big deal. If it's not there, cool. In this repository, I also show the way that I deployed it. Instead of doing like an @scheduled that sits inside of another application, that other application would have to be running all the time. With a Spring Cloud task deployed as YAML, as a cron job inside of Kubernetes, what I'm doing here is I'm saying, look, let's bump that up. What I'm doing here is I'm saying, hey, every hour, go and execute this Spring Cloud task, which is this one here, that image. Go and execute that every hour. And I'm passing in the URL feed. Let's go take a look at that property. This is what it calls. It's just an RSS feed that YouTube provides. And then I parse this data. And I found a third-party tool called Roam Utils. com.roam tools. And that was the interesting part of that whole project because I deploy things as native images. And that dependency that's used, com.roam tools, it's used to parse RSS feeds and XML that didn't have the native image hints. So I had to, my unit tests did not behave the same as in my native image. Oh, and I didn't go and validate it. Oh, I did in the other one. But I had to go and add runtime hints for a bunch of the Rome tools stuff so that I could build a native image, because I want this to start up fast, use a tiny amount of resources. I don't have to have it up running all the time. It'll start up every hour, it'll go do its thing, and then it'll shut down. And since it's doing every hour, it's okay. Like, oh, it missed, it didn't work. Okay, go do it again in an hour. I'll be fine. The people that use my site will be fine. Harpreet says, through this learning process, I am incorporating Spring best practices. Yes. Spring batch best practices into the importer service. Absolutely. Good. If you've got questions, and anybody, right? I feel like I'm having a conversation with Harpreet right now. But anybody, if you've got questions, I don't have a agenda. Hi. The Chiefs won yesterday. It's Monday now. I'm doing a long stream. I'm having fun just doing a long stream. Like, even if I get nothing done, I'm still having fun. This is the longest stream I've ever done. But I got no game plan except to do this Firewatch stuff. But I don't have any mission. Like, if you've got questions, I'm here. I want this to be a safe place where you can ask questions about anything. And my phrase that I like to say is if you come over to my house for dinner and you leave hungry, that's your fault. Like, if you're here hanging out on the stream and you're here, you're like, oh, I wish I could find out something about this. Ask. If you don't ask, that's your fault. I'm here. I'm a developer. I've been doing this for a long time. I don't have all the answers, but I've got some, and I also have good friends on Slack. I can help. So I encourage you, if you've got questions about anything, I focus on Spring Boot and Kubernetes and build packs and getting to production. But yeah, I've got other experiences as well, and I'm happy to talk about it. And I'm happy being outside of my comfort zone. So if we need to explore something together, fantastic. Or if you want to come on the stream, because I'm using StreamYard, I can just send you a link and you can come and join me on the stream if you want to chit chat. We have all sorts of options. So let's keep going with our stuff. I messed up the starter. It says YouTube auto configuration required a bean of type YouTube client factory that could not be found. Let's go take a look and see what we missed. I should have my YouTube starter still open. And in my test, did I do why can't it find the YouTube client factory? Oh, do I need this? Spring Boot test. I probably shouldn't have shown that on screen, but we'll figure it out. It's looking for YouTube client factory. Oh, yeah. YouTube.api key. YouTube.credentials directory. So that's what I need. I need this property. That's what it is. Over here in this one, I need to add another property. called YouTube.credentials directory. And the value .oauth credentials. I think that's all that I need for this test. Wait, did I put it in the right place? Yeah. All right, let's see. All right, there's the transcript. We're looking good. All right, so now we have access to a transcript. Now the question is, how often do I want to pull down that transcript? How often do I need to pull down that transcript? As the show is done, I want to grab that transcript. So ideally, after a video, after we do a stream, hopefully I'm going to get a call to that webhook when the stream is done saying, hey, we're done, that event. And then what we want to do is download or I don't know what the right way to do it is, but we're going to say download transcript. Where should that, it could just happen at the YouTube service. I'm going to just say call YouTube service. And generate. So if it gets an event, call it. In that generate, I can check. Maybe like check for JavaGrunt. Because I don't want to generate, I don't always want to generate thumbnails and stuff, but that'll be my trigger. Slash JavaGrunt or hashtag JavaGrunt, hashtag Redis Geek. And that'll be it. So that'd be the ideal. And then when it does that, when it generates it, I should store that transcript, right? Somewhere. Remember, these are on Raspberry Pis, on Kubernetes. So there's, in the cloud, there's no file system. So where should I store it? Right now, I've got a tiny little Postgres database. I had a tiny little Redis database. I feel like I should store the transcript. Like once I download it, I feel like I should store that transcript as a file because later I want to, again, use those transcripts and hopefully chat logs as part of my RAG example. So I can ask the AI interesting things about the streams. So I think that might be an interesting side mission. Because what I think is I just want to deploy like Minio, which I don't have set up yet. I don't want to store large text files like transcripts. I don't want to store those in a Postgres or a Redis. So good question. Is this going to be a long-running task? Well, let's take a look. Let's do it this way. If I go to SSH to, I'm going to go to Juice because I have that context. kubectx. The ARM64 context is there. I know the status of this. And it's bad because me and my son are rebuilding this environment. So there's stuff, but you can see these tasks, that Spring Cloud task, it just goes and it grabs the feed and it does it every hour. So, hey, those are there. Why is this YouTube service? I have a YouTube service that has 601 restarts. (602 restarts). I don't know what's going on there. We'll get back to that soon, but I want you to see if you go to javagrunt.com right now, you can see there's no gateway, there's no anything. These services are long running, but not really. They're scaled to 0. They only come up when they're accessed because I'm running on Raspberry Pis. I don't need these things to be up 24/7. So because I'm running on these Raspberry Pis, this tiny infrastructure, and every millisecond counts and money matters, I can deploy a bunch of stuff to the infrastructure and that it's only being used when it gets called. So let's do this. Let's go look at javagrunt.com and let's watch it stand up. There it is. See, it stood up. javagrunt.com. I want to show that it's only been running for a couple of seconds. Where did it go? Here, 15 seconds, right? And we're going to wait a little bit. Hopefully you can see in the blue there. We're going to wait a little bit, and if nobody calls it again, I think it's 30 seconds, it'll terminate. Oh, maybe it's longer. But it's a native image, scaled 0. It stands up when it needs to. When it's not being used, it scales down. So it's deployed, but it's not a long-running service. I have a feeling it has to be async job. Yeah, this part, all of this, they're all deployed as microservices, but all the bits, I don't know if I'm doing it right. I'm just kind of building pieces and we'll optimize later, but we're going to make this work. And we got like 3 hours, less than 3 hours to see if we can make this process work. So async is fine, right? Async is fine. I want that gateway service, maybe it's 90 seconds. I don't know what it is. I want this to scale down because I want you to see that. I want you to see it switch to terminating. But that's the service that we're watching. Let's go look at the Flux. Not this one. Let's go look at github.com, javagrunt.com/flux, and look at the customizations for the gateway. Gateway is going to stand up. It's got a 60-second window. So it should, unless people are clicking it. It's got a 60-second window. And if it gets any requests for 60 seconds, if it doesn't get a request in 60 seconds, it'll scale down. It'll terminate. So there's latency, so people might still be hitting it. But that's the whole idea. Scale up when we need to, scale down when we don't. The task is set up as a cron job, so it just stands up when every hour, and it runs, it does its thing, and then it shuts down. I kind of wanted to watch this terminate, but that's okay. That's what happens. That's what we're doing. But like the listener, I can do it with the listener as well. javagrunt.com/YouTube listener. That'll stand up a listener instance. Wait, why don't I see my listener? My gateway terminated. Oh, do I have this deployed in multiple places? This is probably a cached response. But there, it terminated. Like, fantastic. That's what we want. Like, stand up when you need it, terminate when you don't. That's what we do. So now let's see if we can keep on going, because now we've got the ability to go and pull down the transcript, which is fantastic. Now that we've got a transcript, now what? Now what do we want to do? Well, what I've done, we can go grab, I don't think I had the prompt somewhere. Maybe I was just doing the tests. So I have the prompts. Oh, that's just an example. Let's see. There's my services. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need that. We're not looking at that project anymore. Here's our stuff. Given a transcript, how do we want to do this? We're going to try to use this OpenAI image. So when I hit generate, it grabs the transcript. I'm not going to save it. We set up a Bean output parser for a video response. So what do we want? I know I have an example here. But I'm also like delirious tired. You're not there. We don't need to look at this. Let's look at Duan's. The Duan Lightfoot is a developer advocate over at Amazon, at AWS. He really kicked this off a couple of months ago. We were having a chit chat. He goes by Lab Every Day. That's his YouTube channel, is Lab Every Day. And he started this. He was doing this. You can see he's still making changes. Oh, is he storing his transcripts? What is he doing here? Oh, he's got a nice little thumbnail. Here's questions. Oh, wait, where is he? Here's his prompt template. Here. I should be able to maybe copy that prompt template. Oops. And let's read that. So let's go. We have our prompt set up here. Let's do this. Let's create our prompt. Our prompt says you are an expert content editor. Your first task is to provide a concise 4 to 6 sentence 6th grade reading level summary of the given text, as if you were preparing an introduction for a personal blog post. I'm going to summary of the given transcript as if you were preparing preparing an introduction for a YouTube video. Four to 6 sentence, 6th grade reading. So that's going to be the description. I think I need these. Begin your summary with a phrase such as, in this video, let's see what we did. So this is, we're doing the stuff. Now we're in the AI, we're doing the interesting things. Where's a recent one? Here, what did we say? The video, this video. Where was I? In this video or in this. No, I'm just going to in this video, watch this video, setting the stage for what the viewer can expect. Your second task is to provide your responses to the following inquiries in the form of bullet points. Your second task is provide your responses to in the form of bullet points. I'm gonna change that. Following inquiries. So let's see what we, because we want to do this in one swoop, one call. All right, so he does it. Here's the context. The context is the transcribed context. Provide the summary here. Answer inquiries here. Okay, context says provide a concise of the given text. Okay, so am I saying this right? If I put this here, context, I'm going to call that just transcript. Is transcript the right thing? It's transcript for now. Transcript. Engaging title. Questions. 1. Engaging title. Propose a catchy and appealing title that encapsulates the essence of the content of the content. Identify a list of SEO friendly tags that are relevant to that's good. Let's just pull these in. And we're just going, right? I've done these all before, but we're just gonna focus on the video stuff. We talked about having it automatically post. Let's make it look pretty. SEO tags, identify a list of SEO friendly tags that are relevant to the content and could improve its searchability. See, I don't think I really need that for YouTube. At least that's what it says. Thumbnail design. What did he do for thumbnail? Oh, here. If he went all out on this description. I'm just gonna do this. We're framing what we want it to do, right? All right, content in hand. Offer specific suggestions on how the oh, that is good. So it should feature a high contrast color scheme with bright and bold colors. Create a vibrant and eye-catching image. I also know the what is the YouTube thumbnail image size? I can give it the right specs. If I go to I don't know, all the way around. Where's your videos? It tells me the specs somewhere. There you go. PNG. All right. What? $1280 by $720. It should feature a high contrast color scheme with bright, bold colors. In the center, place a large, intriguing, and slightly exaggerated facial expression. That's cool. I'm not going to do that. Ensure the text color contrasts well with the background and rebuild. So I'm going to do this. In the center, place a large, intriguing, and slightly exaggerated facial expression of the person looking surprised or excited, ensuring the emotion is highly visible and engaging. I'm not going to argue. Like, Dewan has been doing this forever. Like, he's probably done this prompt stuff. So why don't I just follow his lead? Ensure the text color contrasts well with the background for readability. Optionally, add a small eye-catching icon or emoji in one corner to emphasize the video's theme, like a flame for something hot or a laughing emoji for humor. The overall design should be clean, not too cluttered, but with enough visual elements to stand out and grab attention in a sea of other thumbnails. Oh, I'm not asking much, right? Let's see what's happening. Hello, welcome, a fellow Java developer. Oh yeah, well, welcome. Come on in. We're using Spring AI right now. Let's do a quick recap. I do live streams. I'm a Spring developer advocate at Broadcom. And when I do a video, I've been doing a bunch of this stuff online during my streams. It's all available here. A bunch of the components are. Just we build little things, and now we're just kind of putting them together. So we built this little web interface using Vaadin that goes and it's got a database of the videos that I have on YouTube. And that database got populated in a couple of ways. We have this listener service where we created just a webhook listener. When we do a video, YouTube calls this webhook in this webhook listener, in the YouTube listener, and that adds the video to our database. So you can see in here in our list, the show that we're doing right now. Like this is the episode that is going on right now. It's already there for one of two reasons. Either it got there from the webhook, or I created a Spring Cloud task project. Where was I? I created a Spring Cloud task project that runs every hour. I stream about Spring Boot, Kubernetes. I'm running Kubernetes on my laptop. So earlier in this stream, we deleted the Kubernetes instance. We recreated it, and we showed Flux CD bootstrapping that cluster and deploying a Java Grunt tenant, or I deployed the Deshaun IO tenant. This is what's running on my laptop. This is quote unquote production for Java Grunt. All of my stuff is running on Raspberry Pis, or production is ARM64. So what we're doing now is, after the stream happens, we have this database. Wouldn't it be nice? Because I didn't have a plan when I came into the stream, right? And this is normal. This is the way I do. Hey, there's no game plan. Like, I'm doing this work. I got to walk around every hour. I don't have Cloud Money. I have Raspberry Pi Money. That's where things are getting deployed to. So whatever happens in the stream, I didn't plan it. This is just a stream. It's a live stream. So I put the title of the live stream, I put Java Grunt, the hashtag Java Grunt. When that comes through, if it sees that it starts with Java Grunt, I should be able to hit a button to generate all these things, the thumbnail, the title, the description. That's what I'm doing right now. It's going to use Spring AI. That's the piece that we've just added. We're using Spring AI to call OpenAI right now and have it do this stuff for us, so that when my stream is done, I just want it to be automatically like, get a title, get a description, so that somebody else can come and see it, and give it a thumbnail so that somebody wants to click on it. That's it. That's what we're doing. We're just connecting the pieces. We're thinking out loud. We're learning along the way. But I've got no timeline. I've been working on this stuff for months. If you've got questions, the way I share it, if you come to my house for dinner and you leave hungry, that's your fault. We're here, your fellow Java developer. Like, what are you working on? What are you stuck with? I've been doing Java since the 90s. You can find out more about me here at Deshaun.com. There's like my contact info. There's a nice little video over here at javagrunt.com. There's a video. Javagrunt.com is running on my Raspberry Pis. That's running in my cluster at home. This one is just running at GitHub Pages. But there's a video here that I kind of, it's old, but it kind of gives you a little bit of lay of the land. But on Deshaun.com, if you ever have questions about anything, maybe you don't want to talk about it on stream, you got other stuff, you have access to my calendar. Like, give me a buzz. I'm a Spring Developer Advocate. I'm here to support you. I want to hear how things are going. And I get excited about getting people unstuck. So that's what we're working on right now. That's what we're working on right now. So we're now creating the prompt for our AI. We've already validated that we can set up our client, and now we're going to try to talk to OpenAI and get OpenAI to do the things that we want it to do. So I copied from Lab Everyday, Duan. I copied from his project. He started this whole thing. He's the one that started this whole project. He showed me this, and I said, oh, I got to do the same thing, but I'm a Spring Developer Advocate. His core is Python, and I thought, hey, this is just cool. Like, let's learn together. So I'm going to do what he did. I'll modify and I'll add on to it, but I'm going to do what he did. But instead of using Python, I'm going to use Spring, and I'm going to deploy it, and it's going to be running in production on my Raspberry Pis. So everything I'm developing with, I'm building native images. so that they can run on the Raspberry Pis. And that's it. So everything from tip to toe. We're building it all. We started it all from scratch, following Duan's lead in Python. But that's what we're doing. What else? Yeah, I'm here to answer questions. So let's keep on going. And you think of anything, if you come to my house for dinner, you leave hungry, that's your fault. If you're here and you've got questions you don't ask, that's your fault. So don't leave hungry. You got questions about anything, bring it. At the moment, I'm studying for Java 17 Professional Oracle Certificate. It has so much info, kind of overwhelming, but I'm getting there slowly. That is awesome. I am working on this. I have a similar goal. I want to be a Spring Certified Professional. So I'm at Spring Academy going through the Spring Certified Professional training. I mean, I've started, but that's one of my goals for 2024 is to go through that. Now, you're like, I'm a Spring developer advocate. I know stuff, but I want to go get this. Just like you, I want to go get that certificate because a lot of my friends have it. And I've wanted it for a long time. Oh, and that's your next certification as well. Well, that is awesome. Oh, and you use Spring Boot. You're in the right place. So here's what I need to do. I'm on a new setup. So I'm doing this. I'm doing twitch.tv/ERISED12. And I think that's you. So I'm going to follow because I don't have my Twitch credentials. I'm on this new setup and I'm not at my normal place to stream. I am downtown Kansas City, about 30 miles from where I live, and I'm doing a fire watch. So every hour I've got to walk around this property and make sure that there's no fires. That's been my job, and it's a 12-hour thing in the middle of the night. But this is me being uncomfortable, trying to stream from a new place, away from the normal stuff that's going on. I had no other tasks, no other things to distract me. I also have 4 kids, but I'm tired right now. So I'm coming up to the end. It's been a long weekend. So here we are. This is what we're doing. But I hope I hit, because I'm tired and I don't remember if I did. I'm going to go do it again. Twitch.tv. ERISED. I just want to make sure I bookmark it because I'm going to go back and I'll follow you when I get to my other computer. Because I like streaming. I like people that stream. I like to watch other streamers. My normal mode is when I'm working at home, I typically have Twitch on or somebody else streaming as a way of like having a community. Like if you work from home, it's nice. So yeah, we're doing stuff. Microsoft Java, your project really inspired me, and I'm thinking of making an automation project using JavaFX and Py4j. Like, let's go. Let's go. Did you know that there is a Py4j Spring Boot starter? There it is. Oh, hey, I know that guy. Maybe I should do that on the stream. Let's do this. Revisit the Py4j Spring Boot starter. Yeah, so we can do stuff. I believe it works. It's compatible with the native images. It has all the hints that it needs. So yeah, we can do cool automation stuff. Awesome. Yeah, ask questions. This is what we're doing. I like watching coding when I'm coding. Yes, I like even just having it on the background. I don't have to be 100% focused, but having it on the background, having people thinking out loud. I would love to encourage more people to stream when they can. So that's a lot of what this project is, the Java Grunt. If you could stream and you had a tool that would do some of the boring like stream worker stuff, maybe that encourage you to stream more. I also made like a Twitch metrics thing, GitHub, that I did on stream. Like just trying to think of like what are some of the barriers to entry? I don't remember where I put it. I think it's here. Twitch metrics. Yeah, just examples. So I do stuff on stream. I'd like to see more Java streamers. But until then, let's see if we can get this. So I'm coming up on my time where I'm gonna have to go do another hot lap. Hopefully it's not hot. I wanna do the Firewatch thing. Here's my template. Content at hand. Offer specific suggestions. No, so I don't, that's more for a blog, so I'm not gonna do that. Viral potential. Yes, this is cool. Identify the best section that might have the potential to be engaging or entertaining for a short form viral video based on factors like humor, uniqueness, relatability, or other notable elements. Provide the text section and explain why. Excellent. So that's like, hey, the video's done. Like, oh yeah, here we had a lot of engagement here. I could go and just take a clip of the video. And maybe we'll automate that later. Then create and provide an engaging viral LinkedIn post. Oh, I'm just gonna say this. Create and provide an engaging social media post that would entice viewers to click the link to watch the video. Click a link. So let's change this 4, 5, and then we're going to pass in the transcript. So this is our prompt. First has 4 to 6 sentences, 6th grade reading level, so it's nice and easy to read. I watched a streamer a few days ago that is coding a chatbot for Twitch in Java. I found that a chatbot for Twitch. Yes, I have done that, and I will be getting back to that. I'm trying to wrap up this AI bit, and then I'm jumping back. Was it Duct Tape DevOps by any chance? Because he was on the stream earlier today. He's a buddy. He's somebody that I watch a lot, and I pointed him towards Spring AI. And this idea, this concept for a streamer is pretty slick. So I will be doing that as well real soon. I want to just build everything myself, but I think that that's valuable as a Spring developer advocate, as somebody that's streaming on Twitch. It'd be good. I don't want to use a bunch of tools. I want to build a bunch of tools. That's my content. So here we go. That's what we're telling the bot. So how do we get that out of the bot? One thing, we're looking at Craig Wall's example. Why is it not, did I not set an alarm on the last one? I don't think I did. Not this example, this example. He says, tell me a joke about subject, and then he passes in format. Let's see how that plays out. Format. String format parser.get format. Joke parser being output parser. Joke response. subject, joke. Um, so instead of throwing it into a response, let me do this first. Let's just see if this works. Let's see if we can talk to the AI and get it to fill out this. And there was another little hint he provided. Oh, he said in bullet points, I think. Yeah, in the form of bullet points. Okay. Let's just see, in the form of bullet points. So we're going to do that. And let's see. Let's see what we need to do. I'm going to have to take a break and I'm going to have to go walk around. So let's see if we can run this test. Generate stuff, do that. Subject and joke. Subject. Oh, okay. I think I get what's happening. So the response just has the subject and the joke. What I want is I don't want a joke response. I want here my YouTube video response. I want the title, description, or summary. Right? What else did I have there? Title, the SEO tags. Um, mm, SEO tags. What else do we want? Uh, the image. How am I going to get the image? It's going to be a URL. I think is what we get back. I think I have to use a different parser to that. Yeah, so we'll come back to that image because that's a new feature that I haven't done with Spring AI yet. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'll be back. Thank you for that reminder. So let's go 6. I will be right back. It'll be about 5 minutes. All right, so let's do this. Boop. And I'll be right back. Let's go here. All right. All right. Ooh, let's get comfy. We are in the final stretch. I got 2 hours. Let me do this real quick. Let's get some music on. My playlist isn't long enough. I need to make an hour-long playlist. So that could be like, poop, let's do this. Set alarm for 6:55. So I can remember to go back. All right. Um, all right, let's keep on going. Let's see if we can get this to work. Boom, boom. Yes. All right. Rock and roll. If I run this test, am I passing it in the right way? Tell the joke, get a subject, and then render the prompt. This is the part. Render the prompt. So I probably need to do this. I probably need to do this separate. So let's do this. Let's take this one out for now. And I'm going to put that down here. All right, so I took out the image part. We'll do the image part next. But our engaging title, SEO tags, viral segment, and posts. I want the output to just be let's just see what this says. Let's see what this says. So the Olaney map is transcript. And that's this transcript. But it looks like I do need to pass in a format. Oops, let's go back over here. I need to do a format. I just need to pass that in. Okay. I want to see what that format looks like. So I'm going to do this. Let me add my application YAML. Format. And here we're doing the YouTube video response. It looks like this. It's got a title, a summary, SEO tags. What else? Oh, and the post, social media post. Okay. I want to see what this looks like. I want to see what that looks like, what that's coming through as. And then the prompt template gets our prompt template, which we get. It'll be injected. And then we want to render it. Prompt template.create a map of the transcript and the format. And then the response client call that rendered prompt. Usage, response, get metadata, get usage. Get prompt. Oh, that's cool. This is get generation tokens. All right, that's cool. Except we're not going to do this minute out. I'm going to do logger or log.info. All right, should we see it? Should we run it? Let's give it a go. Let's get it. What could possibly go wrong? Let's go and run it. I think we're good there. Let's do our tests. Let's see what happens. I'm going to hit my Oh, that sounds weird. Hold on. Yeah, my audio's been messed up. So thank you for the heads up. Thank you for letting me know, Harpreet. I really appreciate that. Hello, VI Frost. Welcome. I am a Spring Developer Advocate. I do Spring Boot, Raspberry Pis, Kubernetes, and right now we're doing Spring AI. We're connecting the dots on a couple of the other projects. I've got less than 2 hours to get something out the door. So welcome. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. So my transcript was too big. How do I change the model? Let's go look. Spring AI, Spring Project, Spring AI. A new package model that contains interfaces and base classes to support creating AI model clients for any input-output data type combination. At the moment, the chat and image model packages implement this. We'll be updating the embedding package. Okay. New portable options. Okay. Let's go see what we can do. The audio has a weird echo. Oh, wait. Okay, let me see if I. Oh, and then it was no audio. Oh boy. VI Frost says, yes, I've known you for a while now, although I started following you here on Twitch recently. Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. That makes me feel good. I really do love what I do. Let me see if I can figure out this audio issue. Audio shouldn't be an echo, but let's just hit just in case. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully that works. Because I'm playing music in my ears. And I'm wondering if that's messing up. I don't have these issues on my other box, but that's part of it. That's part of learning too. Is like I should be able to figure it out. The voice sounds fine to me. There's no problem. Awesome. All right, thank you. Okay, hopefully that works. So let's go and take a look. Getting started. Chat models, OpenAI. I want a chat model, but I also want to use GPT-4. Base URL. Oh, base URL, API key. This is the OpenAI chat model. Here we go. So Spring.ai, OpenAI.chat.model. I'm going to use GPT-4. So Spring.ai to OpenAI to chat.model. Spring.ai to OpenAI API. Chat model. GPT-4. All right. Let's see if that fixes us. So the error that we ran into is like, hey, you can't use as many tokens. It was a long. Oh, one of the developers of Char. Oh, let's do that next. This is amazing. I'm so glad that you're here. This is amazing. We got famous people. This is so cool. So let's run this, and as soon as this runs, let's go and do our Char. That's one of the things I like to do. So on the stream, go, here's where all the projects are. GitHub, these are the ones that we're doing right now. In the repositories, what I like to do, did I do it here? Yep. Go ahead and put a spring health assessment right in there. So you can see like last week, this is what it looked like. Not too shabby. But let's go ahead and rerun it. Let's see what we got. Thank you for that. That's a great tool. I love it. I'm a big fan of your work. Let's see if our test ran. Our test ran. So look at this. We did the transcript, but I didn't output. I didn't output the JSON. So let's go look here at the format, rendered format. The chat response equals this. I should have done this. Log.info. Oh. Response dot get result. Yeah, let's try that. Let's do it again. And then, yeah, show all that. Let's try it again. See what happens. It's so cool to have famous people, amazing people. We stand on the shoulders of the work that you do. It's so cool that you're here. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. So there's the format that we wanted in. We sent the transcript up. Let's see what we get back. Oh, here it is. Here's our summary. Summary. In this video, the speaker emphasized the importance of using the latest versions of Java and Spring Boot. He demonstrates the process of upgrading from Spring Boot 2.6 to 3.2 with Java 21, highlighting the improved performance, faster startup time, and reduced memory usage. The speaker also introduces the Spring Health Assessment. Look at that. Also introduces the Spring Health Assessment tool, which helps developers identify which applications need upgrading. Optimizing performance, upgraded Java 21 and Spring Boot 3.2. SEO tags, Java, Spring Boot, Java 21, Spring Boot 3.2, upgrade, performance optimization, Spring Health Assessment. Unlock the full potential. This is the recommended post. Unlock the full potential of your applications by upgrading to Java 21 and Spring Boot 3.2. Learn how to do it smoothly and see the amazing performance boosts in our latest video. Don't miss out on this chance to optimize your software. Watch now. Java 21, Spring Boot 32. Upgrade, performance optimization. Like, I'll take it. Fantastic. That worked. So now, like, I think that's great. I think that's great. Now let's do the image, right? It is pretty cool. So the whole idea is I'm doing the stream, I'm tired. And when I'm doing the stream, I don't want to do all the extra work of making a social media post and updating the thumbnail and figure out, oh, what did I talk about for 10 hours? What should I do? So the idea here is let's let the AI do it. That's okay. It's very new. It only graduated from being an experimental project a couple months ago, and it's been so popular. There's been so much going on that we've had a hard time getting out the next release. So there was a release of 0.7.0. I think it was in November. If I do a quick scan, I think 070 came out in November. Maybe. Where was it? It was November. It was definitely November because I think it came out with Spring Boot 3.2. And I'm just not seeing it. Really? Oh, wait, maybe I'm confused. Oh, I spelled it wrong. That's why. Is that October? I don't know. Anyways, it hasn't been out that long. So we're using the snapshot of 0.8.0. It's still, yeah, it's coming along. So yeah, it's cool, right? Though, and here's my little 2 cents, right? Like Spring Data, right? It's that consistent abstractions over data stores. Spring AI is that consistent abstraction over the AI models, right? I can switch between OpenAI, Azure OpenAI, Bedrock, etc., and have that same kind of consistency. The Spring team's amazing. So we did this. What did I change? I didn't want to change anything. What I want to do is I want to go and grab an image now. Harpreet says, I think you should fetch calendar events and ask ChatGPT for it using that is a great idea. Oh, you know what? That is a great idea. That really is a great idea. All right. So now we've done that. Let's go take a look at this new feature of the images. I want the image client. So I saw it. Spring AI. This is just a couple days ago that we now have an open AI image client. See the integration tests for usage. Let's go see. Let's go see if we can find it. Hmm. I wonder if it's on a different branch. So the chat client, and I want this image client, OpenAI image client. It might not be there. Let's see. Here we go. OpenAI image API. API key. Here's the integration test. Image as URL test. I think that's what we want. I think that's what we want. Image options builder. OpenAI API key. Let's just grab that. Then let's just plug one in. So now that we're using GPT-4, this is the generate. Revise prompt. Let's see what happens. Let's see what's going on. So what we're saying is image options builder. Oh, we already had that in here. 1280 by 720. Okay, instructions. Take this off. Hello. All right. Okay, that was my wife checking in on me, and everything's good. Everything's good. All right, I think we're all set. So my instructions are up here. All right, let me do this. Let's do this. And there we go. Oh, I don't need all that. How to do the column select. Yes. Yeah. All right. My dream is to open a startup one day with my own project and become my own boss. But I fear that I am not technically there yet to be able to develop something that can be sold and lucrative. I am going to say, don't doubt yourself. There, but I'll also say I've gone down that path, and it's a lot. It takes a lot of work. There's a lot of types of work that go into doing that. I like what I do here. The other stuff, the not coding stuff, that's the stuff that I'm not excited about. Fossil extractive method returning. Sure. Go ahead. Open AI controller. Yeah. So now I've got a. All right. That's cool. Um, I've got my options. Whoops. So do that thing. Image prompt. Get image prompt options. Then image response. I need an open AI image client. All right, so I needed to make an OpenAI image client. Let's go take a peek. Since abstract IT. Where is test utils? Abstract IT. Yeah, just give me an image client. Okay, image client. I bet final image client. Image client. Let's make sure we get one of those in here. That's not image client equals image client. So now I've got an image client that's called image client. Uh, I'm not going to draw this at the moment. Metadata. Maybe I will do this. I'm going to do this. Just log.info response. Now, I've never looked at it. I don't know what's there. Image response metadata. Oh yes, you have to deal with humans, right? Yeah. I've been down that path, and it's exciting. I think about it. I'm not gonna lie. I think about it a lot. Um, yeah, I've been down that path, and it wore me out. It truly wore me out. So I should get a URL. I am going to show that URL. There's something wrong with the audio here. I get like a weird sound in my head, in my getting these headphones. And it happened at the beginning of the stream, and it's happening again now, and I'm not sure why. Um, so um, this it is what it is. We'll be all right. I just couldn't have that. It was like a scratchy sound in my ear. So we should be okay. I probably won't hear that scratchy sound anymore. Let's keep on going. I was going to log it. Image URL should be image.get. Okay. And then image generation metadata. Sure. OpenAI image generation metadata. Fantastic. Sorry. So I am going to have inside let's just run it. Let's just run this. Do this real quick format. And let's see what we have now. Oh, what happened down here? I'm missing some parentheses or something. I did something wrong. Here, generate stuff. Is it OpenAI controller? Yeah. Inside of OpenAI controller. This. Oh, this guy. Double caption should be. All right. Let's take it for a spin. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna get this. Title, summary, SEO tags, social media post, and then the URL. And the idea is like we're going to get this from the AI. Hopefully, that's what we do. Let's run it. It doesn't take long. It took 21 seconds last time. This time we're asking it to generate an image, and we're giving it specs so that I would expect it to take a little bit longer. Oh, we broke something. All right. Failed to start. Parameter image open AI controller required a being of type image client that cannot be found. Consider defining a being of type. So maybe it's not all the way there yet. Maybe the image client is not already. Or that version of the snapshot hasn't been released. So what do I do? How do I make this work? I'll tell you. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to grab the latest snapshot of Spring AI. I'm going to clone it. I'm going to peek over here. There's a bunch of branches. Let's see what we got. Yeah, nothing jumps out as like the image client one. I know it's new, so let's go. We're going to clone it. Graphics. Bring AI. And I think we can let's take a peek. It's probably going to take a while, but then I'll have the latest snapshot. Oh, and you know what we're going to have to do? For my vector store, I think I'm going to have to use Redis. So I might have to plug in. It might be something we work on this week. Workshop overview. Yeah, use this. Let's see how it goes. What could possibly go? MBN install. Instead of doing the package, I'm just saying, hey, put it into my local M.2 because I want to use that version of the snapshot that hopefully has the image client. I mean, it's there. What did I do wrong? It's there. It's in my class path. But it's not finding it. What did I do wrong? Oh, is there some properties that I need to add? Let's go take a peek. Is there some properties? We got some insight into where to go. Oh, I am way tired. We got some insight into where to go. Where was the test at? First test, Java. And we were just there. Image. The scratching sound happens when you move a lot. Wait, are you hearing a scratching sound? Oh, what? Am I like rubbing on the mic here? Whoa. I guess I don't know where. Yeah. Who knows? I'm delirious. It's late. Let's try this. Let's try it again. Let's try to bring it back. Let's change our audio back to Jabra. That's it. Let's see what happens. see if we can do this. Thank you for that. The audio stuff is the hardest. It's literally the hardest thing for me to figure out. Uh, so let's see. Let's play some music. Close this. I think we're good here. Thank you, Dwan. Here's our stuff. We're trying to cheat. We're looking ahead. So what I bet where we have Spring AI, OpenAI chat, I'll bet you we have a Spring AI, OpenAI. Oop, oh, I was thinking that we'd have like a image. Let's see. I heard it. I heard it. I don't know where it's coming from though. All right. I wonder if that's the same thing that you're hearing. Let's go back to our tests. Oop, client test. Our test use deals. We have this abstract. Is there any properties for these tests? Got it. Auto wired image client. See, I'm hearing, hey Gemma, how are you? I don't think that I've shared any credentials on the stream. I am, yeah, it was an experiment. I'm doing a fire watch for a apartment complex that had their fire sprinkler system is having issues. So I'm here and I'm walking around the complex every hour, and I'm coming up on that time that I'm gonna have to go for a walk. So yeah, uh, it's going to be 10 hours with an abbreviation every hour or a little pause every hour. Uh, so yeah, I've got my Spring AI working, doing the analysis. Hey, now I've got a new version here, and I'm having audio issues. I don't know what's causing it, but I didn't hear though. Okay, so there's my alarm that it's time to go and do a walk. We have a new version of Spring AI, so I'm going to stop this, and we're almost done. We have an hour, so we're gonna have to in this next hour. We got to push stuff to production. So this all built. Um, let's do this. It's saying that it can't find a bean for image client. Hey, Kim, I'm glad you're here. It's been a while. Like you've dropped in. We haven't had a good chat in a while. I'm glad that you're here. I hope everything's going well. I hope you're ready for your week. Um, I don't need this. Do I? Maybe we'll see. Um, I want to figure out why this says, hey, there's no image client. Now that I've got a new version of that, let's see if I can use it. Is it annotated with bean annotation? Good question. So I'm looking at the unit test, the integration test over here, image, OpenAI. It just needs the OpenAI API key. It has options filter, and it has an OpenAI image client. The OpenAI image client comes from the abstract integration test. It's here, and it's auto-wired. So maybe I just need to do that. So normally, uh, no, like normally, wait, what is this? This is all I should need to do. Am I bringing the right image client? OpenAI image client. All I should have to do is say, hey, in my controller or my constructor, I should be pulling it. It's looking for an image client. What is this? Not AutoWire, no beans of image clients I found. Well, it had a different name. I wonder if it's the name. No, no, I can't find it. Oh, what am I doing wrong? What? Oh, is it another dependency? So if I'm over here and I've got the Spring AI, OpenAI Spring Boot starter, do I need to bring in a different starter for the image stuff? Hmm, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing? My sound is annoying. But still in my ear. Let's see. I have issues with all these magic. That's always gets me with these overloads right here. Yeah, and I'm also using a snapshot, so you know things might not be in. I'm pushing the bar a little bit because the image client stuff literally just got mentioned in the docs uh, on the 24th, um, and I don't think that his example used it. Did it? I don't think he did. He mentioned it, but I don't think he used it. Yeah, he's not using it there. He's not using it there either. So he's not using it in the rag example, and he's not using it over here. So I might just be pushing a little bit. It would be it'd still be valuable to do it without a transcript. Uh, but now I'm getting delirious, like I'm getting all the wavy lines in my eyeballs. I have wait, I didn't go do my walk. I gotta go do my walk. So we'll pause here. We're gonna come back. We're gonna try to figure out how to get an image, maybe. But I gotta go do a hot lap. It'll be about 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. It's- I'm tired. All right, I'll be back. And, and back. Like let's see what we got here. What kind of building is it? And do you have to sit? When you have a multi-family apartment complex, townhomes, etc., um, their sprinkler system. I'm in Kansas City, and in the cold, um, things happen. Whether it's cold or not, your sprinkler system goes out. You have to have somebody uh, coming in and checking it. Is my understanding that that's a law, but I think it happens more often when it's cold and they can't fix it. You got to have for every day that's not fixed, you have to have somebody walking around the property that's affected and, and making sure that nothing catches on fire. If something catches on fire, do the 911 thing. So it's this property is actually super like brand new. Um, the the lobby leasing office furniture is still wrapped in plastic. That's how new it is. It's a cool property. It's right downtown. I got a nice little view of the skyline, mostly of the Crown Center. But yeah, it's a cool little deal, and like a part of me feels like connected, like I'm doing good, right? Keeping an eye on stuff. So yeah, yeah. Let's figure out why is my we didn't have it in his demo. Let's figure out why, why am I not getting an image, uh, a image client? Let me do one thing. Let me say, hey, don't use this repository. Don't grab their version. I want to use the version that I have locally. I just want to make sure. Try that again because I generated that 008 snapshot, and that's the version I want to use. No, but it's still doing the same thing. So what am I doing wrong? I mean, I could do that, but I feel like it should be there. So I'm going and looking at. I could generate one, but I feel like it should be there. So I'm going to go back and look at the integration test as I was pointed to by the documentation. And I'm just looking through this integration test to see, like, am I missing something? Um, see, see, we did Firewatch here in core source test. I should have just pulled this all in. Am I missing something? Yeah, core. Didn't we just have one of these um, image client tests? Was that another branch? Is that what happened? That's what happened, right? That's what happened. I'm on two different branches. I think source test. Oh, I need an OpenAI image client. I do need an OpenAI image client. Why no OpenAI image client type found? Sure. It's an OpenAI image API. We're gonna do it. What's the new notation? What's the new? I'd have to if I created a new one, I'd have to pass in an OpenAI image API. I think that's what you're asking. Um, yeah, test, uh, or is the star just denoting the break? Oh, yeah, yeah. That's that's the that's the IDE. So this IDE, this machine is a machine that I haven't used in a while. So that was another part of this experiment was like being able to go and be productive on another machine without having all my easy buttons. The idea of like having things easy to get to and yeah, knowing enough. So yeah, that's just something that the UI put in there. I don't know why it's doing that. Right? That is there's nothing there, right? I don't I don't know what that is because it looks like it's something, right? I don't know. I noticed it, I just ignored it. I have a chat client, I have an open AI image client, I have a prompt template, and a YouTube service. Um, let's see if the name helps. Yep, makes sense. I was just wondering if I had a completely blank on some functionality. No, you got this. All right, let's 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 figure out what's happening. Oh, all right. Let's see if the naming helped. It didn't look like it as far as the IDE was concerned, but let's see. Nope. Hmm. Well, this is not the way I wanted to end. It was fun. I got through a lot of stuff today. Um, so am I Spring AI? Okay. Spring AI, OpenAI, or past everywhere. And I am very aware of how tired I am. Uh, later today, over on YouTube, on Spring Source Dev channel, Dan Vega and I are going to be talking about common Spring developer mistakes. And I will tell you one common Spring developer mistake is not stopping when you're tired. Continuing to make the same mistakes, not stopping when you're tired. That is a common Spring developer mistake. Do as I say, not as I do. So if you are going to be around at 12 p.m. Central Time, you should come and check out the Spring Office Hours. It's going to be a good time. We'll probably talk about this stuff that I did today. Yeah, that's just in a few hours. Take some stuff to production, then take a break. Like have a peanut butter jelly sandwich. Come watch us. Come hang out with us. Have lunch. Let's talk about all the mistakes that we make. At this point, I've already got an image client. I got it from here. Let's see if those tests run. Do this. Alright, let's see the native image of the integration tests to see if they run. Let's, let's start up the truck. It's cold outside. We got a little ride home. Uh, oh no, she's having a bad day on the street. Like, this is maybe it's my fault. Does anybody else do that? Like when AWS had the region outage or internet region outage, I was like, oh, I did like I do something wrong. So now this is the longest stream I've ever done. Uh, almost 10 hours here. Uh, something I did. How are you? Thank you for being in and thanks for the heads up. Thanks for joining. Uh, I'm outside of my comfort zone right now. I'm in downtown Kansas City, streaming from my phone, and I yeah, it's messing with me, but I'm doing biological property. We did it, and so every hour I take a little hot lap around the property and make sure that there are no fires. And I'm sorry. Hello. I sound like a robot. Oh boy. Uh, you know what though? That the robot sound might be because of the innovation. Oh, but thank you for being here, SARS. Let's let these tests finish, and then let's see. I have already achieved the new goal. Let's see if these things pass or these symptoms. I still sound okay. Tests are do I still sound like harder just better like something is funky on my end. Something is messed up on my end, for sure. Yeah. Something's definitely messed up on my end. Jabba Jabba, Echo. Mm. Hopefully that works. So it's just my stream. I think your mic is from laptop instead of headset. Yeah. Do I have another? I don't know what's going on. I have weird stuff happening. I want to make it to this 10-hour mark. That would be awesome. Oh, so now you can. Okay, good, good, good. I want to make it to this 10-hour mark. Uh, I've accomplished. I'm happy with what's happened. I wish I could get this Client to work. I don't see what I'm doing wrong, but I'm also like delirious and haven't slept as much as I should, and I'm not proud of it. You should not do this. Uh, so it's understandable I'm not perfect. Okay, so maybe this machine maybe needs some upgrades. We'll see, because I get the whole night. I've been getting like weird sounds in my ear, and maybe I'm just pushing it too much. So I'm taking off the headset. We're almost done. I'm almost done. I'm going to switch back to my Mac. The speakers were good. I don't need to do echo cancellation. All right, we should be like this is as good as it's going to get. So you lost the sound. We should be back now. Hopefully, there we go. Hopefully, good ish. But I'm also streaming from my phones. So that might have something to do with it too. Oh, I don't know what's beeping. Oh, my other phone. Oh boy. All right. So let's keep going. Let's try to figure this out. Let's figure out why are we not getting this image client when all the other stuff works. Our abstract doesn't extend anything. It just says, hey, go get an image client. That image client is auto-wired. Why doesn't it work? We don't pass in anything else. Why isn't it working? We're here. Let's do this. Let's go back to this image client. Let's do image client. Is what do we call it? Lowercase. I'm just going to try to make things line up as much as possible. All right. It doesn't look like it, but let's see. Let's try that one more time, and then we'll try the auto wire. I don't know why that. Oh wait, no. Let's try it to run. Let's do this. Let's see what's happening. What's happening? Oh, OpenAI image client cannot find symbol. Change the names. All right. Try it again. Thank you guys for joining. It was cool. This whole idea, it was a 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. thing. I had to get a couple laps in before I started streaming, and it's cool to do the long stream. Like there's been like this constant flow of conversations, and yeah, and my people show up, so that's been nice. I don't know why I'm not able to. Oh, you know why? Um, let's do it this way. I'm going to take out this part. I'm gonna try the auto wired. And see what happens. I mean, we'll get about it. Like, it can't get any worse than it is right now. I guess you use configuration class, Spring Boot test class. Oh, test configuration class. Variable OpenAI image client might not have been initialized. Did I do? Oh, wait a minute. I don't think that's the issue, Harpreet. I don't think that that's the issue. What could possibly be going on? Why wouldn't it find that image client? Take a look at this again. Peek here. You don't need a snapshot. We built all of them. We installed all of them. And there's nothing else that's like jumping out at me. I'm going to put this back in. And again, like let's just stop. Let's not be ridiculous. And let's just go. Hey, so it's not working. I won't do all of that. It's not working the way that I expect it to. And that's okay. So let's pause. We don't have to have the image client stuff right now. It's fine. Let's just do this. Like, hey, we don't have to have that right now. What we've got is a project that is calling out Bifrost in the release note that states new functionality is text to image clients. Classes are OpenAI image client and and stability image client. See the integration. That's what I did. Yep, IT seems to follow exactly what I did. Yeah. So it is what it is. That's fine. We'll come back to it. I'm gonna try to get this to production. That's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna just try to like scoot. I'm gonna try to get this stuff out the door. Keep an eye. I'm gonna try to get this stuff out the door. Yeah. It seems to follow the same thing, and I can't think of anything. But maybe with a clearer head later on, figure it out. So let's run our tests now that we've taken out the image client piece. Let's go run our tests and see, did I break more than one thing or? Oh, I'm we're back to where I think we should be in a good spot. Oh, I gotta re-authenticate. Oh, come on. So I gotta re-authenticate. Oops, because I haven't figured out how to do the automatic token renewal with YouTube. I know it's possible, I just haven't figured it out yet. All right, so I'm good. And my tests should be running. And there's the output, there's the format, there's what it told AI. It says, hey, we want our data back in this form. And it gave us a great little deal. It did stuff and everything passed. So we're good. So our chat client part works just fine. The image piece, which we ran the integration tests and they worked on this machine. So, but you know what? Oh, how did they work on this machine? That's a question. How did it do anything without a OpenAI key? So even though the tests pass, was it? I'm tired. Help me keep on track. Help me focus. Let's get this out to production. So what we've done is we've added the API OpenAI endpoint to our YouTube service. And that's it. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm in the right spot. So that's all done. We got a YouTube video response, which is fine. It works. I think I can move this out the door. I added the OpenAI API key. We added Spring AI, Spring Boot Starter. Is it that it's just not pulled into the Spring Boot Starter yet? Sorry. Spring AI, OpenAI. Spring AI, OpenAI. If I go up here to my models, Spring AI, OpenAI. That's the one, that's where it should be. I'm definitely changing tail. But here's the cool thing. Here's the cool thing about my job is actually the author of this is up. I have Slack, won't do it here, but I have Slack. I can go to the Slack channel internally and I can go ask the authors for help. And I can take a nap and get focused. Harpreet says, in the following repo, OpenAI image client bean is created. I guess you have to create it. It's not auto-provided by the Spring AI. In which repo OpenAI image client bean is created? But the reason why I wonder, I question, is because in the models in Spring AI, OpenAI, when I go to source, test, is there any? Yeah, there's no. The image client, OpenAI image client implements image client. So that's there. And in the tests, when I go to the image tests, OpenAI image client integration test, I'm not doing anything fancy. Oh, wait. I see what you're saying. Look at this. OpenAI test configuration class. That's what you're pointing to. OpenAI test configuration. That was in AI, OpenAI. Wait, where does that come from? I see what you're saying, Harpreet. Oh, and look, we got a +1. Yep, I agree with Harpreet. You may have to copy what's done in Spring Boot configuration class inside the test package. But where is that? AI, OpenAI. Oh, this. OpenAI image client. OpenAI. Yeah, OpenAI image client. Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Tired. And there's no image API. Okay, well, let's keep it there. All right, let's see now. Let's go back and undo our stuff. Here, let's go and let's bring it back in. All right. Image client, I get you here. And now we've got a bean, so let's go ahead and use it. And let's see. Boy, wouldn't that be a great way to end the stream, is with a tip from the audience. Oops, that's my jam. That would be wonderful. Let's go see. Is there anything else I need to do here? Yeah, image client set model. Oh, where was that? All right. Let's see if these tests run now. Here. Fingers crossed. Love getting help from the audience. And, oh yeah, you're pointing me towards it. Thank you. No, what'd I do? So I might need to move it into a, yeah, I need to move it into a. Which, that's not too hard. Let's grab this much. And let's try it again. So now we've got our config, which will happen before components. So we shouldn't have that. We could have also put those beans inside of the application class. This is looking promising. Look at this. What's happening? What is happening? Let's see what's going on. It looks like we're gonna, what we're looking for is a URL. Oh, we got, see, we got close. Invalid request error. Oh, look at this. So, okay. So we're getting closer. Thank you, team. It says, look, response error. This 720 by 1280 is not one of. Oh, I don't. Wait, which one of those is 16 by 9? So first of all, I got my things backwards. Where I did the image build options. Where did that go? $720 by 1280. But what are 16 by 9 resolutions? None of those are, right? 1792 by 1024, no. Oh, maybe. 1792. None of those are. Let's just do. Let's do that one. 1792 by 1024. Let's put 1792 by 1024. Let's see what we get. let's see what we get. Use the DALL-E 3 model to get, that's what I did on the other. So let's, thank you, Harpreet. Again, let's see if we can set the model. First of all, let's see if this worked. It's working. The image part takes a little bit longer. But which model does it use by default? So something failed. All right. Oh, it says invalid size. The size is not supported by this model. $17.92 and 24. Let's try that one more again. And then let's go here, and do we have a property that says Spring AI, OpenAI dot so I have a chat model, but how do I change the, oh, let's see if I can check Discord. Harpreet, you are awesome. Oh, and then this is my last one. So my stream is about to end. This is my last walk. So let's go into the stream chat. Image gen request option. Oh, with model. Thank you. Image options. Here. Builder. With model. E3. Right. All right, fingers crossed. Let's try the, what was it supposed to be? 1024 by 720? Was that the original? 1020, what? 1280 by 720. Yeah, 1280 width. Let's see if we can do this. 80 by 720. Let's see if this works. That'll give us the preferred thumbnail size for YouTube. Harpreet, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you so much. Bifrost, I will send you an invite to my Discord. And feel free to use it. It's a private Discord, so don't share. But yeah, baby steps. I'm new to this. It's taking a little bit of time. The image always does. All right, we're error message is not one, so it doesn't like that one. Okay. So I feel like the DALL-E gives me the image in the right size, but that's okay. Let's just change this. 1792 by 1024. Let's try it again. 1792. No worries. Right on it. Let's see what we got. We're doing baby steps. We're out on the front of this Spring AI image client stuff. So I'm not going to be too upset. Look at this. Look at this. So it looks like it worked. I expect to see a URL. Didn't I spit out the URL? Wait, didn't I spit out the, oh, it wasn't done yet. I did the usage. There's my social media post. Here it is. Here's the image URL. Let's go see what it got. Image URL. Hello. Oh, that is a long URL. Oh, here, let me just, come on. This would be a great way to end, to wrap it up. Yeah, I'm gonna put this here. Here's the URL. Looks like. Let's see what we got. Did we get an image thumbnail? We did. So we got an image. That's awesome. It's 8 o'clock. I gotta go do my thing. I think that's a great way to end. We'll fine tune our chat or our prompts for the image, but wow, like it's coming together. Now the next thing is to like, we've got it OpenAI generating our stuff, and now we got to plug it back into the YouTube API. We also have to figure out how to do the reauth or the token renewal automatically. So this is great. Fantastic. Thank you guys for all the help. Thanks everybody. This has been wonderful. This was by far the most consistent volume of folks in the stream that I've had. And it was a 10-hour stream. So I am beyond happy. Beyond happy. Thank you everybody for joining. 10 hours and 20 minutes. Thanks. And yeah, maybe I'll do another one of these long streams because we did get a lot, or I felt like I got a lot. So thank you again. We'll try to get these images wrapped up and pushed to production, and I hope to see you soon. Take care. Let me get over here and we'll cancel it off. Hitting the buttons, end the stream.